Hey there, gorgeous gays. Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail MSQ. It is MSQ time. I remember back in the day of beating Endwalker, of how we got to MSQ really fucking fast. We got to 6.1 really fast after beating 6.0. Because we had so little to catch up on, and also we had already done the role quests while doing Endwalker MSQ. And I distinctly remember saying, when we did 6.1 2 weeks after beating 6.0, don't get used to this because we'll never do this fast again. And now sitting here starting 7.1 2 weeks after doing 7.0, more episodes this time, but us just shoving most of those episodes into a single weekend. We're here again with more MSQ. We're here with more MSQ, which I'm excited for at least 3 different reasons. We're also just been discussing... We're now at the point in the portion where we're once again, like, Endwalker doing everything patch by patch. So we've been discussing, like, how we're going to fit all of that stuff. Again, there's, like, an Ishgard equivalent, so the next stream will be, like, Alliance Raid and then the start of that. Oh, no, not next episode. Because that doesn't come out until 2. We've been discussing a lot of that, and also how Arcadion's, like, really quick. Arcadion's awesome, but, like, yeah. Doing the fights, all min eye level, no echo for Arcadion is so good. That's so good for Arcadion. Arcadion's been the best fights to do that for. You guys think, like, Alexandria is fucked up, is a sect that preemptively, needs some preemptively defending. Yeah, it's 0.1 patch time. So it's politics patch time. And Alexandria is fucked. You know, when we've done a politics patch in Final Fantasy XIV, it's usually because we've done some form of, like, revolution to our society, and then they need to, like, work out where they're going from there. 3.1 is because, you know, we overthrew Thordon, and everything like that. And we need to discuss, like, what happens now that, like, then. In 4.1, it's like, well, Doma and Alamigo are liberated now. Where are they gonna go from here? 5.1 was about Yulmore, and it's just like, well, they now realize that what they were doing was bad. So where do things go from here? We haven't actually done anything yet to acknowledge the problems with Alexandria. All we've done is stopped them going to war and murdered both of their rulers. It's not like Alexandria is in a state where things have already started to change and we're just, like, trying to get that to settle into some form. We have completely upturned, like, their war efforts and their leaders, and what the fuck happens now? I got Dips of Dungeon, been trying to get a hat from it all week. I'll fight you for it. I'll fight you for the hat. I'll punch on, depending on which hat it... If it's the dungeon, I think it is, just based on how early into Dawn Trail I saw the hat exist. And depending on what class you want the hat for, punch on. I'll fight you for it. I'll fight you for it. Because I want a hat from this dungeon too, if it's the one I think it is. Double Regicide sure has started more, though, I'd wager. It started more, but usually, like, the place that we're fixing is in some form of state of, at least the people are aware that what they were doing was wrong. Like, Yulmore realized what they were doing was fucked, right? We put an end to the war until Nidhogg started again. The Ishgard. We actively got rid of the occupiers for Doma and Alamigo for their politics patches. We've not changed anyone's mind in Alexandria. We've not done anything to change how things actually work there. We just killed their leaders and bounced. And stopped the war. We're currently in the process of killing their entertainment system. Yeah, we're also trying to rise through the ranks in their entertainment system so we can stop their one form of entertainment that they have too. Because it turns out that is also evil. There's so much stuff I still need from D3 Dungeons for Armoire update. Armoire update is going to, I so hope the Armoire update of adding dungeon gear to Armoires, like, revitalizes dungeons forever. Of just people wanting to be collectors of everything. Because that may also be me, I may also want to do that. We turn off the cloud. There is also, like, we're not 100% certain at this stage. Casting or healing? Crafts, I want the healing hat. Wugelmart named herself acting monarch because small Galul is too young. I have come in, I have murdered both of your rulers. I am now ruling you. No, you're the imperialists. I mean, they are, but still, it's funny. Probably be an uphill battle to convince them that they don't need any insurance in an environment where random lightning strike is actually a pretty common manner of death. How do we politics patch this where we fix the lightning storms from killing everyone? We're fine then? Okay, I dibs healing hat and healing robe. Again, assuming it's a dungeon that I'm thinking it is. Of which I know one word of, possibly. The name of the gear, I'm assuming, is going to be part of the name of the dungeon. Because it sounds like a place. It sounds like a place name that would be in Shaloni. A royal invitation. Bob Warrook is eager to hear how you've been getting on. Ah, it is a pleasure as always, Manifest. Have you been able to relax lately? That's alright. I fought a lizard king. I went to a haunted castle. I became a wrestler. So, you know, the usual relaxation for the Warrior of Light. Wonderful. As busy as you've been, with the right succession among other things, you deserve an opportunity to experience Feel at a more leisurely pace. Oh, also stopping the entirety of the Unbounds. I also stopped the entire, well, not their leader. Their leader never came up, so I assume the leader is the capstone for it. But I also stopped, like, most of the Unbounds. We also did that. And helped, like, the local markets revitalize. Yeah, I've done a lot, actually. I've done actually quite a lot. Assembling the tacos at FFXIV is one such way to do so. You keep talking about this, we've never gotten a chance to yet. They made the traditional way, and laden with fillings, and are absolutely sublime. You have an empty stomach, the owner of Brook Avu will look after you. Talking about tacos at FFXIV is giving me a craving. Every time I have an empty stomach, do go have some for me. The capstone quest come out, it was before 0.3. I believe it's 0.15 or 0.16 for the role quests. For both of them. Both role quests do that. Both role quests, they came out in like 0.1516, something like that. Went sightseeing, but technically not yet in the timeline, and cut grass for eggs. Also played cards, but yeah, we haven't had time to do our sightseeing or triple triad log because the last streams were way too long. I should remind myself for 8.0 to split doing all of the Aether quests and role quests and optional dungeons into more episodes than what we did last time because it's way too much. Well, if it isn't Manifest. Alone today, are you? I see. If you have anything for tacos, then they're on the house. Consider as a gratitude for helping you tracking down those treasures. Hey! Unique MSQ dialogue because we did the Unbound. Go ahead and find a table. I'll bring you your meal as soon as it's ready. Yo, nacho. Well, I was about to say nachos, but no, those are just corn chips with dip. Tacos, skewers, kebabs. Oh, hell yeah. Meat kebabs, pineapple drinks. So much fresh fruit. I like that way of serving up the pineapple. Carving out the inside of a pineapple, getting all the pineapple chunks, and then putting them back into the pineapple to, like, as a serving bowl. That's adorable. I love that. I love that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Nachos are exceedingly low res. Tacos! 7 the pineapple organ in the pineapple body. Still love tacos, I hope. You ate so many when you turned 5 you could barely move afterwards. Remember that? No, not really. That was 30 years ago for me. Oh. Oh. Oh, someone's come back home. But the time difference. Oh, shit. Right. Sorry. It's still strange for me, too. Just the other day, you were a little boy clinging to your mother's skirt as you set off for Yasalani. And now you're a man grown with a face full of hair. Imagine being older than your dad. Even so, I knew you were my son the instant I saw you. We're still family. You can always rely on me. Relying. That feels like the only thing I'm doing right now. On you and everyone else. I can't even start a fire without assistance at my new job. Back in Alexandria, we had electrical. If I needed fire, all I had to do was press a button. Everything was at our fingertips. But here, I'm helpless. Culinarian who can't even light the stove. The way the others in the kitchen stared at me. God, I never felt so embarrassed. I'm sorry to hear that. I've been told the tales, but it seems life really is different within the dome. My wife and children. I was thinking I'd have them join me once things had settled, but at this rate. I say you send for them. If they're your family, then they're mine too. I'll do whatever's necessary to make it work. We're all eavesdropping. Everyone is eavesdropping on this. Whoa, politics! Whoa, Booklemat! Hello! I didn't mean to overhear, but it seems you're having trouble readjusting to life until you allow. Booklemat! To aid folk like yourself, we've established a support group at the Wing of Reflection. There, you can learn the skills you need to live outside the dome. It isn't easy being back, I know, but I'm hopeful that they can make things easier. It's exactly what I need. I'll definitely seek out this group out. I'll bring my family with me. So thank you. Oh, look who it is! I was just about to go and find you, Manifest. You don't mind the company, I hope? I could use my tea myself. It's like those programs that send seniors coding, but reverse. Well, I'm just like I'm immediately just having the thought process of, hey, we're acknowledging that idea of just like, hey, you get to go back home, quote unquote. But home was home so long ago that you're not even sure if you feel like you belong. But clearly, if he's come back and not just stayed in Alexandria, then clearly there's some part of him that wants to leave Alexandria and go back home. So maybe Alexandria also doesn't feel as much like home either. We're immediately bringing up the complexities, the complexities of the experience of being someone who, you know, has lived in multiple places over a period of time. And then just add the fantasy elements of, oh, also you skipped forward 30 years compared to everyone else you knew. Anyone would go home for tacos. Like, as someone who's lived in the same city my entire life, I really have no idea what that process is. Oh, look what that would feel like. Like, if I ever left Sydney, would a new place that I moved to ever feel like home? If I moved somewhere else and spent like 20 years there, if I came back to Sydney, would it feel like home again? Or would it not? I have no idea. And that experience is going to be different for so many people. And I'm talking about it from like a super white perspective, which obviously doesn't include the stuff like, you know, the culture being taken away from them in some like in different ways and capacities that you people of Yasalani would have had growing up in Alexandria. I don't get how many hated floors you get if I have to live in the season of depression dome that kills you. I would also want to leave. The tacos here never disappoint. So, what have you been up to lately? I have so many things to list. Do you want to hear about the tradecraft role quest that I've been doing? Do you want to hear about the combat role quest I've been doing? Or do you want to hear about the raids I've been doing? Or do you want to hear about the Aether quests I've been doing? What do you want to know? What do you want to know? Because I've got a lot to cover. I've been making a name for myself at the Arcadion. That sounds like the most ridiculous one. You can get 2 separate society options here, one of which was added with this patch. Oh my god. So they actually add society options back to like old dialogue. Wow, that's awesome. Want to hear about the alpaca that spontaneously appeared in my backpack? Isn't that, no, didn't she give us, isn't the alpaca literally a gift from her? Isn't the alpaca literally a gift from her? That's why we got it for beating Dawntrail. Fight in the arena in Alexandria? By facing off against tough opponents, how do I honed your skills even further? I ask myself, I've been kept busy with duties back at the palace. But whenever I find the moment, I like to walk the streets and talk to the people. That way, I can better understand the problems they have, and share them with Corner to figure out solutions. I was on such work just now, and as I mentioned, I was hoping to find you. Corner and I have something we want to discuss with you. As Dawn servants, do you have time to come to the palace? We got to eat our tacos! Our tray's actually empty. We actually got to eat them. Let's go. Great. I'll go on ahead. Please come and join us once you've finished here. Our taco trays are actually empty. We actually finally got to eat the tacos. Let's go. Let us be fucking going. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, music. I don't mean retroactively, I just found it weird that you can mention, yeah, I've been waiting to do MSQ instead went to do a 7.1 society quest. No, but, yeah, but the society would have been added after the MSQ, though. So it is retroactive. Because the societies were the society quest, I imagine, or was the society added in 7.1? Like 1.0. Was the society added in 7.10? So I thought they usually waited for like X1s or .X5s for societies. That's why I was confused. Oh, it was 7.10. Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, I guess if you booted up the game on patch day and decided to start with society so you could get in on your dailies, and then did MSQ later, then it's like, hey! Two of them added while I was still playing, so I think one was well, it was, no, if one of them was 0.05, then we would have done it, or then I would have it already. If one of them was 0.05, I would have unlocked it, because we're doing everything in patch order. Seems Corner's gone somewhere. Sorry. But she's a manifest. It is always an honor. Balcona stepped away to attend to a pressing matter, but I should join you with him before long. Dawn Trail music. It goes off. Alright, well, Scions are here. Notably, only 4 of them. One of them being one of the actual Dawn Trail characters that we're focusing on, so... I like how I say only 4 of them as if that's not half of the Scions in... For fuck's sakes. Definitely optimal to societies first because the servers come for a daily reset. An extra day and can max them out earlier. Oh, clever. Fancy. Oh, you're out here, too. Balcona summoned us. Though the truth be told, Alfredo and I haven't seen him quite regularly of late. He asked us to share our knowledge of Harnish culture, you see, in hopes of furthering strengthening your alliance. We were, of course, only happy to oblige him. Thank God it's only 4 Scions, and it's still half of the Scions in Dawn Trail. Kral and I likewise were summoned. And I were likewise summoned. Otherwise, we've been carrying on with our work, compiling information on the Golden City. My grandfather embarked on his investigation 20 years ago. With our report, we shall finish what he started. Lest you wonder, Vanguard and Riage have left to resume their tour of Taral. They're still on their honeymoon. Shola, meanwhile, is back to researching Crossroads travel. She was here just a few days ago to get Kona's permission to investigate living memory. Yeah, that makes sense for her. Again, almost like it was a bit confusing that she didn't come with us to living memory, or come with us to explore Alexandria while we were there. But also, apparently, her VA was pregnant. That may have had part of the that may be part of the reasoning why. By the way, she mentioned wanting to take a look at the key in your keeping at some point. Yeah, we still don't really know what that does outside of something to do with cross-dimensional travel. If look, she hadn't her eyes as any indication. I suggest you brace yourself when she comes calling. You'll like to be stuck with her for a while. Are you Alice, are you implying that in terms of like a research thing? Or are you saying that in terms of like she's your partner and she hasn't seen you for a while, she's going to lock you in the bedroom for a couple of days? Which way do you mean this, Alice? Well, which way do you think Y'shtola meant it? As for Sinian, we know neither where he is nor what he is doing. Some things never change. Sinian is off somewhere, waiting until he can Batman again in the MSQ. My apologies for the delay. Green Graha! Think nothing of it. We took advantage of the time to catch up. So, what can we do for you? Hopefully present company is enough for whatever it is you need. Enough of you that I can run a trial if need be. But I will just need you for support for a dungeon. The matter for which I have summoned you here pertains to Alexandria. A state funeral will soon be held in Solution 9 to mourn the passing of Queen Sveen. King Galuja and his administration have invited us to attend. So, did we tell them that we killed Sveen? I imagine we told them we shut down living memory. It's gonna be hard to not say that. But did we mention specifically that we killed Sveen? Or is it just like Sveen died in the process of us trying to stop her from, like, sucking up souls, and she died in the process? Because, like, in the Arcadian stuff that we were talking about, it did sound like they were, like, they knew us as the person who slew Zorolja, but people are happy about that, because, you know, Zorolja also went on a massacre of Solution 9, so, like, you stopped the person who was trying to, you stopped our king who was trying to kill us, yay. But, do they know, like, how much of a hand we had in Sveen dying? Also, the idea of a state funeral, obviously, yeah, there's going to be a state funeral, because it is the queen. But also, do Alexandrians know what a funeral is? Their society is kind of predicated on them on funerals not existing. So I imagine emotionally this is also going to be very awkward for the people there actually attending. While certain issues remain unresolved between our nations, such as the treatment of Yaselani, I see no reason not to attend. For generations, Alexandrians live without even the awareness of death. I wouldn't have expected them to have funeral rites still. Finally, the moments of oblivion unearthed records of ceremonies that were conducted in the Alexandria of old. It was they who put forth the proposal that the queen be thus honored. Leave it to that lot to think of such things. The people of Alexandria no longer forgot their departed. They're being confronted with the idea of death for the first time. I suspect their friends wanted to do something for them. So, do the people of Alexandria now remember everyone? Who, like, did they get all of their prior memories restored? Or is it just if people die from this point forward? Because I assume it's only from this point forward. Just because in Arcadion, Yana mentions how we still remember one of our parents because they didn't wear a regulator. Whereas if everything got flushed back, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, I think it's only now going forward. Yeah. Though Josephine was but a simulacrum, she was nonetheless a pillar for her people. The pain of her passing must run deep. Might need to go through the cloud of memory data. Indeed. A funeral will give Alexandrians the chance to come together to express their grief, that they might overcome it. I wasn't sure at first, but I've decided to go. Not only to be there for Kalusha, but to put this chapter behind us. That I requested your presence was none other than to see if you wish to attend the funeral. You knew Sven as well, after all. This is like bringing up, so I'm just, it's like, it's bringing up ideas that are like, we've discussed in Discord, but also I've seen people discuss online. Just a lot of, I've seen a lot of people write off living memory in terms of like the emotional impact that it has on them by just being like, why should we care about living memory? The people of living memory weren't real. They were simulacrums. They didn't exist. Why should we care? And just, in universe, I don't think that's the whole reality to it. Again, I think of Graha's speech in Ultima Thule, where Graha literally had an entire speech of just what defines us as us, and coming to the conclusion that you can't just confirm what you are based on any part of your existence. Because you can't rely on your body, that changes. You can't rely on your memory, especially the Alexandrians. And you can't rely on your soul because reincarnation and sundering exists. So what, at the end of the day, what do you do to confirm that you are still you? And Graha's ultimate conclusion was, by asserting that you are who you are, not much else you can do. They're not quite dead because they have new experiences. That's kind of my thing. They're not the same person. They're not the same person who was left behind. I feel Otis and Sven herself confirm that. Like, the Otis that we knew in the Fallout robot body is a different Otis to the Otis that we met in Living Memory, who is a stage performer to honor the memories of Sven and old Alexandria. They are different, but they are both still Otis. And, like, I feel like it's one of those things where people compare the video game worlds and the fact that, like, the rules of nature and, like, literally the laws of physics are different in this world to our world. And draw correlations to our worlds way too directly to assume it in-game. Like, I know we joked about it going through living memory, but I have legitimately seen people say, how should living memory have any effect on me? Why would a bunch of chat GPT bots being turned off have any effect on me? And that's like legitimately their interpretation of it. They don't seem to be making a joke. They seem to assume that the living memory inhabitants are the exact, like, are effectively completely identical to a chat GPT chatbot. And I'm just like, the laws of physics work differently in this universe. It is a fantasy world. Like, the soul exists as a physical manifestation. Memory is something that can be drawn out of a soul's body, like out of a soul and stored in a computer. Like, it's clearly different. And I feel like that should ask you to interpret how things work in this world differently. But what I know, and again, I don't think the game is strictly trying to say yes or no. I think the game is leaving it up to interpretation. I think the game is asking you to think about what it is. I've also seen it compared to genocide, destroying the only remaining records of people, like burning down the Library of Alexandria. Again, I think that's part of the tragedy of turning off living memory. That the only way to turn it off is to completely turn it off. I think that's part of the tragedy of it, which is why, which is another aspect of why I compare turning off living memory to Vanar's Sundering of the Star. In Vanar's Sundering of the Star, something that got lost with that, at least in time, was the awareness and existence of the unsundered star. Part of the tragedy of it was that people forgot it. It's why Emmett's final words to us in his first of many deaths is, remember us, remember that we once lived. If we don't get to exist anymore, then at very least, make sure the memory of us continues on and remains. And that's something that we haven't had the chance to do yet with living memory. And that is part of the tragedy behind it as well. Even if you just view it as that, even if you don't view them like the residents of living memory as alive, it's still a tragedy that the only way to stop, the only way to bring, like, to end their false utopia that's destroying everything is to erase their memories of everything that came beforehand. It is still tragic in that regard. And I absolutely see that as valid. Genocide? No. It's not genocide. It very distinctly is not that. Genocide is a term that has a very specific definition to it. And it's not that. And it's not that. The people of Alexandria absolutely still exist. I mean, again, part of the definition of genocide is erasing of culture and everything like that. But that's something that Alexandria did to itself. That is something that Alexandria did to itself. That's not what genocide is. Like, erasing a people's culture and identity slowly over time to erase the knowledge of their existence is absolutely a key fundamental part of genocide. And assimilating those parts into your culture to then claim that as part of your culture. And all of that is shown that Alexandria is doing that to the people of Yosselani. But Alexandria is doing it to themselves. So it doesn't quite equate there. But what I know is that in terms of just like the perspectives that we've had across the game and just the perspective of the characters, Minifist herself definitely is on the side of, I can't confirm for certain whether the people of living memory were truly alive. But I've seen enough shit in my time, and I don't have the knowledge of their experience for me to claim and to try for me to claim that they weren't. I may not know for certain, but they claimed that they had a form of existence there, and that they still got to continue on, and that they still were, you know, life. And I accept that. That's what they told me it was, and I accept that. Because I've seen enough shit in my life to know that's possible. And that's very much how Manifest views it. And in terms of the answer to this question, the I think I should go to is the if the ultimate guy thoughts count, living memory guy should count too. That's kind of like where I/Manifest would very much be coming from it. It's really hard to get to the end of the society quest without accepting that the inhabitants of Ultima Thule are a new form of life. A new form of life that carry with them the memories and the legacies and the burdens of the extinct society, the extinct worlds that they come from. But they are a new form of life that now exist out there. And I think it's very hard to get to the end of the Ultima Thule questline without the society quest there without thinking that. So Manifest would be thinking it might be a little inappropriate because she, you know, was responsible for killing Sphene, but ultimately Manifest would say, I think I should go. Remember us, remember that we once lived. Hard to do that if you're not even willing to go to the funeral. Overall did not think she should have been there, not because she didn't think Sphene was alive, but because she did murder her dead. Again, there's definitely a part of Manifest that is considering that. There's definitely a part of Manifest that is just like, I was the one who killed her, maybe I shouldn't be at her funeral. But the part that is overtaking even more is the positive aspects of the hopes that Sphene had, the positive aspects that Sphene had on her people, is something that is worth remembering and is worth acknowledging. And to do that, I need to be there. I love this hat. I love how it just has the one eye popping out between the little gap there. It works so well for cutscenes. I have my own Zero hat where they always block Zero's face to have the hat covering one of her eyes, and they like deliberately frame it like that. And instead of just stealing her hat to do the same bit like I did in Endwalker, pardon me, I can now do it with my own hat because there's a little bit of it that's been eaten by moths or something. Because you consider yourself responsible for her demise, I take it. But that's not a burden you bear alone. Well, that's not the only reason I think I should be there. Here's my idea. As Val, I'll attend the funeral as a representative of Toriela. Meanwhile, you can go in a personal capacity and watch over the people as they mourn. I feel the rest of us should go too. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that we deprived Alexandria of a beloved ruler. It's only right that we remember who Sphene was, to her people and to others. So let us stand with you. Then it's decided. Attend to Solution 9 and look for Gulusha in the back room. In the discussing of Sphene in moments like this, it's one of those things where it really like hammers in for me my Crossroads. When was the last time we had a patch that was a single word, by the way? When was the last time a patch was a single word title? Really hammers in my thoughts of how goddamn Sphene really is, in so many ways, a much better Don Emmett Silk. Though I would ideally attend the funeral, given the circumstances. I think I best that Alamachi represents us. Besides, I need to be on hand to oversee the city's repairs, which is taking longer than expected. When that work is complete, we'll finally look into installing your thrones. Yeah, but our father's throne here still. It makes me feel he is close by. I'm happy for it to remain for quite a while, even if it does have a giant cut through it because of a certain arsehole. We're going to sit next to each other to have a tiny plastic chair next to it. They would both fit on that. Their dad was huge. Their dad was fucking big McLarge. They could both fit on that easily. They got space. They got the space. Yeah, it's one of those things where by the end of Shadowbringers, I didn't have much like sympathy for Emmett Silk specifically himself. Emmett Silk was way too supremacist, was way too like, you know, completely lacking any form of self-awareness of like the reality of what he was trying to do and anything like that. I had very little like sympathy, empathy, and everything like that for Emmett Silk specifically. But by the end of Shadowbringers, I had a lot for the Unsundered people. I had a lot for the Unsundered people. And again, it's like I'm willing to like the remember that we once lived. I'm willing to do that for Emmett Silk. Not for Emmett Silk specifically, but for his people and stuff like that. And I know there's elements of Emmett Silk where it's meant to be, some of that is an act that he puts on because he doesn't want to himself acknowledge the reality behind it. I know those elements exist, but I think they play up the I'm a supremacist and I don't consider you even alive. They play that up way too much in Shadowbringers. Like, so much of it, like, if all of that is meant to be an act, if all of him thinking that his people are better than you is meant to be an act, which I don't think it's entirely an act. I think he does think his people are better than the Sundered. I think that's true. In terms of thinking the Sundered aren't alive, I think he's putting on an act for that because he doesn't want to acknowledge the horrors that he's committing in service of his own people. I think that's the case there. But I think they lean way too much into just, I am evil and I am better than you and all of my people are better than you. And like, so much of his dialogue, even like right at the end, is so focused on we deserve to be alive because we're better than you that it's really hard for me to feel sorry for him specifically, because I'm just like, you're actually just an asshole. It's just you have people that you're caring about that aren't that. And Sphene is just so much better done, because Sphene is like trying to reckon with the horrors that she'll have to commit for it. Sphene is like trying to think if it's possible to avoid that and straight up asking us, like Emmett goes through and says, I'm here to cooperate, I'm here to work with you. But he's completely uncompromising the entire time. He's like, fighting you, like, other people fought you in the past and you killed La Habrea, where I want to see if working with you will actually change things. Maybe that'll go a little better. But then the entire time throughout fucking Shadowbringers, he's still just, I'm right, and by compromise I mean you join my side. I'm not going to budge on to your opinion in any capacity whatsoever. You should just join my side because you should see how correct I am. Think about how much you'll be raised up with all this, the rejoinings that we're going to do. Whereas, at least for Sphene, like, at least she has the guts to admit, if bloodshed will save my people, then I will become history's most brutal queen. At least she has the guts to fucking admit that, yes, I am willing to commit horrors if it means my people are alive. I don't want to do this. I wish there was another way of doing this. And I wish maybe we had met in a time where it was a bit earlier to see if there was more opportunity to do that. But I'm absolutely willing to side with a tyrant if it helps me achieve those goals. And when he's disposed, I'm totally willing to continue acting out those if it's for my people. At least she has the fucking guts to admit it. Get into the back room. But yeah, I just personally overall, I just consider I consider Sphene to just like have a lot of the ideas that Emmett Silk has, but just like written way better. Let's not talk about my long history with how Ishikawa writes her villains at all. Let's not get into the concept of how Ishikawa goes way too fucking hard on writing her villains to be so incredibly ludicrously evil, and then turns around and says feel sympathy for them and doesn't justify that anywhere near enough. Let's not acknowledge that that is the problem with the Dark Knight questline and Emmett Silk and Armon, and that literally the only time that Ishikawa has gotten that balance right was Medion, which at least, thank God, she got the balance right with Medion, but also wrote Medion as a character who is influenced by the feelings of everything around her, so it's not even entirely Medion's fault that she is the way that she is, and that is a big part of the reason why the balance works for Medion. Let's not at all, let's as a community just refuse to acknowledge that there is a notable weakness, like, as good as Ishikawa is as a writer, that she has a notable weakness of over-exaggerating the evilness of her villains that she then wants you to feel sympathy for. Let's, as a community, just never acknowledge that and just say that she's a perfect writer and that everything was perfect and that Dawn Trail is bad because it wasn't Ishikawa. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan. Glad to see the invitation reach you. As you may have heard, we're able to find data on forgotten funeral customs amidst our records. Appears to have been preserved by those who rue the loss of culture due to proliferation of regulators. It's really nice when the game confirms that I'm not reading too much into shit. It's really nice when the game just outright confirms what I've been saying. It's really nice that I've been saying that the part of the job of regulators is to erase any traumas that they have associated with the past, and inevitably, invariably, by the results of doing that, they are erasing their culture, which is why so much of Solution 9 feels like it has a lack of culture to it. And hey! Them specifically mentioning it here, that there are people who are worried about Alexandria losing its own culture because they use regulators. I love all the details that continue to show Alexandria lost as much of itself in the making of Everkeep. And again, that is also accurate for like the type of extractionist, cultural, like Eurasian colonialism that Alexandria represents. It's a very specific thing that you can see people discuss about in terms of like white supremacy in our world. When it comes to whiteness, what is the culture of whiteness? It doesn't have one. The only culture that exists behind whiteness specifically as an identity is stuff that maintains white supremacy. Because it can't afford to have its own culture. But whiteness is the absence of culture. Exactly, yeah. And again, this is not like me coming up with any of this. Like, there are like, read books. I can think of books that are like related to the topic of like the use of whiteness in current society, but like in terms of like whiteness as an identity, as a cultural concept, is a lack of culture and only white supremacy, only about maintaining white supremacy. I can't think of any books off the top of my head that are like specifically about that, but like people have written books on this and they're much better explaining it than I am. Read stuff like that. But again, it's one of the aspects of Alexandria that I quite appreciate that they've gotten that across. The specific nature of how Alexandria's colonialism presents also robs Alexandrians of that as well. Again, it's one of those things where it comes to like all of the fucked up ideologies that revolve around like improving things for a certain group of people by like ruining things for other people. Any like, you know, any like the imperialism and like imperialism and colonialism, like obvious things like that. But like in terms of those like bigotries, in terms of like, you know, white supremacy or patriarchy or anything like that, or cis heteronormativity and stuff like that, all of those have their victims in terms of like, you know, the people that they do that for. But as Alexandria is also pointing out, with the, you know, erasing of the culture of the people of Alexandria, and also just, you know, the leopards ended up eating the faces of Alexandria as well when, with Zoraja turning on his people. It also robs the people that it benefits of. Obviously, not in the same way and not to the same extent, but it's like you think about something like patriarchy, and it's like patriarchy doesn't just like, it negatively affects women a lot, obviously, but like, men suffer consequences because of patriarchy as well. It's the same with like cis heteronormativity. Queer people of all kinds are obviously impacted by that, but like, so are cis het people. Like, cis het people are also negatively affected by the structure and rigidness that is required to maintain that as a system. And that is what's happening with Alexandria here as well. It is in Alexandria less deliberate than it is in our world, but again, fantasy elements weaving into it, so like that. Lala clerks and living memories stand on step stools. I did not notice that. Ah, you came for the funeral. Of course. I'm the only one who will officially take part, though. The others will watch over the proceedings. I'm EP. I'm sorry, daylight savings kicked in, and I did start this week at my normal time of 9 AM instead of 8 AM. I only started at 8 AM last week because I knew it was several days in a row that was really long. So I didn't want to go until like 11 o'clock my time and start the next day. 8 o'clock is a very early start, though, for me. It is not easy to start at 8 AM, and I did it for 3 days last week, so now I'm starting at 9. So, how have you been? It's been a while since my last visit. I'm good. Shelley's always teaching me new things. Recently, I've learned about Everkeep systems and the mechanical soldiers. It's knowledge I'll need to use my authority properly. Studious as always, I see. By way of a treat, I've brought you gâteau à chocolat. It's a kind of cake. I think you'll like it. Thank you, Lamachi, and thank you for coming. I've never been to a funeral before, so I feel less nervous having you here. Out of curiosity, what's the custom in Alexandria? In our world, it's common to offer flowers to the departed, a trend I may have accidentally started back in Elpis. Something that I may have been responsible for back in Elpis. With a quest that implies that. It's much the same here, according to the records. Flowers will be distributed to all attendees. Considering that all the worlds used to be one, the practice of offering flowers may well share the same ancient origin. Fascinating, wouldn't you say? Manifest just being like, I know why I was there when it started, but yeah. 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 Yeah, there might be a reason for that, huh? Anyway. It's a relief to see that Galusha's doing well. He's been through too much for one so young. Alice, say, you're like a 20-year-old who saved the world at this point. Like, multiple times. Like, I know it's different, but like... They look like squatty potties here? Oh my god. From a group that plotted to undermine a tyrant king to the shadows that, from the shadows to one that eats a fellow citizens in the open. I believe it's come a long way. Oh, by the way, I'm refusing to accept that the twins are still teenagers. By the time at Dawn Trail, I'm refusing to accept that the twins are still teenagers. No, they're not. No, they're not. I refuse. I refuse. For the people to take it on themselves to organize and hold the funeral. It speaks to their enduring love for Spain. I also refuse that the Arcadian fighters are fucking teenagers as well, though. Why do we propose the funeral? The royal admission took on the brunt of the planning. One of their number can better explain what the ceremony will entail. Although I've been in the back room before, there was no time to see the sights. I should like to take a closer look at the equipment. Should we bring Sid here? Should we bring Sid to Solution 9 and just see his mind explode? Being just like, what the fuck? The 25 and 11 the hell is a growth spurs. I recommend talking to the same dialogue between embassies between plot dialogue. By the way, add more flavor dialogue way more frequently. Isn't that what I already do? Isn't that what I already do? Or do you mean like? Because I feel like I do that every single time I get the chance to. Papa always said he didn't want a somber funeral, so he celebrated his life together with that victory. I'm sure he would have loved it. I like to think he was watching us from the world beyond, filling his cup every time we filled our own. Haven't they said that Wookamart's also a teenager? I can buy Wookamart being young, but like Wookamart is 20 at absolute youngest. And also she talks about how like they're filling their cups and everything like that. I still don't know the legal age for drinking across different parts of Eorzea and the Star in general. Alexandria mourns. Galusha wishes to go and collect his flower for the funeral. The flowers are being handed out at Praxis Park. I'm thinking of heading over there now. We'll join you. There's a man I'd like to speak with. Gossan. He was apparently Sven's aide, and the one who sent us the invitation. Come on, let's go. I don't acknowledge any canon ages ever. Looks like 18 or 19. Again, I would say 20 at youngest makes sense for her. I'd say 20 at youngest makes sense for her. I can see her being early 20s. Like I would say Wookamart being 25 would be too old. But I can definitely like early 20s. Like is where I ballpark it, not teenage. Wow, we proposed the funeral. The royal administration took on the brunt of the that was it. Little nightclub. See, they have TVs everywhere that just play Arcadian stuff. Do people actually have like home subscriptions for TV services here? Or do people just like always like go to the local clubs and bars to like watch the Arcadian? Because that's like how they do it. Like that's like Australia. There's some football that will be on there's some football that will like be on free-to-air TV, but a lot of football you have to like pay money for to like actually watch it. So a lot of people will just like go to the pub because they'll play it down there on the TVs. Hey, I wonder who that is. Hey, what's up? I gotta give the bird a pat. I gotta give the bird a pat while I'm here. Stop, Sacred, stop moving. I may no longer reside here, but this is still my home. Aww. Aww. Right, you're right. Right, you're Alexandrian Syriac, yes. You just now live in Tilial. Also feels fitting to be here. As if he's in the apartments of our corporate, they probably have subscriptions and stuff. I am at least partially to blame for her demise. I did summon you. I did summon you in with the Asm Crystal. I did summon you in with the Asm Crystal. This is true. This is canonical. I did summon you in with that. Averill! How much cunt's on display over here? I'm being inconspicuous. You look like you're about to take part in like a cyber noir story. Just here to keep an eye on things. You look like a noir sub-story in Cyberpunk 2077. Wilcomart's attendance will surely help strengthen relations between the two nations. I get the strong impression that both Lil and Alexandria wish to put this tragic past behind them. It makes sense that Sphene had loyal aides such as Ghassan, given how much time she dedicated to walking among her people. I don't know who this cat girl is. While it appears souls are still being issued, supply must be limited now that they're no longer being harvested. The grim faces in the queue tell the tale. So, okay, so soul usage for regulators is inevitably going to come to cessation soon. Because now the math problem is actually existing. Now the issue of mathematics is actually showing its face. Judging on the activity, I presume the funeral will be held here. Here he is, Ghassan. All correspondence is being handled by the Wing of Perfection. This is my first time speaking with Ghassan. Ghassan! Memory separation was required for soul creation and we shut down living memory? Yeah. Well, when they were talking about harvesting new souls, like, a lot of the souls that they were harvesting were from the attack on Tilia Lol. Like, I'm going to guess that reserves were getting low-ish at the start of them invading Tilia Lol then. I mean, this might be a Pokemon Sword and Shield issue. I don't, like, we don't have exact specifics, so it's hard to know. This might be a Sword and Shield issue of the main villain just going, there's going to be an energy crisis in 1,000 years. So I have decided to start the apocalypse now to avoid it. Instead of waiting even a single day longer to actually talk to someone about it. It could be that. My hair is terrible today. But like, we're not exactly sure how long things could last without getting any more. Zoraja was stockpiling them a lot too, and all of those just went off away. Yeah, that is also true. The invasion of Tilia Lol would have been getting some stuff. And then it's like, because like, there's soul cells that they're using here. Soul energy is also what they're using to power living memory. After Zoro, and like, they were clearly needing more, or wanting to stockpile more at the very least. Which could also mean that they have a shitload, but you know, colonialism. They could have had a shitload, and they still wanted more out of Tilia Lol, and it just aligned with Zorolja's plans. But I imagine after Zorolja absorbed who the fuck knows how many for his boss fight. I mean, that one room that we saw, ballpark it at what? 10-15% of the lights were still on out of what we saw. Yeah, who knows like how long this will last at this stage. That may have been part of like what pushed Sphene to start doing this stuff immediately in terms of the like immediately going into living memory and just like immediately trying to do the transdimensional fusion at that exact moment. Because it's just like, well, the plan was invasion and having that would work. It's not working, and there's no other way of us dealing with this. So now I need to do this because, well, the plan was it was going to last for a little bit longer, and then Zoralja kind of made it last not that. Sword and Shield was not amazing. It's so funny because, like, so many gamers shit on Sword and Shield for, like, the exact wrong reasons. People always people were shitting on Sword and Shields because, oh, Dex Cut. Which, like, yeah, it's not fun that Dex Cut happens, but, like, it was an inevitability. Like, it's not sustainable to continue having the non-Dex Cut without Dex Cut happening. I'm honestly more so shocked that it took as long as it did for it to happen, which honestly the fact that it took so long may have been what led some people to like expect it to last forever. But also people were just like, oh my god, look at the trees, look at the puddles. Oh my god, the graphics are so bad. Ugh. And like, people shit on Sword and Shield for all the wrong reasons, and it's just like, shit on Sword and Shields because all of the towns are incredibly boring and the story is like terrible with like no interesting characters. Like, if you're gonna shit on Sword and Shield, at least get your arguments right. It's terrible because the story and locations are boring as shit. Had great potential for focusing on Pokemon battling as an arena sport, but god, the whole Rose plot was so nothing burger. I think it's like the Rose plot is nothing burger. Hop is like the least interesting rival that has ever existed, because they just do not give Hop enough interesting stuff to do. The town, like nearly every town is just a single street with like some shops and that's it. And the Stadium Sport Arena feel like, outside of the absolutely fucking amazing gym fight music that they use, it does feel like the entire spectacle of the arena sport of the gym battles in that is wasted, because it's just like outside of like Dynamax, it doesn't feel built up to be anywhere near as big or cool as a thing. Like, it's just, it doesn't feel like it does much. Like, again, outside of the banging music, it doesn't feel like it does much with the arena sport concept. I can't beat as more of a rival than Hop. That is like still pretty damning though. It's still pretty damning that Beat's more of a rival than Hop though. Yeah, Team Yell is just, yeah, Team Yell is funny, but like, Team Yell's nowhere near as good as Team Skull was. Having the villain team just be cheering on one of your many rivals is like funny, but also Team Skull was just like a similar idea, but way better, because Team Skull were fucking awesome. And it sucks because, like, as a generation of Pokemon, in terms of the actual Pokemon themselves, I love Sword and Shield. I love Gen 8 for, like, a lot of the Pokemon it introduces. It's not my favorite, but there's a lot of Pokemon that were introduced in Sword and Shield and the whole generation that I really like. And it's just a shame that Sword and Shield just like, it's the most sourceless Pokemon, like, main series game that has existed. This is the most sourceless thing ever. Yeah, like, even Aether Foundation, like, Aether Foundation, and it's like, oh, the villain team, and like is separate to like the big, like the big villain team, and everything is cool in that, and then it's just like, and then Rose is just like the worst possible version of that. It's why I was like so excited to play Pokemon Scarlet, and why I like streamed it when it came out. Because the thing that's people started being like, oh, Scarlet Violet is like actually like hitting it, and I'm like, what, really? And then I played it, and it's just like, then Pokemon Scarlet became my favorite story of any Pokemon game. I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. I still have issues with Scarlet and Violet, obviously, but none of them are performance. Fuck you, fighting the Pokemon champion standing on a picnic table. You'll never beat that. That game is butchered to hell for the best reasons possible. Anyways, Final Fantasy XIV. Why, you're the Queen's murderer. I'm Val Wickramat of Duty Love. Thank you for extending us an invitation to Queen Sphene's funeral. We are honored, truly. I'd seen you before from a distance, but never had the pleasure. I am Gosan, former chief aide to the Queen. Since her passing, I have been responsible for administering affairs of state. Can we get the flowers here? Oh. Yes, Your Majesty. The flowers are being handed out at the concierge, alongside the regulators. What? We need to wear regulators for the funeral? Rest assured they are not a requirement. We're aware your people do not use them. Bids! We're about to attend a funeral, so shit's pretty exciting right now. Remember the woman who was like running evil Disneyland? Remember the woman who was running evil Disneyland? Yeah, we killed her at the end of that. This is the next story bit that we're doing. We're about to attend her funeral. It's a funeral in a video game. I'm sure there'll be no violence. You see, people in Alexandria of old wore tokens of mourning upon their persons when attending funerals. As such tokens were black, it was suggested that we might wear regulators painted the same color. We're yet to produce enough for everyone, but we're distributing them as we are able. I see. People normally wear black clothes to a funeral, but we haven't invented the concept of black clothes yet, so we're wearing black regulators instead. Yeah, regulator, no. The important thing is that we remember Queen's fee. Remember her and her kindness as you make an offering of your flower. I will. The proceedings will soon begin in this plaza. Please take your place and see your flower. They can put this many people into a cutscene. Holy shit. Holy shit, they can actually put that many people into a cutscene. Actually make it look like a lot of people actually showed up. I'm sure there's some rendering cheat there. This is the next bit of main story after Disneyland here. We killed her, we shut down Disneyland, this is the very next bit of story. There was just several streams of side content for it. Oh, look at this picture. That was a wall vision that may or may not have happened. She probably just loved posing like this a lot. I think she just liked posing like this a lot.
Although we are gathered here for the same reason, we hail from different lands. Some were born and raised in the Alexandria of old, while others came to us from Tuliolal.
Gotta make sure you pronounce it as wide as possible.
It was from this union of diverse peoples that a new Alexandria was born. The only home that our younger generation knows. How did we overcome the barriers between us? What moved us to join hands in common purpose beneath crackling skies? You know the answer. We survived. We thrived because Queen Sphene brought us together. Inspired and encouraged by her boundless kindness, we strove to be better. For ourselves as well as those around us. And in Her Majesty's absence, there is a sadness beyond words. Yet we will remember her. Remember all the good that she has done for us. So let us pray, as the people of the Old Kingdom once did, for the peaceful repose of the departed. And let us keep our beloved Queen forever in our hearts, that her memory might guide us unto the morrow.
How naturally wanting to do that comes to them, the moment that they're able to remember someone who's died. These are people whose whole existence...
Would that I could find solace in my own words.
The whole point of these peoples is that they don't remember the departed, so they don't remember the pain of it. But the moment that they can remember the first person who passes, which is their queen, their immediate focus is on remembering her and letting that memory be what guides them. Surely wanting to do that, like, has to have ramifications for how do they do that for, you know, everyone else in their society.
Was Queen Sphene taken to the cloud?
She must have been. To still remember her is strange, isn't it, darling?
I miss her. She would always cheer me up when I was down. But even though I remember her, I'll never see her again. That doesn't make sense.
Oh, Alexandria is so fucked. This place is so fucked.
It seems that's what it means to die, I'm afraid.
And now the concept of death is being introduced.
But what will happen to us? Are we just going to be sad forever?
What will happen indeed? Everything that we have, we owe to Queen Sphene. How are we to go on without her?
I still remember Her Majesty so clearly. If only I didn't, I might feel better about the future.
No, some of them
our
want to
realm.
go back to forgetting. No! No!
Perhaps we should also consider moving to Tuliolo. The journey won't be easy, but it'd be better than staying here in uncertainty.
In times like these, I take comfort in the beliefs of a Turali people called the Yokui. To them, death isn't the end. So long as we're remembered, we never truly die. It could be the same for Queen Sphene, you know? If you keep her alive in your hearts, she'll always be with you.
But we still won't be able to see her, right? I don't want to think about that. I wish I could just forget instead of having to feel like this.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to impose. Please, mourn your queen however you see fit. As expected, they struggle to come to terms with their loss. I hope they can find a way to move forward.
It's not only grief that weighs on them, but worry for the future. Bereft of their queen, how will they proceed?
True. But with that at least, we're not powerless to help. What is it, Guloja?
I was wondering, Is it better to remember or forget someone when they're dead? I remember my father, and every time I think of him, it hurts. It's the same with Queen Sphene. Knowing that she's gone makes me feel sad. But it's different with my mother. I never knew her, so I don't feel as bad. I want to remember my father, but maybe I'd be better off forgetting him.
Gloria.
Why don't we continue this somewhere else?
Alexandria is so fucked. How the fuck do we help? How the fuck do we help? Oh yeah, the comparisons to Endwalker are absolutely happening here. Guess what? I have this funny feeling the patches may be Wuklamar to Endwalker specifically. We are now being immediately confronted with Endwalker similarities. Oh, fuck. Yeah, so... Beard, to catch... You might have gotten some of it there, but to catch you up on, like, the specifics of what's happening. The little things you see they're wearing on their head. When people die... Like, it's not that people don't die here. If people die of, like, an accident, they're brought back to life with souls. But if someone dies of, like, illness or age, they do die. It's just... Everyone wearing those things... When someone dies, the thing on their head, it's called a regulator. It erases their memories of that person's entire existence. So when someone dies, they no longer remember the person at all in any capacity. And when that happens, they're just like, oh, it must have been that person was taken to the cloud, which you saw what the cloud was. That was Disneyland. Disneyland is what was maintaining that memory erasure process, and also having the memories of the dead live on in a simulated format in Disneyland. That's now shut down, and the first person that they can all remember dying, well, was first the king who tried to kill them all, and then secondly, their queen who loved and cared for them all. People die, we're good. We will have it back. A world free of sorrow. Elon Musk was the queen of Alexandria. Elon Musk was closer to the king. The king of Alexandria was closer to being Elon Musk. Though they do seem to have Teslas here, which is a little concerning, but... We can't accept it! We won't accept it! So, again, very immediately with that cutscene, hey, guess what? I think the patches maybe Wuklamar to Endwalker. Like, again, Living Memory is very explicitly Shadowbringers. Living Memory is very explicitly Shadowbringers. It is Wuklamar going down to Amarot and confronting him at Silk. It is very, very deliberately that. What we're dealing with immediately here is just like, so I feel like these patches are her Endwalker. Kind of Raja has to fuck with people like, what if someone who's played a big part, has gone and played a big part in their life? Yeah, we've had people like that. We've come across characters like that. Not in the main story, but in like side dialogue when talking to people. We've come across people like that. Actually, our little corn friend here. Our little corn friends here was literally a part of that. Yeah. Oh yeah, and actually, no mind, we did have someone here. Yeah, we had an example in Living Memory of a woman who forgot her fiancé after he died. And while she forgot him, she felt like she was missing someone and never wed for the rest of her life. Yeah. Corn Servant actually also showed some of that. Corn Servant's whole bit is to go around and like feed people corn because he's the god of corn or something. It's a silly, pardon me. It's a silly little thing. But when Corn Servant gets to this city, that's what we do. There's a woman who hates eating food. She doesn't, there's a woman who doesn't want to eat food. She's just like I know I need to eat food, but I always feel despondent when I eat food. I can't explain it. I don't know what it is about it, but it's just eating food just doesn't feel right. Corn Servant then feeds her, I think it's like tacos or something. It's some corn related food. And then when she eats it, she has a memory of there was someone in my life who used to make this food for me. I remember the food that they made for me, but I can't remember them. But I know they existed because I now remember this food was food that this person who I can't remember made for me. And so by having the tacos, she's able to like remember that there's a part of her that's missing. Memorial Paradox or something. That like fucking Alexandria as a whole. I feel like this is like the stuff that Alexandria makes me feel in the various ways it does. Our first visit to Alexandria was the horrors of colonialism. It was the horrors of seeing a people and just like every like NPC that we talk to, seeing some aspect of their culture being stripped away because of the colonialism of Alexandria and the horror that made me feel of like how fucked it was. And then we get inside Solution 9 in Alexandria and it's just like, and also just how the people of here, like how fucked it is for them. It's just like, oh. Final Fantasy XIV has written one of the most like fucked societies that I've seen, where none of it's outwardly, it's not fucked in terms of like, oh, the people there do horrible things or anything like that, but just like fucked in the sense of what this society and what this culture does to the people who exist within it. They're happy about it because they can't know anything else. Well, it feels like part of the point of what's going to happen across these patches is because of the events of the MSQ, that veil has finally shattered. And the immediate response is, fuck. And the immediate response is, wait, fuck, shit, can we put the veil back actually? I was actually really enjoying that veil. Simply leaving Alexandria won't solve all their problems, I fear. The problem runs deeper than that. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought that up. So it's like, even Galuja doesn't wear a regulator. Galuja doesn't wear a regulator. But even existing within this society has still made Galuja feel that way. What's up? Seeing that child reminded me of myself. Of how hard it was for me to accept that grandfather was gone. But that sadness is what gave me the strength to come this far. And I would never choose to forget it. Never. I mean, that's like literally what we're doing here. Like, again, in the sense of like, you know, guiding another person on their own Warrior of Light journey. And also seeing all of our characters, like, you know, having learned from this. We've learned these lessons. Like, we know what the best path forward is for Alexandria in terms of, like, should they choose to remember or should they choose to forget? We know the correct answer. We already know what the correct answer is. We've experienced the correct answer because of Endwalker. But it was tough for us to confront it too. We just, you know, we had to go through a lot of shit to be able to do that. And then we did. We managed to. Because of the support of the people around us. And the support of the people before us. And everything like that. And so, but now we have to, like, watch other people do it. Have I mentioned that I love Dawn Trail? I hope the ultimate can provide comfort to those who need it. Have I mentioned that I love Dawn Trail? Overall, it's just like, I feel like Dawn Trail is just so perfectly following up on Endwalker. Like, I like, Dawn Trail is the start of a new saga, of a new era of Final Fantasy XIV. But Dawn Trail very much confirms that it still is wanting to be Final Fantasy XIV while it's doing that. And just how much Dawn Trail is such a perfect follow-up to Endwalker by just committing to the idea of just, again, it's the Answers thing of like, looking to those who walked before. We did that all the way up to Endwalker, and now it's post-Endwalker, so we lead those who walk after. And the various other ways they also phrase that across Endwalker. And how, like, Endwalker, like, Dawn Trail has just been entirely about that. It's like, it really makes me wonder, where the fuck do you go from here? Where the fuck do we go from, like, where do we go from Dawn Trail? Because, like, oh, where do we go from Endwalker was a case of, we go anywhere. The whole point is now we're on a new journey, a new adventure. We don't have to worry about all that stuff. It's time to be an adventurer again. And that's what we did. But now I'm just like, by the time we hit the end of Dawn Trail, it feels like we're going to, like, finish up on the core theme of Final Fantasy XIV up to this point. And I mean, like, you can have the future expansions still just be us leading those who walk after. You had several expansions in a row of us looking to those who walked before. But, like, in what ways do we do that? Because surely we can't just have another expansion of leading another warrior of light. We've now done that. And done it very well. Hey, Gulusha, do you really know nothing at all about your mother? She only searched the system for information on residents, but the only Mamoja she found listed were my father and me. Even if she died and was erased from people's memories, she should have been there, but she wasn't. Well, that you're here means she was here too, inside the dome. There can't be any other way about it. Unless the sibling of a blessed... unless the blessed sibling... To be fair, Zorolja was the first person who was a child of a blessed sibling. What if that somehow made that Zorolja could, like, produce, like, what's the word when you can, like, have a kid without needing another person? I was about to say asymptomatically, and I'm just like, no, that's not what that fuck... No. Asexually? Asexual reproduction, yeah. Mitosis! Mitosis. Got a couple of different words. Also, another interesting aspect to it, memories are erased, but written information isn't. Yeah, it's still... Yeah, all the database is still there. Split himself in twain like an amoeba. Do you want to know your mother? I'm doing this to make him answer yes. We're doing the leading question thing again. Clone baby. It could be, to be fair, clone technology could exist here. Technology exists. We've had clones several times in this game. Maybe Alexandria found a way to clone. I don't know. We need to go to that planet that's covered in a shitload of water. And find the facility that's mass-producing Galuja babies to pilot the next generation of the robots that they have. I think so. Even if it makes me feel sad, I want to know her. So I want to try looking again. And if I don't find anything this time, I'll give up. So I had a monopoly on clones. It did. And yeah, to be fair, every single time clones came up again, it was someone specifically cribbing Allegon technology. I see. Well, if that's what you want. Then I'll help you. I'd help as well. And I believe I speak for the others too. But I can't bother you with this. You already came for the funeral. We came here not only for the funeral, but to see whether all was well in Alexandria. We're not about to leave just yet. I'm all responsible for so much. Besides, in seeking to learn about your mother, we're bound to learn about your father as well. By retracing the steps of this man who kept his own counsel, we may gain knowledge that can serve the people of Alexandria. me, except when I load into Frontlines and get Triumph again. God, I am so excited for 7.5 so Triumph isn't available every single day. God, I am so excited for Triumph to just be part of the normal rotation and not a 50-50 shot of it getting every day. Fucking hell. Alright. Thank you, everyone. Hiccups. And no record of remains of Galusha's mother. And then where do we begin our search? Once again, we're back to Dead Mum Trail. We are once again back on board with Dead Mum Trail. I understand all too well Galusha's society. For the longest time, I found my own father's actions inexplicable. Mom Trail! If this is what Galusha wants, then I'll help him however I can. After all, we're family. We might learn more about my father too. I hadn't thought of that. I can very much relate to his feelings. I pray Galusha finds what he seeks. In search of the past, Grahatia has an idea on how you may proceed with your investigation. Assuming neither memories nor records of Galusha's mother remain, we must cast as wide a net as possible. I suggest we split into groups. Manifest. If you can make inquiries outside the outskirts, the rest of us will do the same in Sushi. No. Every time I buy a Catspot ticket, I forget about it. It's why I have Catspot on my weekly list now. Like I have an Excel sheet on my computer of everything to do per week. Both buying and checking Catspot tickets is on there to try and make sure I don't forget. It's concerning because my weekly and daily list of activities to do in 14 just keeps getting longer and longer and longer, with less and less of them getting erased as time goes on. By the way, have I shown that Thunderwing isn't as thundery at the moment? Have I, like, made a specific highlight of this? That Thunderwing isn't as thundery right now? That Thunderwing's just wearing the Wayfarer's stuff right now? Thunderwing's a bit cowboy. I did that, I think I did that before we went into Dawn Trail. But I've been riding around the bike most of it for the mount speed. Sarah, but I never heard of Mamalujah women living in these parts, much less one connected to Zaralsha. Might have better luck talking to people over a Tonawalton settlement in the north of FFXIV, in a place called Yuayawada! Yuayawada! What's up, kinda? A resilient son won their loyalty when he saved them from some crisis or another. Well, so the story goes. If I remember correctly, the chief's name was Kaniloka. Okay, so there's this hat. Hell yeah, metallic ruby red dye. Because I had to buy 2 of those so I could dye the Sage's coat last time. So I finally sold the second one, I guess. I only care about healing you. I only care about healing you. Other stuff is really good there, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Yue Yawada stuff in general fucking slaps my dick so hard that it makes my dick hard. Don't get me wrong, but the fact that all the Yue Yawada gear is undyeable means that I care for a lot less of it than I would like to. I'd love to use the fending top or possibly even the aiming top for something. I'd love to use those for something, but without them being dyeable, the color schemes just don't really work for anything that I have. Like, I have considerations of if they make dyeable versions of it, the fending top might work for my dancer, but I'd have to, like, see it dyeable and see what I can, like, mesh it with. You looking for a Mamalujah woman? Oh, Galusha's mother. I can't help you there, I'm afraid. I only know a little about Zaralsha, and then only what my father told me. He said that before the dome cut us off from the outside world, a Taral Vidral had appeared and was terrorizing the region. In response, Zaralsha assembled a party of warriors, and with them confronted and failed the beast. It was interesting to hear the king's feat in the past. Okay. He very much tried to establish rule here by proving himself strong enough to fight. Okay. A Mamalujah woman? There are people that have been a common sight around here. Why, last time I saw one would have been before the dome came down over our heads. She was among an entourage of Landsguard that was dispatched here. I assume they all returned until the all after the mission. But if any remained, I suppose they could have been trapped in here with the rest of us. Okay. Oh, we're going back to the back room. Okay. We're going to the back room. We're going back to the back rooms. Why is my nose running? Why does my nose have the faintest little bit of runniness to it? Why? That is annoying. Is it because of my dinner last night? When I ate dinner last night, it was doing that. Crap on the way over here. Barimbe has been on an absolute crafting spree. The Discord has a lot of spreadsheets in there that scare and confuse me. I think Barimbe is working on a set of crafting gear for every crafter. So all of the crafters can have a separate glam, but I'm not certain if that's what's happening. I'm not certain if that's what's happening. I saw the spreadsheets and I got scared and ran. But my dinner last night, in the midst of me waking up, falling asleep, waking up and falling asleep constantly, for a time period where I was actually able to be awake for like an hour straight, and it was like the last time I was awake last night, I did have dinner, which was 2 packs of carbonara bulldog. I tried, I had carbonara bulldog like for the first time earlier this week, because I'm just like, I need to train myself on spices, so I'll work my way up the various spiciness of bulldog, because I've had like the black bulldog once and I couldn't fucking handle it and I just died. So I'm like working my way through that, and I started with like 1 packet with half of a sauce packet, and that was like really tasty. And then I had a packet with a full sauce packet, and that was a lot, and I'm just like, that's a lot. I can feel it for a while afterwards, but it's definitely possible. And then I woke up yesterday at like 10:30, 11 p.m. not having had lunch or dinner, and I'm just like, I'm really hungry. I'm gonna make myself 2 packets and have them at once, because 1 packet's not super filling. And so I made 2 packets of it at once, and then I put all the things in there, and then I realized, I'm having 2 entire lots of sauce in this. Now, and that was too much for me to handle. That was too much for me to handle. I did have to stop partway through it and have like some milk. If I thought 3 FFXIV ones in a row was acceptable, I wish you rainforest peehole fish. No, that thing's horrifying. Separate gather outfits and all of the tools. There it is. I'll gather outfits. I'm a fool and didn't know anything about bulldog, so I bought a package of the black kind of thing. And oh, spicy ramen sounds good. That was like 4 months ago. I've still got half the packet left. It's good, but I gotta have it in moderation. Yeah, like I've had the black one once, and I'm just like, no, no, absolutely. I had that once. I made it once, and I'm just like, I can't finish this. No fucking way. And the thing is, like, the carbonara one that I have, that's like 2 levels down in the spiciness compared to the black one. There's a cheese flavor that's like in the middle. Apparently, like the lowest spiciness is carbonara, and then it's the cheese, and then it's the original, and then it's the 2x spicy. And I'm at a point where I'm like, I can handle a bowl using all of the sauce for the creamy one, but I feel it for a while afterwards. And if I had 2 packs, like last night, I had 2 packets at once, and I had to stop partway through it to have some milk and to rest a bit before I could finish it. So I'm just like, I don't know if I should like stay on that level for a bit before I move up to the cheese one. The carbonara Costco like the day after you posted in Discord, so I got it, but I haven't had it yet. The carbonara one is also just really tasty. The carbonara one is also just really tasty. It's just a really nice combination of the creaminess of... It's a really nice combination of the creaminess of, like, a mac and cheese, like an instant mac and cheese, but a better creaminess, with the savoriness that is inherent in the spicy sauce that they use for bulldog. So it's like creamy and savory at once, which for instant noodles is like really nice. In other news, I only just recently got what you call Detective Gumshoe, either chinchilla or big dick. Yeah, silver case, let's go! Silver case, let's go! Hell yeah! Hell yeah. Finally, a second person in my chat who understands when I make a reference to the silver case. Fucking finally. So Roshav rarely made public appearances, so the people had no idea how he spent most of his time. Yet I believe therein lies the key to answers we seek. He's got big dick because of all the Bara Oh, you're called a Big Dick Detective in Silvercase. And then you also get the nickname Chinchilla. So going through the walls of AFK, someone I think his name is Yame. But when you go up to the second character. Gotta catch up and kill a 7. I missed one stream and that threw off my whole everything. That game goes places, which you're probably not surprised by. Is this not a reference to seminal Flash game Dick Gumshoe Night Attack? No, this is a reference to the Silver Case. the first game developed by Grasshopper Manufacture. Solution 9 is vast indeed. In with teleporters, we could cover but a small portion. I'm sorry, but I couldn't find anything useful. None of the people questioned had heard of a Mamusha once before. Lamachi didn't seem to have much luck. How did you fare? Well, I failed to learn anything directly related to Gulosha's mother. I didn't find information which may shed some light upon Zerolja. You're back! Shale! Gulosha has told me all. We previously tried to track down his mother, but came apparently halted. With everyone's help, hopefully we can get somewhere this time. I have all these notes. I have all of these notes. How would you like notes? Ah, so you spoke with quite a few different people as well. Let's combine all our findings and see what conclusions we might draw. We're going to Yue Yawata. So, Zerolja brought a retinue of Lanskar to Yusalani, among whom was a female Mamusha. His mission was to rid the region of a Toral Vitral, and I believe it's safe to say that this was the crisis in Yue Yawata he resolved. If some of his troops stuck around for a time, perhaps to assist the villagers with recovery efforts, then they could have indeed gotten trapped in the dome. We also heard stories about a settlement in Yue Yawata. People lived there until nearly a decade ago, and Zerolja made regular visits. If he required secrecy, a location home to his most loyal followers would be ideal. And if this Mamusha woman had remained there, they would have had occasion to come in contact. Finds a secret village of loyal followers, has a kid with one of them, mother is never mentioned again, abandons the kid to go on a pursuit for power. Once again, Zerolja's mimicking of Virgil is becoming stronger and stronger. I see. What could Zerolja have been doing in that village? He needs more power. I think we can answer that question. In order to retrace Zerolja's steps, Rahan and I spoke with a researcher who worked at Orogenics. He said that approximately 20 years ago, a number of his colleagues were transferred to a research facility outside FFXIV, per the King's direct order. It's the first I've heard of such a facility. Only the Landsguard was believed to have been under the King's jurisdiction. It was apparently being used to develop a new kind of weapon, but I was afraid that was all we could learn. Let's venture to go on. Even though the work there was classified, any materials and equipment needed would have been manufactured within FFXIV. So if we look at the transportation records, beep it boop beep boop 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 beep boop 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 beep. There it is. The routes are full of detours and attempts at obfuscation, but large deliveries were being made to Yue Yawata, far too large for a mere village. There hasn't been an activity for years though. It's likely the facility has been decommissioned. Do you think that's where my mother was? I can't say for certain just yet, but I reckon there's a good chance. This is amazing! Even though no one remembers her, you managed to figure all this out. Each piece of the puzzle may reveal little on its own, but when we put several together, a picture begins to form. And even should memories fade, footprints remain to mark the path of those who walked before. I'm not! See, when I talk about this game, and I keep saying that the game has been using answers as the primary concept of the themes that all themes must come back to in some capacity for the entirety of the entire game's existence, at least since A Realm Reborn. I'm not kidding! Anyone who tries to analyze this game thematically, who doesn't admit that Answers has been a through line since A Realm Reborn, and has been a through line of every expansion since, is missing such a vital component of analysis of this game. Answers has been a theme since the opening of 1.0. Wait, what? Wait, the opening of 1.0. Wait, I thought the first time that Answers was played was the end of an era cutscene. I thought the first time they played Answers was the end of an era cutscene. Parts of it, not the full version. Ah. Were the lyrics for the first time introduced in the end of an era cutscene, or did it have some of its lyrics before that? Because I've never heard about this, so like I'm now curious. Again, it's one of those things where when they made A Realm Reborn and they were just like, let's remake the game, but like have the old version of the game be part of its canonical existence. It's one of those things where they didn't just say fuck it, let's write an entire new game. Like they did have they looked to those who walked before, the makers of 1.0, to lead those who walk after, the future expansions. You hear the echoey version during the opening cutscenes, like that shot in the boat to Charlian at the start of Endwalker is basically shot for shot the 1.0 Limsa opening. The To All My Children part. Oh, okay. Okay. To be fair, the end of that echoey part, I believe, is the line, look to those who walked before to lead those who walk after. I believe when you get the echoey version of it, that is the last line that they use. Because that's like the end of like the first verse. A lesson I learned in another life. Get it? Because the ending of Shadowbringers, as like right before the credits start, like at end of 5.0, is also when Graha quotes Answers. As you're walking back, and like it has the parallel shot of like Ardbert walking up to the rest of his crew and everything like that. That's when Graha like first directly quotes Answers by saying, "For we who walk before may lead those who walk after." Echoes on the wind sounding version used words like Shinyu's summoning cutscene was used during end of an era live events. It's also the music for the entire game world during the very last patch right before Dalinwood hatched. Oh, okay. Same version they replayed in Cities during the Rising. Okay. So basically, Answers has been like core to the themes of the game since its inception, even in 1.0. So it'll be investigating the secret facility in Yueyawata then. And this time, I want you to come along, Kalusha. Yay, adventure! Well, let's just hope that Yueyawata doesn't happen to be a dungeon that's really dangerous or anything. Yueyawata is on the other side of the lake. Together, you'll need to take a hover cargo from the Drift Downs. Alright, thank you, Shea. Dibs on healing hat, dibs on healing robe. Mad fucking dibs on healing hat and healing robe. Make your way to Drift Downs when you're ready. Kalosa will have a hover cargo ready for you. By the way, if it doesn't, if both of those don't spawn on our first run, once we beat MSQ, we are rerunning the dungeon over and over again until we get it. We are going to be rerunning the dungeon over and over and over again until we get it. Don't you worry. Me one cast hat, me one scatting top. Again, we're gonna rerun it over and over and over until everyone gets what they want and everyone gets what they need. You haven't seen the 1.0 Uldar opening? I'd recommend. There's one video that I have it on the channel of like me watching it. I think it's like the second video in the playlist of 14. I don't think it has an actual thumbnail. Maybe I should do that. I don't think it has an actual thumbnail, but I should do that. I watched someone's recap video of 1.0. but it's like half an hour or like an hour long. Gotta invite at least one person that I know. While the researcher we spoke with remembered that he had colleagues, he couldn't recall details of any specific individuals. Not their names, nor what they were like. Implies they're dead. Someone noticed as the Rajah traveled from the Drift Downs. I expect he utilized the flying. Be careful what you say about until we get all that we want. Until we get all that we want! Be a 12-hour episode. We've seen how much has changed from the part of Vessel landing that's on this side of the dome. I know what it's like on the other. It's right. Streamer luck will come into play. It's like how I got the boots from the near raid that I wanted the first time we ran it. Set them in the outskirts. That was originally Tana Watson as well, yes. I wonder if your Watson was similar to him. Weapons developed in secret with the aid of devoted followers. Nothing good will have come of this. I'll remain nearby after dropping you off, so let me know when you're ready to head back. Until we get all that we want. You know how desperate I have been for the top from this dungeon? Because my retainers keep bringing me the casting version, which is blue D. So the hover cargo will take us across the lake. I've never been over there before. It's still inside the dome, so I don't expect it to be too different from here. I'm gonna so long to farm those boots for that one bossy bit. We'll likely encounter dangerous beasts, so the rest of us will go first. Follow when it's safe to do so, alright? Alright, be careful everyone! Ue Iwata Field Station! Finally! Finally, Ue Iwata! Plus the game added the manifest half of Vieira, the patch right after. Oh. If the facility was used to research new weaponry, then it will have tight security. When it has been closed down, let's proceed with caution. I can't help but be reminded of our foreign origenics. Of Kafkiwa. Don't worry about me. I'm good at hiding from beasts. I promise to look after Galusha, but I spent not any time with him. I'm going to make up for that. Well, I alone haven't seen much of the dome. I'm a stranger to braving the unknown. I will not slow us down. We've seen the havoc that Valiamanda wreaked upon Capacha. I wonder what this other Taravatra might have left in its wake. So, once again, we appear to be at a crossroads. I need to add 2 more people, and there's currently 4 of you here. Unless Star Petal wants to join as well. Do you want to join Star Petal? You seem to have a color scheme of green and purple going on. Get it? Because Crossroads. Because Crossroads. Because Crossroads. Because I've lost track. I completely lost track of who has gotten to participate in which dungeons. So I have no idea who's gotten to do like a lot. Well, you're a crafter, sir. You're a crafter, sir. Also, Horatio is here. Hello. What's up? Is anyone like absolutely bring me in coach? Also, someone who comes in will have to be a tank. There are currently no tanks in front of me. So someone will have to be a tank and someone will have to be a healer. Because we have 2 selfish DPSs over here. Shark. I see a tank. I see a tank has spawned. A tank has spawned. And I see a healer. Has nothing to do with Crossroads, sorry, Britney Spears. You look like Grayson. It's badass. Alright, enter with other players. No, that's the wrong one. There we go. Ueyawata Field Station. Before the dome appeared in the northern region of what is now Heritage Found, Atonawelton village was terrorized by Taral Vidran. Zaralja himself led the Landsguard in an effort to quell the beast's boundless fury. Yet while the first promised result returned in triumph, few people know what became of the village and its people. In your search for clues as the identity of Glurjar's mother, you learn that Zaralja visited the region many times over the years, and that it may be home to a secret research facility. And so you and yours attempt to retrace the King of Resolve's steps and unearth a buried past. Ah, finally get to this dungeon! I don't know anything about the dungeon. Who's kissing? Oh, the Axolotl and Capybara. The Axolotl and Capybara are kissing. Again, I only know about this dungeon because the gear in it fucks and comes. This has basically been my Cockmaster since we did Cockmaster. Big Beak! Okay, so yeah, looking at it, it's, yes, what's the Heritage Found? Oh, Jesus. Though the lightning seems way more intense here. Shit seems even more lightning fucked here compared to usual. Hey, Glurjar. Gonna follow behind us, I guess. My father must have come here for a reason. Again, very similar stuff where it's like, here's the towers that, like, are the lightning rods. Cleaning my glasses. Not my glasses. Alright, type the forest wall back. Big smacks. Oh, getting to do multiple level 100 dungeons now. Oh, multiple dungeons at max level. Oh, it's glorious. It's glorious. Every dungeon for the rest of Dawn Trail is gonna be at max level now. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Oh, ooh, yeah, ooh. Bam! It's one of those things I've been thinking about when getting caught up. Because I'm gonna, like, unlock one dungeon at a time. I'll be unlocking, like, one dungeon per patch, and then it'll take a while for the next one to come out. Just how many times you'll naturally rerun those dungeons on, like, a new dungeon release? Either for leveling for, like, all the ones throughout MSQ, or just, like, tomes for the max cap ones. It's gonna be a lot easier, also just because they're gonna be more popular when they release. It's gonna be a hell of a lot easier to actually, like, get the triple triad cards from dungeons when you're, like, actually doing it on content. Because so many more people are gonna be running it, and you're gonna be running it for so many more reasons. It's gonna be, like, so much simpler to actually get triple triad cards. Because I have, like, fuck all triple triad cards of Endwalker dungeons. Because I've done Endwalker dungeons so little times. I haven't done roulettes anywhere near as much since beating Endwalker, because everything's already leveled up. And so I've done, like, those dungeons so few times. Same with music and minions, absolutely, yeah. Kinda giving Holmans to Switch. I can see that. I can see that. Running through a forest is, like, the beast of it overtaken. Bam. Last dungeon gear is 5 level better than uncapped timestone gear. Okay. Well, like, there'll be reasons to run it even if you're running it for tomes, because there's, like, expert roulette. Like, when a brand new dungeon comes out, you'll be running it for expert roulette, so you'll also do it quite a while. Dungeon 1 Magica tends to be the easiest dungeon you'll get in roulette because it's fresh maple spines. Although people probably you get and have run it lots already. Lindblom! Lindblom has come back up. Hog! Big even! Alright, well, Lindblom's back, brought back up again. Electrical overload. go. Gore. Oh, jeez. Whoa, okay. Why is this such a long cast? I'm gonna get away from that. I'm gonna assume it's gonna be fucking massive. Whoa! Whoa! Way bigger. Line AoEs everywhere. Line AoEs everywhere. Yeah, Zagdal's Reaper Scythe. Yeah, that is very true. Yeah. It's like, where's that word go? Sound familiar? Gore. The ground. Oh shit. Okay. Light DPS check. Oh, that. Oh, multiple are spawning and. Oh, so it's not an overall DPS check. It's everything. Individual ones are charging up. Individual ones are charging up as they spawn in too. Okay. Interesting concept for a boss. Interesting concept for a boss. Like shitloads of lines going on. It's interesting because you've got a lot to dodge, but also a lot of uptime. A lot of uptime. Makes you dodge a lot of stuff without sacrificing shitloads of uptime. DPS check is easier if anything more than one instantly wipes the party. Oh. Oh, okay. Me when I perish. An amulet. That's not a hat or a robe. So the facility is still here. What kind of research did they do here? Can they lock a corpus? Well, it's long abandoned. It's long abandoned. While His Majesty's Aralshah is not the first to conceive of transferring a beast's soul into a person's body, safety and ethical concerns have ensured no earnest attempts have been made to date. Yet a king believes that there is no greater evil than to hinder the potential of man, and so he has ordered us to make this conception a reality. He would bolster our military might and break through the outside world. But our research will further this ambition, then perhaps it is worth pursuing. So he was one who really pushed for the beast souls and stuff. Destroyed high-tech, like, white lab with research notes about the horrors inside of it. Oh my god. We're at the end of every Resident Evil game. We've hit the lab at the end of every Resident Evil game. Please look for the eventual Resident Evil Requiem / Final Fantasy collab. Okay, so I'm not the only one immediately getting vibes of just the Pacific's pristine white nature of this lab that's been like fallen to ruin is very Resident Evil. We've even got the zombie dogs on us right now. We've even got the zombie dogs showing up. When are we gonna get... So, okay, so here's the... Oh, okay, so we're really Resident Evil, huh? Oh, we're really in a Resident Evil lab. 5-year-old Lizard definitely needed to see this. We are absolutely in a Resident Evil lab. Fucking Christ. Blood splatters on the wall, the autopsy like the experiment tables. Okay, if we're getting these research notes, when do we get the equivalent note of Itchy Tasty? Which one of these notes is the equivalent of Itchy Tasty? I mean, it's gonna be the final one, but like, are we gonna get that? Our bodies are fragile vessels. Although the infusion of another person's soul confers strength and vitality, the soul of a beast yields mixed results. Even when stripped of memories, the feral soul can induce psychological instability in the subject. I suspect this is because primal instincts remain. And while a certain amount of bestial ferocity is expected, and I dare say welcomed, too many such souls can lead to physical mutations. For now, our objective shall be to determine the threshold beyond which our body is at risk of uncontrolled mutation. I mean, this research also leads to the Arcadion existing. Can I go back and stop Zoralja from coming in? Don't come in! This is fucked up. You don't want to see this shit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh! Oh, we're so in a Resident Evil lab. Oh, we're in so much of a fucking Resident Evil lab. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, no. Nemesis. Oh, the dead researchers. Oh, fuck. That's on grape juice on the floor. You shouldn't look at it for too long. Classic design from the... This is absolute... Clones or actual people? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Doesn't matter. We'll have to laugh at Wesker soon. Like, there's no way this is not meant to explicitly be an homage to Resident Evil Labs. Okay, there's literally zombies. Okay, there's evil residents. There's literally zombies. Okay, okay, okay. They are 100% absolutely deliberately doing Resident Evil now. Okay, okay, okay. I mean, hell yeah, let's go. Resident Evil inspiration is more than welcome in anything. And we've not had anything like that in 14, so let's fucking go for it. Wow, it really looks like a biohazard in there. Here I am wondering, I wonder if the Resident Evil like vibes are meant to be like, I wonder how much the Resident Evil vibes are explicit here and how much of it is just like, you know, the recent existence of it. And it's just like, oh, there's literally zombies. Damn, need a blue key. Alright, so we have to solve a puzzle and it should drop a blue key somewhere. If we solve a puzzle that involves moving shapes around or being able to count up to 8, have you checked behind the orb statue? We can find a blue key and then we can get into there. Is that going to be optional or is that how we get the Magnum? We'll have to find out. There's a box right here. We've got to check it. Damn, just three bits of ammo. Okay, I also do like these gloves. I've seen these gloves before. I do quite like these gloves. They don't match anything. I can't think of anything that I would put them on, but I do really like them. I do really like them. Not a fan of the chunky wrist. Well, I wear a lot of long sleeve stuff. The chunky wrist might be covered. By the way, dead bodies everywhere. Bottles all over the grounds. Handprints. Oh, this is fucked. This is so fucking sick to see in Final Fantasy XIV. Oh my god. When's the last time we've had an area really push, like, this type of horror in 14? Like, in terms of, like, blood strewn about a place everywhere like this. Ghoulish, are you good? Like, this is not the type of shit we get in this game. This is so far serious. Well, even that's like, you know, rock cancer. Even that's like rock cancer. Just think about the grapes, buddy. Just think about the grapes. Cashing on Barney at the experiments, kind of goofy where this is screwed up. Yeah. Oh, Dusk Vigil, yeah. Well, Dusk Vigil was like the horrors of like the Calamity. Dusk Vigil very much had zombies and like there was a lot of decaying corpses and everything like that. But that was like a result of the Calamity. This is like fucked up, horrifying experiments gone wrong. Like, well, I don't know if gone wrong's the right word or whether, you know, this is a Raja seeing this is progress. The rare transfiguration may be dictated by the potency of the soul consumed. We've experimented with fiends of great power, but mutations are observed after the infusion of merely a single soul. No better was this phenomenon demonstrated than with poor Atticus. His body was altered irreparably, and he lost all capacity for rational thought. While the primary objective of this research was to utilize the soul of a Taraba Drow, I struggle to see a path forward. An alternative approach must be considered. He was trying to do fucking soul transfusion shit with a fucking Taraba Drow. I would do full pulls, but there are so many notes. That's, yeah. He's standing there menacingly. He looks like Patrick Star. Oh, this is so fucked. Oh, the doors are open on the cages. Oh, Jesus. Crawling zombies as well. There we go. I didn't know Ouroboros. Alright, now gotta make sure we check all of the side things. Could be some hidden weapons, maybe some good crafting materials. What was Father doing here? Like, all the experiment tables is just so fucked up. It's so fucked up. Jesus. It's so bloody. There's blood. I don't know if the game has ever shown this much blood everywhere. So fancy chairs. Jesus Christ. And just the amount of people they would have put souls into who just went chaos and then like killed other workers. Those were that were just blocking the door, unfortunately. If the source of our failures thus far has been the inability of our bodies to contain feral souls, what if we were to reverse the process? By purging a beast of its memories and infusing it with a man's soul, one still possessed of its own memories, we stand to gain absolute control over a vessel of great power. My subordinate who first proposed this brilliant hypothesis shall have the honor of being the first to transcend our meager limits. I must prepare his soul for extraction at once. Oh my god. It's a shard of Olus. Prepare for soul extraction! It's a shard of Olus. Oh my god. Oh my god, we found him. We found him. Okay, we literally found him. Okay, no, actually, we actually found the shard of Olus. Oh, fuck. It's the Olus model, yeah. Well, it's also the model of the thing that casts Mega Death in Wiping City. It's just they use that with a fancier chair for Olus. Hey boss, what if we tried the opposite? Brilliant, thank you for volunteering. Not a shard, he's Tarali. True. Oh, yeah, because this is UA Uwada. This is Eternal Wilton Village. That is true. That is true. This is a Tarali village. Unless it's like, unless specifically Kanaloka was brought in from Alexandria. Which they didn't say some of them were, but I'm not sure which ones. Anyways, pull when you're ready. Not an Alexandrian name at the very least. Kind of Locker, no. Kind of Locker is not. No. Surrender your souls to King Zarolja! Okay. Okay. You can't just give a boss an attack that's literally just called Dark Souls. You can't just call the attack Dark Souls. Oh. A random bullshit guard has never random a bullshit go more than that. You have to like remember where the previous one was. Like, cause the previous one hits, and then you have to remember where the previous one was. Also, wow, tiny arena. Wow, 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 wow. Fuck you, three spread markers on this live space. Discard the flesh, extract the soul. Misdirection. No, what the? Whoa! Whoa! Oh dear God. Is that the single coolest mechanic a dungeon boss has ever had? Bloodburst! More like Bloodborne. Is that the single coolest mechanic that a boss has ever had? Navigate a maze with misdirect while a proximity's in the middle? And you get like heavied and damaged down by hitting the like oh wow. Oh, I think I overlapped there, sorry. Relinquish your souls for the glory of Alexandria! Dark Souls! Holy shit. My word, this data! Low bat. Oh no, that's actually bad. I was about to say, my friends are yelling at me about low battery. 2.5 hours in. But then we can tame the beast. But the seal is all ready. Also, I do like the boots. I do like the boots. I don't know what I'd use them on, but I do like these boots. Staying in the middle of that does about 10 million damage to tank privilege is officially revoked. The boots, I got a 4. You literally can't give them to me. Leonog was just the start, clearly. Whoa! Whoa! What are we even looking at? Like a orb hurricane, but like rocks surrounding it. And now there's a bunch of rocket enemies here. Galusha, go back inside! Ozma! By the way, shout out to this stone. That's the Ziggy model, but without a Spriggan on top of it. Shout out to the Ziggy without a Ziggy on top. I mean, this dungeon's cool as shit. This dungeon is cool as fucking shit. Incredible dungeon. My favorite enemy design, rock. Ah, the rock fell over. Jesus! Stop giving us accessories. Oh my god. Gonna kill Lamont! Galusha, get out of here! Holy fuck. Badass as hell. Like, often the barriers in a dungeon that stop you from, like, wall-to-wall pulling between bosses just kind of, like, fade away when you get to the next thing. But this one's just like, nah, it's gonna break apart. Oh, Jesus. Accessories the bane of level 100 dungeons. That went poorly incredibly quickly. That was to death very, very fast. Jesus. The damage. Oh, you actually did pull it back. I kind of expected everyone to die there and I thought we were gonna wipe. You actually managed to bring them back. I'm impressed. God damn. That feels like one of those pools where, like, you just start the pool with a fucking invuln, then. Just start the pool with an invuln. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Don't worry. I'm here. Oh, Jesus. We're okay, see? It's okay. We're doing okay. We made it. So what is this then? Is that a rabbit? I'm looking at a rabbit. Oh, that's a very, very spicy rabbit. Tural Vidra Linipiati. Well, either this did have someone's soul put into it, or they were keeping it here to do that, and they didn't fucking manage to do it. It's Tataru's carbuncle. It's finally back. Pissed off the Easter Bunny. No difference between rabbits and hares. Hares of that! Accessories! I forget which pilot costume you wanted. Jesus! Look at the damage to the surrounds. So did it come down and land? And like smash the wall through that? Or did it shoot something out that way? It gets narrow as it goes that way, so it feels like it threw a rock that way and demolished it. Maybe. That auto did a third of your health. I mean, I assume half in front of it. Yeah. Several attacks in front of it, actually. That was several. Back to back. Leperine loaf. Oh, it's gonna loaf, look out. Are these gonna be explosion anyways? Like, Ruby, yeah. Ruby weapon-esque, yes. Oh, the patterns are way more awkward now. Okay. Patterns are way more awkward now. Okay. Okay, I don't know how you deal with that part. That was Shiva, but like a really fucked Shiva. That was like a really fucked Shiva pattern. Create a carve. Kind of feel like I was left to die there, but... Can I get some heals? Heal me, heal me, heal me! I'm gonna die! Oh! Run! Run, run, run! Actually sprint. Just actually use sprint. Fuck it. Actually use sprint. Oh! Really? Really? Bro, what? I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh. Even just the basic damage this thing is putting out. Like, even unavoidable damage? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh dear God. Fuck it, I thought it was gonna be where the direction it faced. Fuck. Oh, you have to go so far for that. Oh, this is so fucked. This is so fucked. Holy shit. This feels like a concept they could have saved for a raid boss. This feels like a concept that they could have used for a raid boss, but said, fuck it, we're actually gonna use it on a frickin' dungeon boss. Holy shit! I don't even think it's just healer, like, DPS MIP feels really important here. It feels like DPS MIP is pretty important to use here as well. Holy shit. Fuck me! Oh! Level 100 Dawn Trail dungeons are so far from fucking around. Level 100 Dawn Trail dungeons are not fucking around. This is so sick. And I'm gonna have to run this. I'm gonna have to run this to the Ethereal Sea! I'm gonna have to run this so many times to get the gear I want. Whee! Oh, Jesus Christ. At least it won't be mine. That is true. That is true. That is, I mean, this on mid-eye level felt like a real extra challenge. We got from Hyrule to the depths. That feels like the hardest dungeon we've done so far. Overall. I feel like that's the hardest dungeon we've done overall. Like, the pools were tearing you apart. The only thing was the lab wasn't, because we weren't full pulling that because of the nodes. Like, the first boss is not super, like, it's not super you're gonna die, but like, again, if you fail 2 of those rocks, you will wipe. That second boss is just super easy to get people killed on the maze mechanic. And then this, fuck me. Redo mindful pulls. It would have been easy to imprison such a creature. Tyrant of Toral, surely a fitting description. And I need to farm this place for 2 bits of gear. And it's not a leveling dungeon. That was too close, so I won't even get a free one each time. Season complains about the difficulty of 7.0, but we got all praise as well, so we're content with keeping our current direction for a while. Yoshi P in pre 7.1 interview. Thank fucking God. People, like, we're at expansion 7.0, 7.1. You should expect shit to be hot. Still breathing, if only faintly. Phew. We did it. Somehow. I felt the earth shake from all the way from the cliff. So who's ready to run this dungeon several times later today so I can get 2 bits of gear? How many teeth is too many? Like, it's got teeth coming out of parts that aren't even on its jaw. Jesus. I am, bitch. Well, color me impressed. That was a fucking amazing dungeon for so many reasons. The unique horror element in the middle of Resident Evil stuff.
My brother felling this beast, he only imprisoned it, like Valley Armanda.
From what I could tell, they sought to transfer people's souls and memories into bestial vessels.
And we are back. Computer decided to blue screen. It waited until after the dungeon was defeated, at least. But in the middle of a cutscene, I had to quickly press triangle to make sure I didn't miss too much. I don't think I did. Cryo was talking about how they wanted to put souls into bestial vessels, and that the Toral Vidral explains the need for a remote location. It was doubtless their prime subject. And then we can go from here. I assume I didn't miss too many lines. I pressed triangle pretty quick once I realized my computer was dying. And I'm pretty sure I did the thing to get rid of crackles, so hopefully we don't have crackles immediately.
Though I expect Zoralja did not foresee the opportunities it presented when he imprisoned the creature.
Constantly a valor stealing shithead. He didn't even kill the thing, he just imprisoned it. And he's like, oh, the village praises me because I trapped it. An Echo Vision! I feel like it's been a hot minute since I've had one of these.
And so, in order to prevent the breakdown of the individual, I instead seek to transfer their soul into the body of the beast.
Well, this is Kani Loka. Person who became the big boss.
This would allow one to wield the power of a Toral Vidral. In theory, our initial experiments will involve lesser creatures. But in time, I am confident we will be able to bring even the mightiest under our control.
And what becomes of those who offer their souls?
As they won't be able to return to their original forms, we must consider them lost. But the sacrifice will be worthwhile, for the army you stand to gain will far surpass any composed
of mechanical soldiers.
So there were people who were working for Zoralja who were all on board with the, like, army invading war occupation shit.
Very well. Recruit volunteers and begin at once.
They were super on board for, like, some of them were absolutely on board
Thank
for
you,
it.
Your Majesty. I shall return to the observatory and see to the necessary preparations.
And the one time that Zoralja was, like, willing to talk to other people, like with Cirilja before, if that person stands to actually give him any level of power.
So, you've given him permission?
Teishalja, you will assist Kaniloka. As one of the Lands Guard's finest chirurgeons, your knowledge may be of use in his experiments. You will also watch him closely. In what you learn, you will report to me. You object to his project? Or are you incapable of performing this duty?
No, Your Majesty. Whether we shelter within the dome or expand beyond it, we require great power. But with no one to rely upon, we must take that power for ourselves, even if the means are questionable. I will do as you command. But if Kaniloka's work bears fruit, I wish to beg a boon.
What do you desire?
Something that I had accepted I would never have in Tuliolal. That I believed would forever be beyond me. That it was foolish to covet. But here and now, it is close.
I want that dick!
So very, very close.
I want that dick!
Perform your duty to my satisfaction, and anything you desire is yours.
So Zoralja didn't get connected to a woman, didn't care about it, was literally just like, this woman has,
That which I
like...
seek does not lie within this dome. Here.
He has the personality of a wet rag. Yeah, but he has power.
But if what you seek is at hand, then you may claim it. For it has no value to me.
My dick has no value to me. All my friends at Tuliolal said I have terrible taste in men, but I know that you'd see differently. So yeah, Zoralja didn't care about the mom. Zoralja didn't care about having a kid. Zoralja never desired a kid. It was literally just, this woman performed the service. In response, I'd give her what she wanted. She wanted a kid. The kid is not mine. Fuck it, I don't give a shit.
Teishalja. Could she be my mother?
Like the people in the outskirts said, few Mamolja lived in Yasulani. I can't imagine many other Upiko women were trapped in the dome. That being the case, she could well be the one.
Rabbit, what am I watching right now?
This observatory Kanaloka returned to, could it not be part of the research facility? We might learn something about Teishalja there.
That's where we're going next then.
Hey! Hey! Explore the dungeon after the fact. Look at the cool shit. Aww. Seems this kind of look was in charge here. remember accounting, was quite dedicated to Zaraja. The villagers were more likely monitoring the imprisoned Haravan trial at Zaraja's behest. At some point, they involved in the research of souls. Now that danger's behind us, it started sinking into how unsettling this place is. Hard to believe it used to be a village. A village full of evil residents. You should be able to peer into Dravadrel's past. I wonder what that implies to the beast's consciousness while it was sealed away. Where's Victor? Don't know who you're referring to. Teshaja, you said her name is. What her studies? There's absolutely somebody in that bunny. I assume at some point the Project 6 went far enough to get a person's soul into the body. But maybe not enough to, like, for that person to be able to be within full control of the body. Or at least, like, still succumbs to the primal instincts that are inherent within, being in there. I wish I could see into the past like you. Then I could see people who are gone. Because there aren't any other Mamoja women here. For a long time I couldn't even imagine what my mother looks like. But when I visited Tuliolal and saw someone, I was finally able to picture her in my mind. And one day I hope I can see what she actually looks like as well. Yeah, we can enter the dungeon. Is that alright if I go about my stuff now? Among the abundant. Krell is eager to begin searching the resources. While we've discerned the purpose of the research conducted here, the traces of it that remain might afford us greater insight into what came of it. Let's take a look around, for information as well as a way to get below. They all use the same model, so it's pretty easy to visualize. Fortunately for us, we all look the same, so it was really easy for me to imagine it. This dungeon gets so many fucking positive points from me. The horror of, like, a lab full of experiments and the fucked up shit that took place within those fucked up experiments in of itself is like a pretty unique thing for the game. Again, there's some Gallian elements, but I think even the Gallian stuff doesn't go to this level of like the fucked up experiments. The boss fights, like, holy shit, especially the second and third one, like, ooh, top tier dungeon across the entire game. What happened to the people here? Did they all leave? Or did we already meet them? Implication Stormblood with the Kral stuff, if that's what they stay as, yeah. This is one time where the game, in terms of like the fucked up shit that they're experimenting on, goes way beyond implications. See that people actually volunteered their souls for these experiments. Success was far from guaranteed, and even in the best case, they would cease to be men. Was their devotion to Zaraja so absolute? Well, how many of them actually volunteered is also a question I feel like needs asking. Oh my god, do we actually need a blue key? Oh my god, do we actually need a blue key? Well, no, but I don't think it'll yield to our shoulders either. I'll do it the old-fashioned way and find. We actually need to find a blue key! I'm gonna see me on the Rodine Gate. So his Pierce Gate will likely resist 7 spells. Oh my god, we actually need to find a blue key! Let's go! Volunteers and volunteers! Volunteers. I wonder what Backlog would make of the research into transferring souls. They'd probably be pissed off by this. I mean, fucking look at this fucking shit. I mean, fuck. The researchers likely move between the upper and lower levels. Perhaps they can find a key among their belongings. I'm gonna think about what they did. Test subject's journal. They're recruiting volunteers for a new experiment. I know I'm not as bright as the others, but they wouldn't laugh at me if I was stronger than them. This might be my chance. Soul transferred a few days ago. I can write. Can write good, yes. I am good. Very good. Getting hard to control strength. Today bit off hand or feeder. Cannot help it. So strong. Hungry. Always hungry. Cannot control. Eat. I must eat. Am eater must eat. Let's fucking go. They know what we want. Oh, they know what we want. They know what we want. Ah, it's so good. That's so good. They... Oh, Jesus. Because, like, they know that people, like, for the people who play, or I don't play, I just watched a lot of it. For people who know Resident Evil, people are going to pick up on the Resident Evil vibes of this. The lab design is very specific, especially for, like, Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake. Especially RE2 and 3 remake. Like, this design feels so similar to that. And also the zombies and the experiments. Everyone's going to do this. And, like, if you know Resident Evil, you're going to pick up that this is inspired by that. And so they're just like, for the people who know Resident Evil, we have to give them an itchy tasty. Because we know they're gonna get a kick out of it. And they absolutely... Oh, it's so good. It's so good. If nothing else that resembles a verification game, perhaps you should search elsewhere. Are zombies just like a natural aether-based phenomenon of feeling dead bodies improperly buried for too long? Yeah, because like zombies existed in ARR, the gentle dead men. There seems to be a divide between intelligent undead like the gentle dead men and violent corpses, yeah. Also, give me Half-One feeling similar to a zombie-infected lab setting. So, yeah, and that's the one that like I've not played. I've not played or seen Half-Life 1. So if there's references to this that are from like Half-Life 1, I don't see those. But other people who have played that could get them. And so there might be stuff here for those fans as well. Again, they usually don't pull from one thing and just do that. It's like Arcadion. Arcadion is not just American WWE wrestling. It's also Anime Tournament Arc. It's also Japanese wrestling. It's a lot of things combined. The devs are usually pretty good about that. The devs are usually pretty good at pulling from multiple things and combining it into one. Being inspired by multiple ideas and combine that into a new idea for the story. Supplies for the stuff are neatly arranged within the cabinet. Among the various items is a manual outlining regulations and tranquilizing gas to be used in emergencies. You can dig deeper. And find a verification key! Yay! Oh, was there other stuff I could have inspected that I now can't? Uh-oh. There was like extra circles up here. Can I now no longer inspect what's up here? Did I miss dialogues? Or are they still inspectable? You can? Thank goodness. Mangled corpse. I made the same mistake. The journal lies next to the body. I was transferred to UAE Water Station in order to train the villagers in use of electric technology. While a child can quickly learn to operate common contraptions, it'll be no easy thing for them to attain the requisite skill to develop new weapons, one which require no less than the manipulation of souls. Thankfully, two of my pupils have demonstrated great aptitude in the fields. Kani Loka, the village chief, and Tashilja, a field's chirurgeon. Further driven by their loyalty to our king, their growth has been remarkable. I dare to hope that before long, they'll be able to carry out their duties without further instruction, and I may be relieved of my duty. Well, you certainly were relieved of your duty. You certainly were relieved of your duty, don't you worry. Jeez. So one criticism, which again I don't understand of Dawn Trail, is I've seen people criticize Dawn Trail for not willing to go as hard on concepts as the previous ones. Like, I've seen people say, oh, Dawn Trail, like, part of Dawn Trail's problem is that it, like, you know, it handles all of its, like, ideas with kids' gloves. It's not willing to have people die. It's not willing to, like, show off, horrifying things or anything like that. It takes, like, like, they don't have, like, nothing in Dawn Trail is, like, as fucked up as what the Gallian Empire was, and they don't, like, do any of that. And one, I disagree, as even with base Dawn Trail. And two, this is way more explicit in terms of the cost and the horrors of the experimentations they were working on than anything that we see in the Gallian Empire outside of Whirlit. It's only Whirlit that goes further on, like, the fucked up nature of that. And even Whirlit doesn't have, like, blood everywhere. You just see, like, a dude turn into a giant, like, slime creature and have people, like, have their soul sucked out of them in, like, the ultimate weapon. You found the key? Great, I'll call the others. But, like, the horrifying fucked up lab vibes is something we don't get anywhere else in 14, and this is so, like, sick in a couple different meanings of the word sick. Seems the key can be used to operate the lift as well. Up we go. This place is so fucked. So this is the observatory. I think it's meant to be similar, but this is a far cry from the temple they held Variawanda. Dead baby cave exists in Dawn Trail. Exactly. All the machinery appears to still be in operation. I suppose there are auxiliary systems in place to ensure that monitoring can continue even in emergencies. I mean, you see both Tulilol and Solution 9 in, like, damaged aftermath of how, like, exploded and dead bodies everywhere they are. The warnings indicate various anomalies. Related to the seal's failure, most likely. For a blessing, we managed to fell the beast before it could cause harm. Right then. Let's see if we can find some clues about Guluja's mother. I think I can use this terminal. Shale taught me how. There's so much data. I don't know what we should look at. Hacker baby. Perhaps we can narrow down the search by inputting the name to Shioja. Have you tried using the search function? Have you tried pressing Control F? My word, this data! It brought up a lot of results. They all seem to say the same thing. Tashioja, Administrator of Experimental Treatments. Research logs. This sounds good, doesn't it? Chances are the data is encrypted. Even if not, it'll take considerable time to go through it all. Then let us take it with us to the back room and have Shale analyze it. Agreed. Alright, I'll transfer it to the storage device I bought. We can't email it to her because, remember, we literally turned off the cloud. Oh, right, yeah, we did do that, huh? We can't Dropbox it to her. We literally turned off the cloud. There, it's finished. Thank you so much for bringing me all the way here, everyone. If you're happy, then so am I. Besides, I was able to learn more about my brother as well. He was somehow even more fucked than I thought so. It was a fruitful adventure for both of us. Baby smile. I have this hard drive on me I use for my Desperate Housewives marathons. It seems like to say my brother returned to Yua Yawata for the Tura Vidra. He wanted its power, no matter the cost. I'm glad we could find what we saw in the abandoned facility. No, we didn't. I didn't get the hat or the rope. What are you talking about? Girusa is really good at driving the hover cargo. I wonder if I can learn how to drive too. Galulja, you're currently like 3 years old and learning how to be a king. Let's put the driving off for a bit. Or if they show the screen, that's a blood dog. I'll not soon forget I visited that facility. Troubling reminder of the depravity that can arise from the belief that souls are simply a resource to be exploited. I admit that Tura Vidra gave me a fright at first, but then I remembered who felled the mighty Valley Amanda. And here we are. The authorities will doubtless wish to be informed about the facility and its contents. First things first, let's deliver the data to Shale. I've mentioned it. I'll say it again. Sick dungeon. Sick dungeon. Sure, we need your help. Galulja can't use Excel. Galulja wrote down on the resume that he can use Excel because everyone just does that. He didn't realize he was going to be expected to actually know how to use Excel. Get into the back room. I'm heading back there. Oh, gee, it's part of it this time. Find information on Galulja's mother? You won't never cease to amaze. Having now spent some time in these harsh environs, I feel I have a better understanding of how much of a steadying presence Scene was to our people. I don't really care for this song, I've noticed. Galulja had no trouble keeping up during the outing. He really is his father's son. A lot of people want to head to Shale's back room. It was Shale who gave me the storage device before we left. She said that we'd probably need it. And we did. From all I can see, things haven't changed much since the funeral. People are still listless like before. I've been thinking, remember we also learned about how to use the various devices found throughout Alexandria? Better late than never after all. That'll be in good hands with Shale. Welcome back. Galulja's already given me the storage device. It looks to be a wealth of data, all of which is encrypted. So I'll need time to process everything. In that case, Alexandria might make it tell yourself around the city and check on the people. Aye, the mood has us a bit worried. I don't know if there's anything we can do to help, but we'll see. Understood. I'll let you know as soon as I finish my work. Thank you. We'll see you again soon. Remember watching Sam play Don't Try and she was stopped talking when Shale was talking? Interesting! Again, the design is just catnip for lesbians. I suppose the Alexandrians' plight reminds Alphino and Alice of the Guardians. Little wonder they feel compelled to assist in any way they can. I met some members of Oblivion on the way back here. They themselves were returning after having paid their respects to Sphene. Decrypting files isn't the hard part. So the number of digits in a password is unknown that the long nights begin. I'll stay here with Shale. There's a lot I can learn from just watching her. I share our fans' concerns. It's not surprising that Alexandrians are having difficulty coping with their grief, but still. Guide of the Hetzo. Geod's concern is Rip Clean of this. I'll say isn't wrong. We'd out there are so grim. Someone's rally remember a time before they were dependent on the soul system, but even they're unsettled and wondering aloud if they'll have a chance to reunite with old friends and family before they pass on. Good reason too. The journey home would be an easy one for us, though, for those who've grown old. That's why it's mostly been younger folks who've been leaving for Toral, ones with no elders to care for. What if that promise reached us until you allow? My brother's doing all he can to see the Jacques Tourelle Railroad restored to operation. Right, we did blow up the train. So that people may come and go more freely. Right, we did literally blow up the train. We were smiling while we did it. Unfortunately, the tracks only go as far as Vanguard, so some traveling by foot will still be necessary. Even so, the railroad would make things a sight easier. How long before it's back in service? I couldn't say. When I left for this visit, Connor seemed reluctant to make promises. But you were literally the second and third promise. But while Shell's looking on the data, we could go and see the state of it for ourselves. The Chaloni station then. I'll make sure to keep Con there. Man, the moment I finish the engineering is when I now start yawning and being tired. Back to fun Tourelle times! Yay! Also, there's good news because on the railroad. Disseminated through our network and hopefully put some lines in this. Saddle the gunner for me! You'll have plenty of time while I work on this. Trust me. Ra and I will keep an eye on things here in your absence. I would be astonished if they were to restore railroad service so quickly. The locomotive was nigh obliterated in construction with the dome. And also all the bombs we put on it. And also the fact that we loaded it with a fuck ton of high-grade explosives. So, that's a hair. Is that the difference? This is a hair. Shushui. You want a minion? I want. There it is. Yeah, give it back. Oh. Hurrah. I don't know, that's scary. Free evolution bomb. Tiredness really coming is. My tiredness at the moment really coming over to me. Getting its big dick out and just being like, Jesus Christ. Blah. Blah, 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 blah. Operation still suspended, but we're trying to remain optimistic. Good to see you looking well yourselves. I feel going in. As we continue to support Alexandria as best we can. Back to grinding dungeon. Let me grind it with you! I want to grind it with you! Shaloni 2 for real this time. Let's go. I also need to grind you where you are to field station. I need a hat. I need a robe. I need to stop yawning. Thing is, for my gleams, for my jobs, right? For the main gleam that I want for every job that I have, there's literally only 3 pieces of gear that I need now, and 2 of them are in UA Iwata. The other one's in whatever the mist dungeon is. Pardon me. Vow resolve! And manifestism that window boop. What can I do for you? Do you for? How can I do you for? We're hoping for some good news about the railroad. There's an increasing number of people looking to return to Tourelle that can't make the journey on foot. I see. As it happens, the Vow of Reason is also on his way here to take stock of the situation. Oh, Scratcher, on his way. He's just here to take stock of the situation. Erinville! Erinville! Showing off arms and chest! Oh my god, they're giving the people what they want! Looking good, Erinville! As the guild ship has officially approved my transition from green to independent contractor, I was in need of more befitting attire. Hey! Yeah, not explicitly a gleaner anymore. Erinville serving body. You hear about the railroad too? It wasn't but for my sake that the original Dawnblazer was sacrificed, so I felt it only right that I assist with its replacement. Speaking of which... Oh, then he kept the green color scheme. I assume that Machia has explained the growing urgency of the need. What have you to report? The new locomotive was on track for completion, but we're having difficulty pulling her into the station, in a manner of speaking. You see, when we used the Dawn Blazer to get into the dome, urgency outweighed all other considerations. But now we're back to our original problem. How to run a railroad without setting the inhabitants of Melwa heads on. We might need to upgrade to Everseeker gear. That is ironic. Though they had sorrow that followed them and none too pleased about their heads so being spooked about the noise of the locomotive either. The solution I devised to quiet the railroad should address the complaint. But a silent train presents a different danger. The ironic would need to be deterred from wandering across the tracks. And I suppose we can't just blow the whistle at them, or they'll panic and be put off their grazing again. Weren't the railroads plotted to avoid the Ironic's preferred grazing areas, though? It's odd that they're getting so close in the first place. The Ironic's grazing patterns have shifted since the tracks were laid. I am not certain why, but I intend to ask the people of Melwa Headstone for their insight. As a major proponent for the railroad, I have a duty to assist in this matter, and I too would hear what the Headsaro have to say about it. They are the ones most affected, after all. I believe it would be best to begin by consulting their leader, Huato. The rest of you can accompany us to Headsaro camp if you like. Gotta say, the Kona Erenville ship I didn't see coming, but here we are. They're two men talking to each other. In Final Fantasy XIV terms, that means that they're gay. So only recently that the Ronic changed the grazing patterns. They didn't stray so close to the tracks before. A second elemental type hits the Shaktaral. No, this one's made out of ice. It's what we're really bad in a different way. So give me start on Ian slash Amric. For now, we'll continue to work on the silent locomotive as planned. Here's hoping that whatever you come up with will require a total overhaul. I'll try my best. Bud pets. Bud pets. People here still looking at you. Like they know you for some reason. Yeah, they'll do that. That's just Southern hospitality for you. Hell yeah, Shalini. As committed as the Hetzaro after tradition, they are honorable to the unfamiliar. Or so I thought. Burn no neck cracks. To think all of this can be packed up in a moment's notice to follow wherever the Ronic lead. Our primary visit to Hetzaro was also on railroad business. Please do not take us for train enthusiasts. It's okay, Erenville, though. Just think you're autistic for different reasons. It's fine. That's kind of our reason, is it not? I could scarce believe it. By our resolve, our reason, I bid you welcome to our camp. What brings you all the way to Melwa Headstone? I thank you for seeing us. This concerns the matter of Shaktaral, really. See, we don't want to run over the poor little animals, but also, we made that train really quiet. Do have noticed Ronic's unexpected change of behavior then. My son Spedo has been looking into the matter. Spedo? Normally, we'd expect the Ronics to keep their favorite grounds nearby for a while, yeah? And despite a thorough research, we haven't found anything wrong with the quantity or quality of the grazings in Biyari Yonan and Yawatani. Yaltanani. Yet they refuse to keep what they usually would, instead pushing westward towards the railroad. As early as you know, cause of this unseasonal migration, Nevertheless, should they continue to move west, we will follow. As any true Hetzara would, I suppose. As you may have surmised, I am of Hetzara descent. My parents traveled with the Ronic as well, though I myself have no memory of the experience. I was left behind as a babysit during such a migration. One of many sacrifices necessary by nomadic lifestyle, I am forced to assume. A chance encounter with the Campello merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me that his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a storekeeper at Toriara's markets, and that is where the Dawn servants found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace sometime when the Machi came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I knew the pain of solitude, and would have spared her that same suffering. As a tiny child's brother, I swore always to be there for her. Truly, I've never heard of the Ron and choosing a path so arduous as for a terrible decision, nor any had sorrow willing to leave in their own flesh and blood behind. There must have been some exceptional circumstance. So I feel like this is also part of Kona's issue when it comes to this. He doesn't view them, like, he's not fully on board with the nomadic lifestyle of the Hetzara people, because he's just like, oh, because you do that, you inevitably end up sacrificing so many of your own people, and that's what happened to me. I was sacrificed by my parents because of this lifestyle. Grr. And then it turns out that it's just like, no, actually, we don't normally do that. I cannot say. The idea of following in the footsteps that I might better make excuses for the actions never much appeared to me. Even if it might help you better understand the Ronic's current behavior. How often is the case? You are correct. Though my discovery that Hetzara may arise from fear of reopening old wounds, rather than blind further for innovation, it will nevertheless see me repeat past mistakes. And the refuse to learn of one of our country's treasured traditions would make me a poor dunce indeed. Please, teach me the Ronic, and what they mean to you. We're still seeing elements of Kona needing to catch up to Wukulmat's level. Kona's still having to, like, run through this in his own mind and, like, knowingly improve. Again, one of those things where it's just like, again, you compare Kona to Wukulmat as the reason that Wukulmat was, like, the person who was originally Dawn Servant and stuff like that. I mean, again, I imagine the growth arcs of Kona and Wukulmat are not done yet. Again, I'm going to assume the patches are Wukulmat's Endwalker, but this is specifically a thing that we already saw with Kona. Kona's, like, struggled to understand the lives of other people and the needs and wants of other people had come up, and, like, he'd been explicitly called out on, well, not explicitly, but he was called out on it in their own way by Vanko and Ryanje. And then it was later on, after the Shibaruk Pabil thing, that he realized, fuck, she was, like, on board and understood exactly what to do and why we're doing it the entire time, and I didn't realize it until afterwards. What the hell's wrong? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me is that I keep yawning. I promise to listen with an open mind. We would be delighted. In the meantime, your companions are welcome to look around. Will you learn that side of culture with me? I should like to approach this with the further curiosity that you and my sister share. It would be useful to know whether I am, doing it correctly. Then it's settled. You'll learn more of the Ronic, and we'll have a look around the plains. And perhaps in the process, we'll find the answers we seek. See? Wukulmat has grown so much that she's using the word answers. There we go. She never got it right before. Every time she tried to say heal, hear, feel, think, she'd get one of the words wrong. And now she's so good at it that now she can use the word answers. Hell yeah. We enjoy our shared traditions with the new Dawn Servants. As we want, say we go, yeah. My knowledge of the culture I was born into is from written accounts alone. And few of them at that. Quickest way to learn about our way of life is to do as we do. Hope you're not above manual labor. I am not the most experienced, I'm ashamed to admit, but I shall put forth every effort. That's all we ask. Take these tools. Now, I'll introduce yourself to anyone who looks busy and ask if you can help. They'll be happy to teach you what to do in exchange for another pair of hands to do it. Sorry, he's gonna invite to the music when he can. But it's me back in him, show with front. Truth be told, we don't get many visitors, so no matter where I laugh. Anyone around here will tell you whatever you want to know. And then some. Struggling a bag of quinoa so I can recycle it, and it's hell. We enjoy our addition to the new Dawn servants. Once we glue shot, that guy went. There you are. Bushes keep covering you. Yo, Doronic! Oh yeah! Even better music. Oh yeah. You're here to help? Well then why don't I show you how to care for a Vonic's coat? Go ahead and run your fingers through it. Gently now. As you stroke the Vonic's coat, you know that many portions are shaggy and tangled. This one's first a bit of a groan, but it's good brush since you thinned it out. Would you like to give it a try? You need the right tool for the job, mind you. Come with the type you're used to would not get lost in the tangle. Like that. A sturdy brush suitable to grooming even the fluffiest of Ronick. Fuck us, seeds will never come out. It's not the politics patch, it's the physical labor patch. Shpro sent the Ronick brush with you, did he? I like him. Now let's run through one little patch at a time. Gently. Oh, what a Ronick! But like a baby one that fits in my house and doesn't cause issues. You dutifully brush the Ronick until your arms grow weary from the prolonged battle with its coat. It feels much shinier now, but the same cannot be said of your clothes. They should guide a new coat of their own. Well done! Well, there's excess fur. Our friend here will be more comfortable in the afternoon heat, less susceptible to illness. A comb coat also makes it easier for us to identify an individual should the need arise. After admiring your work, you try and fail to brush off the fur off yourself. The Ronick breeds! Should come back during shaving season. It's a sight to behold. But thanks for the head to prodigious goals. You can have one clothing and blankets. Everyone's orange guy. Let's jump on the bicolor voucher one. The bicolor voucher one is the Pikachu. Pikachu is the bicolor voucher one. It's trying to remember which one's which. Barrel tender scripts. There we go. I was trying to remember which one's which because I'm just like, what about the capybara? Where's the capybara? Where'd the capybara come from? Why can I not remember the capybara? And then I remembered capybara is a boss fight. I was like trying to remember which one was which. Is this the first expansion that they've done like a script mount? I can't think of any before this. Of like, hey, you get a bunch of scripts in something, you can get mounts for it. I can't think of that existing before this. I'm afraid I'm finished with my task for the time being. But so eager to learn my idea way of life. But I'll tell you a bit about migration customs. You like already know that the Ronick are our heads, so our guides. Though we travel with them through the turning of the seasons. Trust them to lead us to fertile lands, and all we need to survive. But you may not know that sometimes there's poison in two, bound for different paths. On those occasions we as must also part with half of our number. Anything a strange and stressful custom. But over the years has seen us visit new lands and broaden our horizons to the people. This too is the wisdom of the headstone. Outside of Ishgard, outside of Ishgard. What mounts are in Ishgard? I've done like so little Ishgard restoration, I'm still like getting scripts. That I'm trying to think of a mount you get from that and I can't think of it off the top of my head. Oh, the level 1! Level 1 is there, yeah. Level 1's there. Level 1's there. Mounts are... I haven't been focusing much on getting mounts throughout the game. Mounts are something that I haven't been focusing on getting a lot throughout the game. So there's a lot of mounts like from different sources that I just don't have. So I'm just doing a jumping puzzle while I'm here. I gotta like go through the list of mounts and just see which ones I can get, which ones I should work on getting. The winged white horse. Oh yeah, like the flying Pegasus. Yeah. There's like a flying. There's a flying unicorn, isn't there? With wings. This won't do. The wind will go right through it, and me without my needle and sinew. Not a unicorn, just Pegasus, fancy magicals. Oh, I thought it was both. Oh, these are precisely what I needed. I should be able to patch up the cover now. Given how often we pack up and reassemble our tents, they're bound to get the occasional tear. Fortunately, the Rhonic hide they're made of is durable enough that we generally needn't worry. Yeah, unicorns are conjure them out for some reason. What you working on over here? The grind never ends. God, Gridania sucks. Gridania's awful. Gridania, more like butt Kanya. Grinds my gears. You'll learn about the Hitsara way of life, are you? I may have a thing or two to share, but rather than talking your ear off, let me test your powers of deduction. Finance is much easier to recall later if I arrived at them myself. I had to provide us something that we use in medicines, poultices, and soap, drive away pests and to stand out fires. What is it? They're pests. They're pests. Bones? Hooves? Or hooves bones? Is it dung? Again? Meat and organ? Me? What was the exact nature of the question? Yeah, medicines, poultices, and soap. Meat and organ meat, because soap is fat. Alas, not quite. Meat and organs both give me delicious fare, and neighbors off to glad trade for them. They have certain medicinal use as well, but they haven't fit all for the purposes I mentioned in my question. It's used for medicines, poultices, and soap to drive away pests and evil other sustained fires, and to flavor food. Bones and hooves? Both horns and hooves have cores of bone, and we use these materials, albeit primarily in tampons, instruments, and the like. It's not quite the answer. Dung. Huh? Sounds like there's a story there, but that is indeed the correct answer. We discovered myriad use of Pharaonic chips over time, each a boon to our way of life. Where there's a need, thou had so always provide. Flavor food! I know city folk are scrimmage about them, but you can't deny generations of results. I won't argue that you march across the plains and fill a sack with it. I don't think you my own mind. No, the other parts I get. No, I understand for like medicines, poultices, and soaps, and sustaining fires. Food? Is this a thing? I figured it would like, one, taste bad, but two, not be healthy. If you burn it as fuel, it's gonna impart flavor to things. I can't imagine that tasting good. Like all the other uses I get, but poop smoked meat, yum. I assume this has to come from some actual thing, like... I assume the game's not making this up out of nowhere. Right! I assume the game's not making this up out of nowhere. I'm assuming there's some form of practice they're referring to. Right! Like... Because the Ronic are very much buffalo-inspired. Okay. Was... buffalo done used to flavor food. Buffalo chips, bison dung, what are they used for? Yeah, buffalo chips, valuable and highly prized fuel, used by some tribes as a ceremonial incense. Pulverized chips for absorbent materials like for diapers. Used in making of skin, like helping with the skins. I'm not seeing anything about... People do legit use cow chips for fuel because wood in the prairie is hard to get. I can understand it for fuel. I understand it for the fuel. It's like, everything else they say I get, and I understand, like, historically the purpose for that. Like... Like, again, medicines, poultices, soaps, drive away pests, sustain fires. I understand all of that. And, like, I know that's historically what it's used for. Like, animal poop, including human poop, is, like, a very actual useful thing in a lot of different ways. Like, that's literally what fertilizer is. Like, there's a lot of uses for it. And I understand traditionally that always has been because, you know, it's like it's similar to the like, not the same way, but like it's similar to the idea of like, you know, if you had a pig or a chicken that you killed back when scarcity was a thing you'd worry about, you would use every single part of that possible. This, like, the feathers would be used for different things, the skin would be used for things if you weren't eating it. When you got down to the skeleton, you would boil it for the broth to get the extra nutrients out of, like, the parts stuck to it, or out of the bones themselves. You would, like, use the bones for other stuff too, either as whole pieces or crushed up into stuff, like, into, like a bone meal thing. Like, it's a similar concept of just, like, it's coming out of the body, you can still use it for something. I understand all of that. It's when they specifically say to flavor food that I don't know what they're referring to. Again, maybe they're referring to something specific. Again, it's a buffalo? Like, Ronic's a buffalo / bison. They're a different creature to, like, a cow or something. So I could understand, like, maybe it does a different thing. Maybe when you burn it, there's bits of, like, Maybe it's similar to burning wood and there's like a charcoal effect that like it can impart a charcoal thing to food. Maybe. But still, eating shit can literally give you infections. Yeah, again, that's the part that I'm like, that's why I'm confused. That's where I'm confused. Because it's useful, you still shouldn't eat it. So when they say flavor for it, like, where is this coming from? Like, I can see a video of like, this is an Indian farm, and they're using it as a way of, and like it's used for like earthen stoves. So you use it to cook like as a fuel source. But does that impart flavor? I'm confused. I'm confused. Because that's why I chose it last, because it's just like, the flavoring of the food part is the part that I don't understand. However, this is an English, Japanese, and backing image translation that fell through the cracks because otherwise this makes zero sense. Again, if you want to say use it to cook food, you can say that. If you're saying we use it to cook food because it's a fuel source, then that does make sense. That is a, like, that's a thing that did exist, that's a thing that still exists. It's the flavoring part that I'm confused by. When you say it's used to flavor the food, I'm like, are you drawing from somewhere here? Or are you trying to imply that the people in this game who are inspired by Native Americans like eating the taste of shit? Like, where are we going with this? Where are we going with this? Is there a historical thing I don't understand that I can't find by doing a basic research? Or are you implying that Native Americans like the taste of shit? Like, what? Smell of the grass and the wind. Which is a good thing, I promise. You can nearly be mistaken for one of us. With the brawn of a Ronick to boot. I have to wonder how Valkona's getting on. I assumed he'd be reluctant to get his hands dirty, but he seems to wish to understand us, was sincere. Ah, there he is now. Yay! I really want to grind out so hard to get a Ronick mount, because I do love the look of them. They are super adorable in a really cool way too. Apologies for my tardiness. I was also going to the Ronick and ended up rather far afield. I found myself wandering hither and thither at my companion's inclination. To force us back to the trail seemed inappropriate. But how was your own work? Have you anything to share? I'm 7% on the way there. Well, my main thing is I don't know the best way to grind for a Ronick mount. You can slowly do it over time just with custom deliveries. But I don't know if there's like a more fruitful, like, because I've done crafting for turn-ins. Of just like going out of my way making extra crafts for turn-ins. I've never done that for gathering. So I'm not like super familiar with the experience. I imagine it's time. How many people I saw at time notes when I was gearing my gatherers? You're not the only one. Yeah, just time collectibles over and over. But Sorrow Life rolls down the Ronick, but in turn the people receive all they need. In Basel, doing custom deliveries, but I actually want to spend time. I could just, going through the 100 notes I could. 1 every 2 in-game hours, yeah. I need to, like, get a list up of, like, every time to note in the game. So if I ever want to, like, work on that, I know what time zones everything's happening. This time in the game, go here. Because you can give a lot, but it's generally time-based RNG instead. There's so much stuff I gotta do in this game. There's so many things I gotta do in this game, and just, like, ugh. Not having time for it. Yes, I feel the truth of this myself. While I was hesitant to leave my fate to the whims of the Hetzer, rather than tread man-made paths, I arrived where I was meant to be all the same. Showtime's in Gatherlog? Yeah, but that doesn't help me. Having to go through the Gatherlog and go through all of them to see which one's available now doesn't work for me. I need an Excel sheet on my computer that divides every time, like, for nodes into, like, which areas have which ones. Again, when it comes to crafting and gathering, I do not rely on the in-game resources because there's too many fucking menus to go through to get to find all the information. There's too many fucking menus to do, and I'm on one of these. I will get the base information I need, and then I will write it on a computer, where I can also keep it up on a second monitor permanently, and I never have to reopen that menu, which then covers the game, like I have to do in-game. Mine is not the only way. Though at times I like the experience in other ways. My inability to conceive of how a decision might be right does not mean that it is wrong. My parents had a duty to the Romic, as they did to me. And so I wonder if their leaving me behind was not so selfish an act as I once believed. I have no way to know, of course. And regardless, this is no bearing on our present concerns. We're here in service of the people of Tral, after all. Nevertheless, I think of it helping me find deeper meaning in what we've done today. And I'll endeavor to remain curious, especially where the Hetzer are concerned. Glad to hear that, Valkona. You're welcome among our herd anytime. So that was the child. I don't like Teamcraft either. Again, I put stuff into Excel Word documents because I want everything to be laid out the way that I want it to be laid out. With how bad my memory is, lots of little bits of information, it's hard for my brain to retain at once because of the way that my memory is. So I need things laid out in a way that's easier for my brain to remember them, or relies on my brain not remembering at all and just having a list. It's why I have an Excel document for this game that's like got fucking 13 sheets in it. Seems that good. I was going to understand it with the head, so after all. As my file will come out there and we'll be back soon. I have a post on my screen with it. It's just the one node every other hour. I got into an e-macro for easy in-game consultation. I can't copy easy into the game. I'm on a console! I'm on console! The warmth of family. Khan appears loath to part from his ironic companion. No! No! I've drawn a little cock with drawed pickaxe heritage found on the owl marks. Is that with on-screen keyboard? Yeah, but I can't copy from like a website. I can't copy from a website into the game when I'm on console for the game and my computer is a computer. I can't like load up a website, right-click in the game, right-click on my computer, copy, go to my keyboard on my PlayStation, and Control-V there. I can't do that. You have to type out the macros and it's annoying at that point, just put it in the Excel sheet. Exactly. I have my Excel sheet and it works. I have my Excel sheet and it works. But I also have Excel sheets for like most things. I have Excel sheets just for most things in general. Like not even just 14, I have Excel sheets just for so many different things. Because just listing out stuff in Excel is just like a way for my memory to work for most things. So, I just have Excel sheets for a lot of stuff. Kona! How did it go? I love this thing and I would die if anything happened to it. Timed item in-game. Oh no, the in-game alarm works, like, if you're doing the same one over and over and over again, yeah. Yeah, an in-game alarm works really well if you're just getting that thing over and over again. I'll use that so the game can remind me of the time, but to remember like which ones I want to get, which ones are easier to get, and everything like that, I'll leave a list. And then I can look at that list and go, oh, I'll work on this because I'm like in that area or whatever. And then I can set an in-game alarm. I believe I finally understand the significance of the Hetzo. They nourish the Hetsaru as they grow, and provide warmth and companionship in a harsh and unpredictable world. They are the equal of any man, not beast to be tamed. Moreover, Ronic is sensitive. Though we may treat their injuries or brush their coats to keep them hale, we must ever be free to follow their instincts and seek lands where they might thrive. The Hetsaru would never cage them, and neither should we. To control their migratory patterns or capture those who wander to cross the tracks is out of the question. But it is particularly important to advance our original line of inquiry. Fortunately, we were able to visit the Onyx once favored grazing grounds. As we were told, the grass looks fine, but the place is too quiet. It's not just the Ronic. Even the birds and the field mice have fled. We did encounter one pack of Ceratoraptors, but they looked to be passing through in a hurry. Typically, I thought the behavior in the fauna would be associated with natural disasters. Earthquakes, landslides, and the like. Which, to be fair, the land would tremble. Though the Hetsaru would have certainly put two and two together with the coast geological, I measured the area's ether to be certain. There was indeed nothing to suggest recent environmental disruption, but I did notice one anomaly. A strong aetheric signature to the east, moving across the plain, albeit slowly. We're gonna lead them. We've always gotta lead them. What do you think, Kona? Given where we are, I believe we are dealing with a powerful beast. A predator, perhaps, given the local fauna's behavior. One of the raptors we saw looked like it had a bite taken out of its tail by something with very large fangs. It couldn't be a Turohetsu. Turohetsu. Ronic Reaver in the common tongue. Our people have several names for such creatures. Bangs that steal Hetsu in the night is another evocative one. Ronic can fend off many predators with their horns, but not the Turohetsu. Their scales are tough as adamant, and neither horn nor arrow can pierce them. But a toothed carnivore with an unusually tough hide. I cannot recall any such fauna in this region. They usually roam the wilds in the northeast. Most herds keep well clear of them. I can't tell you why this one's so far from its home and its pack both. In any case, I believe the source of its consternation is clear. As is our next move. We must drive this reaver away, then we might return to their grazing lands in peace. Never fear. We'll make certain that the beast threatens you no more. So what does Hetsaru mean in common tongue? Oh. So what does Hetsaru mean in common tongue? Turohetsu is Ronic Reaver, and Ronic is Hetsu. So I assume Hetsaru is something along the lines of like, yeah, Ronic follower maybe. I assume it's something along the lines of that, yeah. Yo, it's this top. Waiting on a node. It's this top. Also, by the way, is this... I feel like this is going to be pretty unique for the game. Like, is there flutes? Lute of Betrayal is a solo instance. Your phone hates you, Graphs. Well, I'm trying to think of this, because like that animation is doing this. Maybe there's a performance? Maybe in Dharma. Dharma might have some flutes here. One thing is like if there's a performance animation, because like the fingers are moving like it's doing like it's altering holes on there. So I'm like, is there any flutes or anything like that? Maybe Domin ones, yeah. Oh, the mole as well, yeah. But it's like having local people just like making music. So just as you're hanging around, you can just hear the sounds of them making music. I appreciate that. So one of the things that I like really liked about Tears of the Kingdom is like having the stables, and so when you did the fairy quest, it would add like a new musician to the stables. So every time you like, as you do that, the stables become more and more music filled. It was like really cool detail. Those Doronic Grievous must have a hefty set of teeth, but I'm not worried. We thought was a powerful creature behaving unusually. Left to its devices, it may well become a tool of control. We must attend to it ere that happens. The Doronic Reaver is a clear threat to the local population. We cannot allow it to be unchecked. We won't do for us to go running off in search of it without having made proper preparations. And while returning from across the plain, I've spotted it. We may be able to inform us of its recent behavior and where it might be found. Why is the world hates me? Thing is also because I've not done like on content, like gathering collectibles. I don't know like how to like best optimize it. There's a lot of skills for collectibles for gatherers that I've just never used because being so overgeared for old expansions means I've never had to worry about it. Here we go.
Help! Help! Odora Hetsu is coming this way! It has beasts across the plains in a panic, and our Ronek are practically paralyzed with fear. We must get them to safety.
We can assist by helping to calm the creatures. Once they're less agitated, it should be possible to hurt them.
I'm purposefully carrying
After they're out of harm's way, we'll deal with the Ronek Reaver.
I suggest you remain here to attend to the Ronek when they arrive.
They'll be safe with me. Please, be careful out there.
Go protect the Roneks! Protect one of the cutest animals in the game! I love them. They're so cute. They're so adorable. We must protect them! We must protect!
We must protect the Ronek!
I agree! Protect the Ronek!
Don't worry, we're right behind you.
What does we should do ASMR or something? Pray the head's alright. Unfortunately, if they ran this way, we'll be too frightened to find us. Keep eyes peeled for anything brown and fluffy. Orange and fluffy, I found. Oh, the door heads have got them! I think I see. Yes, there they are! Protect Ronek! Go! The others actually use sprint.
They're terrified. We must do what we can to soothe them.
Oh no! They're actually shaking! Oh no! The poor things! They're actually quaking! Oh my god! No! You're alright. No T-Flax, thank goodness. Oh. Snuffle! Quick, go home! You'll be safe there.
All right. Let's look for stragglers.
The more have a string and
None shall be left behind.
Hell yeah! Oh shit! Run! Call the hunters!
There must be something up ahead. Come.
Oh shit!
There.
These are no match for the light.
The Yee Hequas! No, you don't! Get away from them! Oh shit! Satara Raptor showed up! I do appreciate how Wukama has clearly different attacks from like a normal warrior. Oh no! Oh no, my headphones! The headphones, no! They warned me about low battery like before the blue screen. I completely forgot about that. They didn't warn me again. Well, I think they did, but like, whatever. Go to speakers quickly! So I can hear at least.
You're mine.
Yo, Jesus! They're coming in with the giant primal rend, hell yeah. Get the alligators! I like how you can see all the machinist stuff coming off of Kona. Oh dear God.
All or nothing then.
Are you gonna deal with those ones? Yo! Yo! He had a unique LB for that. He calls the dome of just reflections. Yo! And we're continuing to refuse to pick up a combat jump and just stand there. Get away from the running, you slut or whatever Sigourney Weaver says.
It seems that did the trick.
Run, X! Run back home!
For the fodder at least. But where's...
Reviews on collectibles, let's go. Where's the Reaver?
Look there! We've got a big one coming!
That's a lot more ominous and menacing than I was expecting.
Impenetrable scales and wicked fangs.
I didn't realize the Monster Hunter crossover was
That's
part of
a lot
MSQ.
beaver, and no mistake.
What? No! No, the baby!
There! That one there! Not so fast!
Jesus! Goddamn, Kona! No, the glasses!
Even should it cost me my life. I will save the head soul!
How the fuck do we deal with this? How the fuck do we deal with this if we just actually bounce off it like that?
Do not concern yourself with me. Get the Ronek to safety.
The killer was you don't this glamorous. That's what I mean. Its shape, it's a fucking monster and a monster.
Right. Let's finish the job.
I made a vow to
Kill the dragon's heart. Wait, that's not the Asma.
You shall plague them no longer.
Let go! How the fuck do we deal with this? She bounced right off. How do we deal with this thing?
You'll find the vow of reason is not without resolve.
Yeah, that's a fucking... That is a lack of damage. That is precisely not doing damage. Get him on the Hydra's back! Do analysis work! For the love of
Keep it busy. I need time.
Oh hell yeah, shotgun. Yeah! That's definitely working a hell of a lot better. It's definitely working a lot better. Oh shit. Over this way. Oh my god, it's the fucking thing from Somal. Well, its legs are nearly done. I'm not sure what that means in terms of trying to take out the rest of it, but you know. Get there when we get there.
Now we just have to keep it pinned.
Yo! Yo! Home gang! Will do! Do the analysis!
A protective current of ether. Whence does it flow?
Trace that back to the point of greatest density.
I've got it.
Oh Jesus! This is our best chance. Yo!
Piercing round to the chest and
You should promise, but promise won't save you for what comes next.
you're done for.
I see you! Yo! Yo! Hell yeah!
Protective ether.
Get in there! Run like rats in a casket! Oh, you're so extremely fucked now.
Still not backing down, huh? Fine with me.
I love being Viper in situations like this, because the other characters are still doing crazy moves. But when I activate Reawakened, I become a fucking Dragon Ball Z character. I activate Reawakened and I become a Dragon Ball Z character. I am actually just fucking flying everywhere. Oh, shit. Yo. It's probably my most American opinion. It's viscerally fun, satisfying, and slamming with the bolt on a rifle like that. I'm a lever action person, but I can understand. Still, they need to do a fraction of our monk power. Seeing another character actually do Primal Rend realizes how funny it looks.
We must disperse that ether ere the Reaver recovers it.
Oh, yo!
This is going to hurt.
Yo, I fucking love Temple of the Fist. I love Temple of the Fist. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Not a complicated solo duty. Definitely been solo duties that have had a lot more mechanically going on.
We did it.
But between like the taking care of the trembling Ronix and seeing the way that Connor and Mukamart interact during all of that, and giving Connor a badass like sniper scene, very good for like the characters. Solo duty that's good for like character relationships
in
and
the area
character
for
stuff.
any remaining threats, but the local fauna appear to have calmed down.
We cannot thank you enough for your timely aid. You, most of all, Bow of Reason. We feared you would be loath to take direct action, yet you didn't hesitate to put your life on the line for our Hetzo.
I did no more than is a Dawn servant's duty.
But it's that you're living up to that.
The ethereal conductivity of those scales is astounding. I dare say we could repurpose them to create a device that emits controlled pulses of ether.
Okay, we're even using the creature's body to create
ether resembling that of the predator the Ronek fear
new
most.
stuff. It is a monster and a monster.
It might work. If we struck the right balance, we would have the means to deter the Ronek from approaching the railroad without causing them undue distress.
Is this guy?
Incredible! Kona, you've done it again.
If it's of their most feared
I
predator.
was hoping I'd never have to see one of these again.
If it's of their most feared predator, wouldn't like if it's enough to
Still
move
haven't
them
forgotten
away
the
from the
last
train.
one. And it's been more than 20 years
If it's enough to
now.
move them away from the train, wouldn't it be enough to give them stress?
I had come as a trader to the camp in Lozanihetta. A camp that was obliterated in an instant by that monster.
Here's the backstory.
Lozanihetta. That's where the Pelu Pelu trader found me as a babe. Please, can you tell me what you saw?
As I said, I had traveled there to trade with our fellow Hetzaro. Like us, they followed the Ronek. And like us, they were visited by a Reaver. The fiend struck like a whirlwind in the night. It was chaos.
I got a revive engine.
I grabbed some token belongings and bolted in a panic, thinking only of getting as far away as possible. But even in my panicked state, I could not help but notice the young couple racing the other way, toward the fell creature. "We're distracted," I heard one cry. "Save our son! Save the Hetzel!"
And there it is.
After that, nothing but the pounding of my heart and feet and Rodek thunder. I ran and ran. As the sun broke the horizon, I found myself separated from both man and beast. Windborne words say that a group of survivors reunited with their remaining Ronek and have long since moved on. But still more were never seen again, including the brave couple. Or so the story goes.
And what became of their child?
I'm afraid I don't know. But if he wasn't with the survivors, even if he lived through that night, the wilderness wouldn't have been kind to a little one out on his lonesome.
Maybe not. But perhaps a passing Pelu would. And one day, even a Dawn servant himself. All these years, I was convinced that my parents had left me behind to follow after the Ronek.
That Pelu merchant lied to you!
But now I see. They didn't abandon me. They were trying to keep me safe. I've wasted so much time resenting them, when in truth, they gave me everything I have today. It is thanks to them that I live to know the warmth of family, even after they were gone. And now that I am Dawn servant, all of Tuliyola is my family. A family I will always protect, as my parents protected me.
Aww. It's like Kona's like finally reaching the level that Wukalamat's been able to reach. Not in like the same way, because his journey has not been about achieving the same things that I mean Dawn Servant, but his journey, like Wukalamat's journey is meant to mirror the Warrior of Lights. Kona's isn't. Kona's journey isn't meant to like match the Warrior of Lights. But I do appreciate, like, we're not forgetting Kona. I do appreciate that we haven't forgotten Kona, like, as we go through the story. Like, you know, you still get Kona moments during the base MSQ, you get Kona moments of, like, seeing him realize why Wukalamat's one who should be the Dawn Servant. Even, like, when we go full on Alexandria, Kona gets his moment of, like, being, like, helping the defense of Tuliyola and everything like that. It's really nice. Really nice. I appreciate that we've like not forgotten him, and even like because you know Wukalamat got so much of like and like you know reached the levels that she did by defeating Sphene the way that she did at the end, that we get this little bit afterwards to just be like, and this is Kona like fulfilling his ideas of what he wants to achieve. See, Kona, your parents didn't abandon you because of tradition. They abandoned you because they were eaten alive by a dinosaur. Which is probably a better reason of on Night Shaloni. Yeah, he's more nation leader yeah, very, very much, yeah. You've put the words that I've been trying to think of into there, yeah. Kona's arc is way more like your Amrics, your Heians, your Lisas, your Chainuas. Yeah, his arc is way closer to those. Absolutely, yeah. Whereas Wuklamart is very explicitly Warrior of Light. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, you've I'm trying to think of like what characters in the game does he feel more like in that regard, and no, you've completely nailed it. It's the other leader characters from the other expansions. Yeah. Which in a big way means that like Wuklamart is like the Warrior of Light who helps him do that. But I'll take a slightly cynical view of this story. It feels a little problematic from my white point of view. Like Kona spends 5 minutes around the creatures he spent a lifetime resenting and goes, I will now die for them, like activate a code in his DNA or something. It feels like the devs admitting that Kona was undeveloped in the base MSQ, so they need a bit extra and had to stick it in an otherwise unrelated patch story. I mean, I disagree. I disagree with the concept of Kona being underdeveloped in base MSQ, and they need to stick it here. Because, one, Kona needs to... Part of the point of Kona is his growth is slower than Wuklamart's. Part of the point of Kona is that he develops slower than Wuklamart. It takes him longer to realize the stuff that Wuklamart either realizes earlier or intuitively already understands. That's why Wuklamart became Dawnservant and not Kona. So Kona's arc can't finish until after base MSQ, because he can't finish his before Wuklamart does. Because the whole point is that Kona's looking to her as one of the things of doing that, of like being able to grow. Again, he had the whole thing of like, when like, during the Shibruk Pibil stuff and everything after that, and reflecting on that, is when he realized what the point of the Rider Succession was. It was the 6th challenge that he realized, oh, this is why Father has the Rider Succession be what it is. Because the point of all of these feats is the stuff we're learning about the people here. And that's how we do that. And he realizes that, and Wuklamart realized that that was the point of it long ago. She said that at the beginning of this trial, and also Wuklamart's been trying, even if Wuklamart didn't realize that was the point of succession earlier, it's what she's been trying to do since the very first feat. So I disagree that he's underdeveloped in base and needs more, and so they had to stick some in the patches. I think that was always the intention, because Kona should develop slower than Wuklamart. And this idea of the train was brought up in MSQ and wasn't resolved because beyond Thunderdome, the idea of the train, the idea of like tradition and advancement clashing was brought up here already, and it wasn't resolved here. So this was a lead that they left here to do that. So I disagree that it makes Kona, like that Kona was underdeveloped and got more later on. I do disagree with that. I do agree that this is a very quick turnaround for Kona in terms of hates his the upper, or like angry at his parents for that, distrusting of tradition because he mistakenly believes that tradition is what abandoned him and everything like that. Hangs around these animals and then is just like, I will die to protect them. Is a very, very quick turnaround. I do agree with that. That is completely fair. I do agree that it is fair that it's just like, he spends a little bit of time around his like ancestral people and then immediately does that. I do agree with that part. I disagree with the idea that he's undeveloped in base, because it is a little... It would be weird for Kona to finish his arc before Wuklamart overall. It's not underdeveloped, it's pushing back the development until after the more important Alexandria story is over. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. But I do completely agree with the idea of the turnaround here does feel a little fast, and does feel a bit, oh, I've met my native peoples. I now completely bond with them and understand their struggles. because I hung around them and I did half a day of labor for them. It is a bit quick. It is a bit quick. It's one of those things where when you compare it to Wuklamart had the smaller, like, had small little bits of learning a small little section of stuff across the entire Rider Succession. Like, Wukelamart's growth is like a small little piece after every one of the feats in the Rider Succession. So Kona having such a dramatic shift in, like, just doing this is a bit fast. So like, you kind of should go on Alexandria to see how his ideas could go wrong. I can understand that. I can understand that. But I feel like Kona being there to defend Tulialal from that is enough to get that point across. I think Kona being in Taral to be the one to fend off the technological invasion is enough to get across the point of this is Kona learning that something like this can go too far, and Kona's method of fighting back is extremely Tarali in nature, because his response is to call upon an alliance with Radzat Han and call upon their help, which Taral's strength is explicitly because it's the diversity. Taral's strength as a nation is explicitly because of how many different types of people and how many types of cultures come together and how they bolster each other up by all existing together. So Kona's defense is accepting more under that banner and more of that coming together to help to fight off against a technological invasion that wants to subsume everything that was there. I think that follows through enough to get that point across for Kona. Just we don't have a scene of Kona like reflecting on that after the fact. I think the game does that to make the metaphor there. It's just they don't have Kona to like talk about his feelings about the metaphor that just happened. But again, I don't think we necessarily need that, because again, Dawntrail's writing style wants to leave more for the player to understand rather than directly explaining everything. Dawntrail still directly explains to the player a lot of stuff, and it's still really good and it's still usually pretty damn good when it does it. But a lot more of Dawntrail wants to leave a lot more to the player's understanding, and like reading it and looking at it and putting things and like piecing things together rather than telling them everything. So for me, I don't know if we need a scene of like Kona reflecting on the metaphor of just, wow, this advanced technology tried to kill all the people in Tulialal, but like relying on what we on the strength of Tulialal of just like all the people coming together, like really did stop that from being a bad thing. Valkona counts us among his family, then he is part of ours. You may have found that to her head to look easy. Well, we did require a sniper rifle for it. You get to dance over like really good, must resist. You will go and do your Rikatsu and you will like it. We certainly got more than we bargained for when we set the sword at the railroad conundrum. Never trust meticulous woodsman is the decision. I can't imagine how Kona must be feeling right now. That either. You don't suppose it was the same one then? To know that the Hetzer are safe is more than enough. Yet, would it be wrong to hope that, in protecting them, we also avenge my parents? It is the least I owe to them, after all this time. So what I would say here, how fast this little bit's going, how fast Kona's like developments in terms of just like his feeling towards the Hetzaru and everything like that, I feel like this is as fast and abrupt as what people try to claim Wukelamart's growth is during the MSQ. What people think Wukelamart's growth is throughout the MSQ is what Kona actually has here. Teleported Solution 9, open teleport menu, teleported Solution 9 again. Well, at least he only spent like 100 gil. Or like, even less if you have like bonuses on. Or you wasted an Aetheryte ticket because you have Aetheryte ticket set to 0. Manifest. I thank you for standing by me. As Dawn Servant, and as the oft imperfect man beneath that mantle. Let's return our attention to the matter we came here to address, shall we? We have removed the root cause of the Ronic, starting from their favorite grazing, and obtained the tools to devise an additional precautionary measure, a silent whistle, as it were. I still don't know about the silent whistle. The idea that it's just like, it'll be enough to get them out of the way of the train, but it won't cause them fear to sense the aether of the creature that eats them. I don't know how much that works. 0 gil is my free spot. Ah. Bye. An alternate universe where DT was just the ride. This was a fate speculative. I could see that. I could see that. I could see that. This feels very fate-ish in nature. I made a city's free spot so I can use fast exit most of it. This whistle must be capable of emitting pulses of aether strong enough that they will shy away from the tracks on instinct, yet not so strong as to drive them into a panic. If we can achieve this, it'll be a far sight better than traditional whistle. More effective and less stressful for the creatures themselves. This feels like some form of like smell bait. Of just like, how do you keep the animals away? Have something that smells bad that they don't want to go near, but doesn't smell so bad that it like causes them to like have a heart attack and die. I'm assuming off of vibes. It's one of those things where it's like, it feels like Shaloni should have been part of the Rider Succession because it is part of Tyrell. The idea that the entirety of Shock Tyrell is not part of the Rider Succession, when, you know, the person who becomes Dawn Servant covers Yok Tyrell and Shock Tyrell, is bizarre, and I mentioned that in the story. It's like they wanted to cover the entire, like, the crossing the bridge and going to Shock Tyrell is like meant to be a grand thing after the ceremony happens. But then also, it also means that the entirety of Shock Tyrell is like not involved at all when it comes to the Rider Succession. But also, like, because they also wrote the Rider Succession of like Gulu Jaja's saga as not coming to Shock Tyrell. They considered the train a predator and stay away naturally instead of being startled by a sudden loud whistle. Like how a pigeon will run away if there's a car coming at it. Most of the time. Maybe 8.0 is in Shock Tyrell and that's why it's barely involved. I'll let you know now, if 8.0 is Shock Tyrell, I'm not playing it. If Shock Tyrell is 8.0, I'm not playing it. I will wait till it happens and I will buy a story skip. Let's return to Shaloni Station and begin work on it then. While Lee and his crew would doubtless be relieved to finally have a solution. It's like the people who insist that Stormblood should have been one expansion for Alamigo and one expansion for Doma. And I'm just like, do you really want 2 expansions in a row to be the same story? Do you really want 2 expansions in a row of rebel against the Gallians? Do you really want that? It's always my thought process when people try to be like, this game should have way more expansions. This game should have like, oh, Alamigo should have been its own expansion, and Doma should have been its own expansion, and Garlemald should have been its own expansion. And I'm just like, motherfuckers, if we did everything like that, if we did every expansion idea that you're saying we should have, we only would have like just now gotten to Shadowbringers, maybe. Maybe. And we would have like covered the same idea so many times. Type of people who think an expansion is just, oh, an expansion means that you go to more of that area and not like the actual story and thematic ideas that you explore in it. Do we count Heritage found as Tyrell or Alexandria? I guess it's both. It's Alexandria with like Tyrelli heritage. 2 major areas in Tyrell labeled on map but not visited yet. Lozenheta in Shock and Tiak in Yok. That could be side content. I I don't think 8.0 is going to be Shaktaral. I'm going to have a wild guess and say 8.0 is not secretly a Shaktaral expansion. There might be reasons that we go to one place in it for side content or maybe something like that, but I'm going to put down a very firm guess right now and say that Shaktaral is not 8.0. Just as a guess. I feel absurd that I even need to state that's a guess, though. Another head tour taken to you. You have to come and see us again. I need them out. Give me. I'm pleased to have seen with my own eyes the wisdom and courage our new Dawn servants will use to lead the station. I wish them all the best. I'm still gonna give the Hetsaro. It's weird that it's cool, like, because you can see the Ronick just like. I like this because you can see the Ronick just like grazing, so you get to see them exist here. I feel weird that they're like hostile already, and like you can go and just kill Ronicks. It's weird that you can just go kill them. But real spot so we can finally get rid of those clouds. Look. Here's what I'll say. Kill the Ronick for purple script. No! I could understand a future expansion having one, maybe two, but no more, zones of Garlemolds as part of their area. I could understand that. Because Garlemald is so big, and we've explored so little of it outside of the capital. But if we're doing that, it better be for a good fucking reason. Because I've legit seen people say, we should bring back the Garlean Empire so we can have a proper Garlemald expansion of defeating the Garlean Empire. I've legitimately seen people say 8.0 or 9.0 should be about someone in the Garlean Empire rebuilding it, and then we have an expansion that goes to everywhere else in Garlemald, and we defeat the Empire for good this time. And I'm just like, you people are the most boring fucking cunts on the planet. So I swear to God, if we have a future expansion, like, I'm okay going to more of Ilsabad and Garlemald for an expansion. I don't think that's inherently wrong just because of how huge Ilsabad is. Like, we could go to Corvos, we can go to, like, further outposts in Garlemald that aren't, like, part of the capital. But again, if we're going there, we better have a good fucking reason for it, and the reason better not fucking be to stop the Garlean Empire. The thing that is already gone. A variety of artisans on a Costoral have come to assist with the railroad, so I foresee no difficulty in creating the whistle that Kona proposed. I always carry a pair of spectacles or two, as it can be difficult to find replacements outside of the city. You won't believe how many I went through during the Raiders succession. I like how he broke his glasses out. He's like, oh, he's gonna have broken glasses now. And the idea is just, no, Conan just has like a backpack full of nothing but glasses. This train will be ready in no time. And hopefully, no bombs on it this time. You look pleased about something? Good news for the railroad, I take it. We're gonna put a silent whistle on there. It's basically a dog whistle. Are dog whistles mean to dogs? I don't actually know. Are dog whistles mean to use on dogs? Because I know they exist. But also, isn't the idea behind a dog whistle that it's so high-pitched that it hurts the dogs? Hearing, and they don't like to hear it because it hurts? Because that sounds like it's mean to the dogs. So the Ronick were avoiding a predator. Smart ones they are. Valcona's not too bad himself. What with his whistle idea? Sit time, we'll have the train on tracks before you know it. The whistles are a frequency only they can hear, but I don't know if they like it or dislike it. Play the song again. Do it. Do it. Do it. Lean into the meme.
We're ready to go.
Lean into the meme. Play the song again. For shits and giggles, play the song again.
Whoa. She looks as good as new.
If I had time to do a proper job, could have really made her shine.
Good ones and bad ones depend on how sensitive those ears are.
Had to cobble together the exterior with spare parts. We refurbished the interior, though. Not that you can appreciate it from out here.
How much of the train survives being blown the fuck up?
But as far as the Ronek are concerned, we've spared no effort. From the ballast to the ties, we've adjusted every bit of the track so she'll run quiet as a field mouse.
Oh, it's a levitate at least.
You and your crew have worked wonders. Our nation is in your debt.
Come now. If anything, credit's due to Tuliolao. It's thanks to the folk you recruited from every corner of the continent that we were able to get her up and running so quickly. Besides, the ethereal whistle's the true marvel. And we wouldn't have that without the scales you brought us.
There's the same as with hearing it, don't go blasting loud music right into
know
the ears
that
and stuff.
we're even more thankful.
Right. If we're done talking, let's put this train through her paces.
So basically, we're gonna just roll through and start playing some music that the Ronek just really don't like. And you know what music is clearly the best music to play if you want people to get out of there because they hate listening to it? That's right. It's whatever your favorite band is. I don't know, Nickelback have like 3 songs about drinking that are fun. But that's my favorite band. Oh shit!
There's a Ronek up ahead.
My favorite band is 10 hours of Version 2
Now,
videos.
To test our whistle.
To be fair, my accent is probably high enough
Just
pitch
point it in the general direction
that
and...
it would count as a dog whistle. Huh. I get this weird feeling that I should fuck off for some reason. Whale noises?
It's moving away.
Yay!
Meanwhile, our friends over there appear wholly unperturbed.
There? Okay, so it's also only short range enough to affect what's on the tracks. Basically perfect, let's go! I want a Ronic mount so fucking bad. I need to put in the effort to get a Ronic mount. I want one so badly.
We can alert
They're
those
so
who
adorable.
wander too close without disturbing the rest of the herd.
A roaring success! In a quiet way.
Ronic's up ahead! Turn on Labyrinthos day theme! Gonna do it at like 100 kilometers per hour. If the Ronic's taking too long to get out of the way, can they slow down the train enough while it's actually carrying carriages? Buffalo is nice, but in comparison to the Ronic, Ronics are adorable. The Ronic Politics Patch. I'm okay with this. Ronics are adorable. Ronics are adorable. The Ronic are adorable, and I love them. So I'm okay having a patch for them. Now, anyone be able to come and go to the from the Domesday, please? I can't wait to spread the word in Alexandria. Is that doing Unreal just if I can get a Ronic minion? I want Ronic! Wait, how would... Oh, Ronic minion. I was about to say, how are they gonna give me the mount? But Ronic minions also from Unreals? You gotta do faux hollows for that. I mean, we do need to do Unreals at some point. There is so much shit locked behind Unreals. It's kind of unreal how much shit is locked behind Unreals. But if that's what the Ronic minion is as well, oh my god. Though I believe a lot, I don't know of all, but I believe a lot of stuff in Unreals is also allowed to be sold in the market. So if you can't do a shitload of Unreals, you can buy it. But I imagine it's not cheap. I expect that with the Reaver gone, the Ronic will gradually return to their old habits, and we won't see many approaching the tracks. It is good to see that Whistle will be effective in the meantime. With that, I believe our work is done. The fine people at Shaktaral Railing can take it from here. Folks of Alcona brought in to help rebuild the railroad have already returned home, but why can't we give them a ride someday? For a while there, we were real worried that we'd never get the railroad running again. But now the test drive was such a success, we can breathe easy and start hauling people to and from the dome. First Shaloni, and then the Gauntlet. Watch out, Shaktaral, here we come. I share the sentiment, but we got a mountain of work ahead of us to ensure smooth operations. Time to get back to it. The outfits of all here today have not gone unnoticed. What's more, I think. Some untradeable stuff like the framing kit, but not many. They go for millions on the market board, yeah. And that's why you need to catch up, so when new sexy limbs go on the market board, you can be the one to sell them and make millions. As for our own work, I trust you can handle matters in Alexandria. So I gotta, if I can't have any Ronics, I gotta do my best at practicing how to get rid of Ronics. That's a whale noise. Won't be as I once envisioned, but perhaps someday we could take the train during the Yassaline together. Yeah, are we gonna work on how to build a train track through Vanguard to actually start reusing the Yassalani station? Crossroads! I guess, yeah, the 0.1 patches are usually pretty short. 0.1 patches are usually relatively short. They're usually the shortest MSQs of all the patches. Never want to stand still, but Lamar is ready to race back to Alexandria. Well, it's possible that Shale's made some headway by now. And regardless, we should spread word that the railroad's been restored to service. The brainiest joke is ran its course, never mind. Shale, what do you have her working on? Gulusha's mother. I'd feel the same in his shoes. I've felt the same. Some questions are painful to leave unanswered. Oh, right, yeah. Right. Out of all the people with dead mums, you probably got it the worst. There's no cause to look at me like that. The Kafkiwa we met may have only been a simulacrum, but her memory was real. I didn't even touch what she left behind, because she left it with me. And I will carry it always. Aww. Aww. Speaking of things you're carrying, is that a teeny tiny Kafkiwa? What? No. It's merely a token from Alexandria. Our friends in Oblivion would not take no for an answer, and I thought that a good a souvenir as any. Now available at Square Enix store. Whatever you say. For what it's worth, I think it's a nice way to bring her with you on your travels. Just the framing kit exclusive to the store and can't be found on market board or Chloe. Oh, okay. Yes, well, you're also the dome now, aren't you? I thought I might join you for a time. See if there is aught I can do for people there. Much change though it is, I still consider it my home. Or of course, we can give you the full story on the way. Mom Trail. Mom Trail continues. Mom Trail is forever. There will always be Mom Trail. I mean, like the abundance of dead parents in this expansion is not a coincidence or an accident. I imagine it's very much intentional, considering how much this expansion is about, like, you know, the memory of people who are gone and carrying them on in your hearts, and how you how people interact with death. So having a lot of characters who their immediate predecessor, aka their parents, are gone is, I imagine, a very deliberate choice. It's just with how many of them happen to be mums and how few alive mums we've actually met. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't think they made the decisions for sexist reasons or anything like that. But when you start doing numbers, when you start doing numbers on some stuff, you do start to realize it's another situation where things definitely tend to skew in a particular direction when it comes to gender in this game. Again, I think very few things are like actively sexist decisions or like anything like that, but it's just, you know. When you just happen to make a lot of decisions, and just with a lot of the internal biases that people carry, even if they are like adamantly against that type of stuff, it's a lot of work to undo all of that internal like baggage that people carry. Even if you're actively knowing about it and trying to do it, it's still a lot of work. And things just tend to drift in a certain direction to the point where it's just like Thorn Trail is like 95% dead mums. Must be exhausted. Shall I nip out for an energy tonic? It's alright, I've still got a damn on me. We're okay. So the Roja was conducting secret research in Yueyueta. I have some memories of the place from my childhood. Do you remember angry bunnies with lots of teeth? Glad you're back. We wouldn't want to keep Gulja here waiting any longer than necessary. No, you don't have. No, you have an English accent. I don't know how to do an English accent, unless I do it like incredibly Cockney, which is not how Shale sounds. Donovan is winning his Kafkiwa. That makes me so happy. No, the people of Oblivion just made it because it was a token. It's not meant to be Kafkiwa. Come back here, Guljar, immediately. Oh my god, you're wearing your Kafkiwa. Looks like we arrived at a good time. Oh my god, you have a Kafkiwa on. So how fucked is everything in Alexandria? How fucked are things back here? When we left, they were pretty fucked. Have they gotten any more fucked? A simple yet elegant solution. And thus the railroad is back in operation. Meanwhile, Shell has nearly finished processing the data. She'll be able to share her findings with us imminently. Stola! I'm interrupting something, I gather? Why, Stola? What brings you here? I've seen enough of the gates in Skydeep Cenote for now, so I'm shifting my investigation to living memory. While there, I thought I would do well to have the company of an expert on electrope. Yashtola, you're once again making an excuse to hang out with Shale. Yashtola, you are once again making an excuse to hang out with Shale. This woman will not be stopped until she has a partner on every reflection. This woman will not be stopped until every reflection has someone that she's dating. I swear to God. Yashtola, you gotta... Like, does Yashtola have a kink for long-distance relationships? And then being the longest distance possible? Like, is that her thing? Does she realize that something that she enjoys is the yearning? Can you blame her at Shale? I mean, at this point, Manifest just has to be like, okay, so, like, the gray-colored androgynous person that we met in The Void, and now the also somewhat androgynous person who has the same haircut as me here. Do you happen to have a type? And then his shoulder just points out that Manifest is dating two Makotes, and it's just like, you have a type too. And then it's like, fair. I'd like to take a closer look at the place myself. I could join you once we're finished here. Lest you fear I've forgotten, once I've made headway with living memory, the key in your keeping shall be the next subject of my scrutiny. You're surely commissioning a Fae to send letters to Runa? We can just do that. They can keep in contact. The Fae exist.
There was a mountain of data to sift through, much of it tantalizing, I admit.
End of the patch. End of patch. End of patch cutscene. It's voiced. I should probably be listening to it with headphones. I didn't bother replacing the headphones when they died mid-fight. Problem is convincing any of them to actually do it. We can convince Faya all to do it. She loves doing stuff for us by just asking her.
But it will take time to fully decrypt everything that piques my interest, so to answer our immediate question, I've been concentrating my efforts on the audio saved by Taishul Jah herself. While I've not listened to it yet, I have a selection ready for playback. Would you like to hear it now?
Yeah, Runar's not getting a letter back. Yeah, Runar's not gonna be able to send one back.
Yes, please.
All right. Several audio files will now play in sequence.
My name is Taishul Jah, and I decided to record this to help me put my thoughts in order, I suppose.
Mother?
Officially I was a Chirurgeon with the Lance Guard. I was part of a contingent dispatched to Yasulani to hunt a Tural Vitral that was wreaking havoc. After our mission was complete, I elected to remain. It was the perfect opportunity to document the geographic distribution of medicinal herbs in this region. Or so I said when requesting special dispensation. In truth, I could not bear to return to Tuliholal. I had hoped to aid Commander Zoralja in the right of succession, but he did not so much as look my way. I was never in contention, of course, one of the nameless many in his army. To go back and face that reality was too much for me, so I ran. And in my cowardice, I stumbled upon this path. A path that changed my life. When the dome appeared, I found myself trapped within, and reunited with my commander. How am I to speak of Commander Zoralja? I admired him. His incontestable strength. His unwavering focus. He was a man of great passions.
No, passion! He literally had one thing he cared about. Passion. Singular.
I watched him, captivated by his intensity. From afar, I would not dare approach. And in watching, I came to know him. His eyes too sought the distance, but not as mine did. He yearned not for another, but something else, beyond the horizon. That gaze would never fall upon me. I knew.
Yeah, because dude had like the worst hang-ups in history.
The experiment will soon proceed to its next phase. And when it does, as he promised, I will have my heart's desire. Today, it should have been today. A new beginning. What I have dreamed of for so long. I hold a future in my arms. If you could see him, embrace him. Surely that would be enough.
What made you think he would care?
So full of hope I was. A foolish hope.
Its scales are blue.
He's your son.
My... No, I can't. I don't know how. How could I? How? To raise a child, be a father. I don't. I can't. No! No! Get it away from me. Get that thing away from me!
It's all right, little one. Papa was just surprised. That's all. He'll come around. We'll be a happy family. Kaniloka's shouting for me. The research hasn't been going well. But I can't let him take it out on my baby. Hush now, little one. I know just where to hide you.
That's all of them.
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the drift downs a few years ago.
We know some manner of accident happened at the facility after this was recorded. Perhaps your mother couldn't come back for you.
Hey, Gololcha.
I'm fine, Lamachi. Father and mother, they were both so lonely. If we could have been together, maybe they wouldn't have been. But sometimes things don't work out, no matter how hard you try. I can't tell if I'm happier now.
I feel a lot of complicated
but
feelings.
It's better to know, I think. Thank you, everyone.
The fact that the idea of Zorolja acting in fear. Like Zorolja's immediate response is fear. Get it away from me. No, I couldn't possibly do that. It's like, we know how much Zorolja is like afraid of his own failure. We know how much of Zorolja is about like fear of his own failures. Like his perceived failures of being praised by the people of his homeland, like, literally show up in the boss fight. So the idea that it's just like, he views his dad as having failed him because he's an insane fucking asshole. So immediately it's just like, well, how could I possibly, like, he's not, like, so much of his, like, mental concept is being unable to surpass his father. And it's just like, my father does combat and I'm struggling, like, my father is good at combat and I'm struggling to surpass him at that. If my father's a terrible dad and I can't surpass him at being better than a terrible dad, how horrible would I be at that? How much of a failure would I be at that? No, I can't possibly even try to be a parent, because it'll be the thing that I am the worst at, because I'm going to be worse at it than my dad, and my dad was clearly a bad dad, even though no, he fucking wasn't. Zeralja was so fucked up. Like, Jesus Christ. First kid in the nation who has to process having dead parents. Yes. If the dome had not appeared, Zeralja's tale would have been very different. Whether or not she would have been happier, I cannot say. We find that hard to believe, but until the right succession, Zeralja was a good brother to me. Always. I thought that Papa was the best father anyone could ask for. I don't want to think the time we spent together as a family was a lie. But by the same token, the bitterness my brother harbored was all too real. It's okay. I want to know more about my parents, and now I do. And I don't regret it. I have Lamachi, Kona, and your manifest. I'm not lonely now. The Shioja left written records as well. I can buy them for Kaluja. Perhaps something in them will be of comfort, or will be even more horrors, who knows? No matter how brave a face Kuroja put on, I expect it will take him time to come to terms with this. He's a strong one though. You didn't worry too much. Why leave such a record, you ask? I cannot be certain, but I believe Shioja simply wanted someone to know how she felt. To understand. It's better to know. Profound response. For one so young. A response that Yashol would very much be appreciative of, considering how much of her thing is about knowledge, regardless of what knowing that knowledge may entail. Though I wish he didn't have to be. Kaluja is indeed wise beyond his years. Yet one never outgrows the need for dependable companions. It is fortunate that he has you. Thank you, Shea. Because of you, I got to hear my mother's whole story. You heard it because you were brave enough to listen, Kaluja. If you remember one thing, remember that. Now then, having shared what I can at present, I'm ready to head to Living Memory when you are. I'm planning to be thorough, so we'll need to stop for supplies on the way. That said, I promise we won't remain over long. I know we all have much and more to attend to. For now, farewell. There's a Shadowbringers quest called Crossroads, but at some point I want to go renamed to Crossing Paths. One wouldn't know what to look at them, but Shale and Yashola are birds of a feather. An incorrigibly restless feather. Crow, what are you trying to say? Crow, what are you trying to say? I'll stick around for a while. Let me know if you need me. Is Shale gonna be alright out there? The whole time she was working on the doctor, I never saw her take a break. With the railroad ready, I'd like to get some idea of how many returnees we can expect before heading back to Turia Lab. As soon as you get to return, I hope everything's alright. A word before you leave. I know Exori is spreading word of the railroad. We expect the people would be clamoring to get in on the first train back. Yet, their actions have been polar opposite. Scant few seem inclined to depart Alexandria anytime soon. What? When we spoke before, you said many from Turia were eager to reunite and return with friends and family. Remember when Erenville was a nameless embassy and a crowd of gleaners we had talked to the first time we stepped into Labyrinthos? Yeah. 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 Maybe they're concerned about getting through Vanguard? If so, we could take turns accompanying them. In any case, we need to speak with the people ourselves. Decidedly not night. I'm surprised as you are. Everyone was getting about their backs before, but now that journey's possible, they can't be bothered. I'm so venture out for a bit ourselves. Now that the railroad's working again, it'll be much easier to visit Toliolo. And I see Connor again as well. Yeah, imagine for young kids, Aether travel's not easy. I've asked you to film me on all that's happened in the novel plate. But if anything of interest, I'm sure to pass it on. People were so nervous about meeting Alexandria. Can I but wonder what prompted this sudden change of heart? Lane 09, we going back to... Okay, it's the effort. That's not... That's the door. Oh, hey! Ordering something from the person who's been sitting here for several weeks straight crafting things? Hell yeah. What's up? Smash burgers! We're making smash burgers? Yo! Yo! What's up? Hey. That's... What's up? Who here agrees with me that smash burgers are just burgers but better? I so much prefer smash burgers. Again, I'm always a person where it's just like the right amount of char on something, the right amount of like little burnt bits, that's the good shit. So when you get a smash burger and the end just gets the crispy caramelization, mwah. Mwah. The thing is, smash burgers are not very common, at least at the moment. Smash burgers aren't very common in Australia yet. Can appreciate smash burger, but I prefer fried burgers as you can only get that when they're thick. Oh, I can appreciate that. I can appreciate. So that literally ties into the thing that's my issue with Australian smash burgers, is that they're not very present here, and too many smash burgers that I've come across make too much of the middle too flat. So unfortunately, like, there's no juiciness to it at all. A good balance of a smash burger has the crispiness on the outside and especially on the edges, but still juiciness in the center. One of those is a smash burger. Smash burgers, when they get the when they cook the burger on the grill, they flatten it down as much as they can. Well, not as much as they can, but they flatten it down a lot more. The idea is that you get more of the patty that has yeah, the edges are more crispy, and some little bits in the middle also get crispy. Yeah, smash burgers are not very common here, and a number of the ones that I've had here, the whole thing is pressed like equally flat, so the middle of it is like just as crispy as the outside, and it's just like, I still want a smash burger to be a juicy burger. Which I know is not the easiest thing in the world to do, but I still want my smash burger to be a juicy burger. Home of a smash burger, home of the smash burger. There used to be people gathering in Praxis Park. Let's try there first. People still listless as ever.
People look uneasy. Did something happen?
The death of their queen, remember? We did it.
Have you heard? Someone was killed in the Thunder Yards.
The Thunder Yards was one of the hunters slain by a beast.
Deaths are starting to happen.
It was a hunter, all right. And a veteran at that. But it was no fiend that did him in. Only a random bolt of lightning.
Such a senseless way to die. They say that he expended his last soul cells during Zoraljar's attack on the city.
For an upright, hard-working man to meet such an unceremonious end, it feels wrong.
But we'll be fine, won't we? Even if the system no longer erases our memory of the departed, the regulators continue to function. I shan't go before my time. Growing old and passing peacefully with the help of the ushers is only natural.
Well, you may think so, but how are we to know? We have no memory of those who have gone. More may have met violent deaths than passed from old age, and we would be blissfully unaware.
They don't even know.
It could happen to you, or me, to any of us.
Oh, Alexandria is so fucked. Oh, they're so fucked.
Then what are we to do? Spend every waking moment thinking only of how we might die?
Oh, this place is fucked.
With time, I had hoped that they'd be able to adjust to their new situation. But it's only gotten
It's gonna
worse.
require a lot more time than what has passed so far, don't worry.
Look! It's Queen Sphene!
They did not bring a backup of her back, did they? What the? This won't help! This won't help!
What?
Oh no! Wasn't she erased?
Queen Sphene, the grown-ups are really upset, and I don't know
Wait, weren't her memories erased?
I see that you are as kind-hearted as ever, Nico. Never fear. I'm here to set things aright.
Preservation, what the fuck are you doing?
I don't understand. Sphene is gone. Forever.
Oh, what the fuck?
You there, Gussin. You were the Queen's aide, weren't you? What's the meaning of this?
Begging your pardon, Vow of Resolve.
Oh no.
But Her Majesty Queen Sphene is paying visit to her people, as is her wont.
Oh no!
What are you talking about? Sphene is dead. You officiated the funeral yourself. We all placed flowers to mourn her passing.
A funeral? For Her Majesty?
Oh no!
What a curious jest. You know full well that ceremony was to commemorate those lives lost during the attack of Alexandria.
Okay, so they're now being...
Her Majesty walks among her people that she might support them in this most trying of times. Surely that is not cause for consternation.
Oh, they're now being actively fucked with. It is not just the system doing what it's doing. They are now actively being fucked with.
Your Majesty.
Oh
Will you
no.
free us from these terrible memories of the departed?
Oh
This is no
no.
way to live. Not for us, nor our children.
I wish that I could. Truly I do. But with living memories shut down, even I cannot restore the system that once afforded us that comfort.
Okay, so we did shut it down. Well, they're not like bringing
You
that back.
needn't fret, however. I have prepared an alternate solution.
All of us shall be made endless.
I have created a new system that allows you to transplant your memories directly into an ethereal vessel. One not reliant upon soul cells. This way, you need never again fear death. You may live as you please, and for as long as you like. Our stores of ether are, at present, not sufficient to provide this boon to everyone. But some of you received Neo-regulators for the funeral ceremony, did you not?
Near. Oh.
There are still more we have yet to distribute. 5,000 in all. One day soon, those with neo-regulators will be called to join the Endless, and thence be free of suffering forevermore.
But only 5,000 of us?
You Victral! The real Sphene would never be content to save only some of her people. Who are you?
Oh, she's pissed. Oh, she's pissed.
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Let's return to the back room. I need to calm down. And then we'll talk.
Oh, the next two patches are gonna be so fucked. Oh, the next two patches are going to be so fucked. Oh, what the fuck are we in for? Oh, we don't have to just worry about Alexandria being fucked because of the natural procession of events that are happening. Plots are actively happening to make Alexandria worse. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, dear God. Oh, my God. Oh, fucking hell. What do you mean the queen is dead? Manifest, you've been saying that a lot lately, but she's right there. She's always watching over us. The TV was on right before that shot where he looked at it and it still had her face, and then it's like, oh no, we'll turn it off. We shall all become endless. I like how Wook's objection isn't this is wrong or Sphene wouldn't have a plan like this. It's Sphene wouldn't limit to only 5,000 citizens. Well, again, like, Wookama hated that her and Sphene had to be enemies. And Wookama, like, agreed that what Sphene was trying to do was wrong. But, in true Warrior of Light fashion, Wooklamont came to understand her enemy and genuinely sympathize with her plight, and to acknowledge and remember the good that is there. In true Warrior of Light fashion. That's like what Wooklamont came to. So the idea that someone is coming along to just like abuse the memory of Sphene for whatever the fuck they're doing. Ugh. It's like how Elidibus came back in Ardbert's body, but in such a fucked different way. It's like how pissed we got by seeing Elidibus pilot Ardbert. But what if Elidibus was just piloting Emmett? Oh, Jesus. And so, again, the thing is, the idea of how they're going to sustain the Neo-Endless without soul cells and just with Aether, even outside of whatever questionable methods that will invariably involve, even outside of that, we already know where this goes. We already know, like, oh, Alexandria? What if we just go further down the path of denying the passage of time existing, of denying that tragedy sometimes happens? We know where this goes. And Wooklamat now knows too. Wooklamat's on our level of like, we understand where this goes. Wooklamat has enough of the journey in her to be like, yeah, societies that try to just perpetuate forever and don't acknowledge the horrible things that happen in them are bound to have something inevitably happen to them, and then everything will go wrong. That's how this works. Oh, fucking hell. Here I am just being like, yeah, people having to come to terms of, like, reality of situation and everything is pretty bad. But how fucked is it gonna be with the— Oh! Oh, it's so much worse! Eagle Falcon! Welcome, Eagle Raiders! It's so much worse! Welcome to the MSQ in Final Fantasy XIV, where we realize that everything is so much worse than we thought it could have been. What's up, Falcon, BB Guy, and Amoeba? Hey, Rain Run, we gotta prep for Bed EX. Understandable. Bed EX is the hardest extreme ever. This place is comfy. This place is comfy and warm in this place. Not funny. Don't ask about the bodies. So many bodies. What's so much worse? Somehow Sphene has returned. 7.1, more people were, last time Falcon rated though mentioned that you're like much further ahead in the game than I am. But, yeah, somehow Sphene has returned. We're like on the final quest of 7.1. Very little extension of one of Sphene's metaphors. She was just a puppet of Alexandrian imperialism engine, and her likeness is literally being paraded around. I mean, that again, that also ties into like Emmett Silk, of Emmett Silk literally just parading around Solas's body. That's fine, it's totally fine. The people of Alexandria are not totally and utterly, completely and utterly fucked. The Star Wars memes with Sphene out there. Now it's literally an AI chatbot. Okay, maybe now the ChatGPT references make sense. Maybe now the ChatGPT references make sense. So ego, so much. Without the Mesa Terminal, how does she propose to create new endless? I'm just gonna let your shoulder as soon as possible. I'm not ready for speed GTP. Oh yeah, I can say that Lich is like coming from the radio. Yeah, I can say that, yeah, Lich is coming from the radio. Queen Sphene has returned? How? Sphene 2.0 new model, but limited subscriptions available. Seriously, what the fuck? Sphene was erased. She's back, then are the Endless? I mean, like, because even at the very end, I guess, is this Wooklamat? How much of this is Wooklamat's fault? How much of this is Wooklamat's fault? How much of this is... How much of this is... If there's no other way to resolve this, then face me! Not as a machine, but as the real you! Data for the Endless Sphene, partially restored. How much, like, is it because of that? Because what Sphene said then, right at the end of Interfos, like in the cutscene after Interfos ended, Sphene said her memories were restored. Not her memories of before she became an Endless. Not her memories of when she was Queen of Alexandria, like in an actual body. But her memories ever since she became an Endless, which to be fair is still centuries worth of memories. So those memories are now just being seemingly controlled by someone else? Because if the Sphene had all the memories, Sphene would remember everything that happened between us and wouldn't be acting this way. At least I would hope not. You didn't empty the recycle bin, you didn't clean the cache. You got to clean the cookies. Save scumming your queen till you get a version that isn't doing genocide. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking hell. They just keep booting up Sphenes and it's just being like, if bloodshed will save my people. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Roll back the save. Roll back the save. Shit, the cloud data's gone. Our PlayStation Plus cloud data is gone. Don't worry, I made an older backup on a USB just in case. Yeah! Rolling our personality values like a shiny hunting. Fucking hell. What's our Sphene RNGC? Chat, you're being too fucking funny right now. Chat, you're being too funny. We're meant to be scared. We're meant to be confused. We're meant to be terrified and worried about the future of this. Sweet Tamagotchi add-on when? There's not a report yet, but we have all eyes and ears on Novocapan heritage found. You saw Sphene with your own eyes then? So it wasn't someone else. Well, I mean, Sphene was a robot before, so who the fuck knows what's going on? We've heard about the Queen of Reason's proclamation. The rumors spread through the districts like wildfire. Wukulma just being super mad because the real Sphene was a completionist and there's no way that she'd finish the game only saving 5,000 people. Queen Sphene gets all of the achievements. Queen Sphene goes for 100% completion. You only caught the proclamation from a distance, but I can tell you that the message about neo-regulators was received with utmost clarity. It couldn't have been Sphene. She should have been destroyed when the Meso terminal shut down. Without the single Alexandria to bear witness. Presented with an identical figure claiming to be their beloved queen. It is no surprise that they would choose to believe she's alive. No, they literally forget. No, it's more than that. Their memories are being altered. They literally don't remember they remember the funeral. I didn't pick Sphene as a gamer. Preservation, on the other hand. Yeah, see, the way that Sphene spoke about preservation. The way that Sphene spoke about preservation made it sound like preservation were the people who set this all up, and it's now just continued on without them. This very much implies that preservation is still having a very active hand. Or at the very least, preservation were hands-off because their plan was working, and now their plan is no longer working. So now preservation are way more hands-on. It was kind of implied before that preservation's not around anymore. I feel like they're still around. It'd be very pickled hand by now. What is troubling, however, is the denial that the funeral was held in her honor. 'Tis as if their memories have been erased. Given that the members of Oblivion remain unaffected, that was likely the work of the regulators. But by whose design? Someone smart enough to play at being the Queen of Reason. In that guise, even if some suspect deception, most of Alexandria will be on his side. We need to find out who she really is. While I agree wholeheartedly, we should avoid drawing more attention than we already have. We must be patient until Oblivion's network turns up a lead, or until our self-proclaimed queen makes the next move. Turns out, shit's fucked. Meanwhile, in living memory. Yeah, there was the date going on here, right? Okay, well, there's the lesbians over there.
Oh, where am I?
Who's this? Who would be here? This is
people. Are they safe?
Oh, there's only one person who's that fucking pale. Did she never die? Did she never die? Did they just put her in stasis? Did they just put her in stasis? Is that how they were able to get... No, because the memories, even if it's in stasis, like, stasis would... Stasis can't be an explanation of how they get the memories back, because the Fiend that's walking around now remembers, like, the people who are alive right now. Because they mentioned that Sphene... They mentioned that Sphene died because of, like, thunder illness. They mentioned that it was, like, Sphene died from thunder illness. Did they just fucking chuck her in stasis instead? Until, like, they could find a cure? But now that we've shut down living memory in the Meso Terminal, that stasis is undone now? Or is undoing it part of Preservation's goals? If true, we'd have enough speeds for a fight. How many Sphenes are there? How many Sphenes are gonna be in Dawn Trail? How many do we have now? What the fuck? I came into Crossroads with no Sphenes. I'm leaving Crossroads with 2 of them. And none of them are the one that I knew before. That's the Crossroads. That's the Crossroads. The Crossroads is between Sphene and Sphene. Check your Sphene decks. We're gonna collect them all. 2 more years of Sphene discourse. Oh, the story's gonna get so fucked. Oh, the next 2 patches. More Sphenes the ship will come up with. Oh, the next 2 patches are gonna get so fucked, aren't they? The next 2 patches are gonna get so fucked. Oh, no. You are genius, polyamory Sphenes. Oh, I don't even know if Sphene's into self-cess the way that Minor Fist is. Choose your starter. Sphene, Sphene, or Sphene? What the fuck? What the fuck? Holy shit. They really turns up the possibilities of what the fuck's gonna happen in this story and how horrifying it's going to be. From a solid 11 to a fucking 30 in the last 5 minutes of the patch. Click at the bottom A post me, but the image artifacts work for the dead robot, I think. Emmett speed or lit speed or real speed? Looks like you're trying to overcome death. Would you like help with that? Oh, Jesus Christ. How do we go from deeply on serious things with Chaos Existential Dread 100 so quickly? That was, like, that was... Hassie and Clippy would go hard. I spelled a word wrong. That doesn't mean we need a rejoining. Me spelling a word wrong doesn't mean that our people are not worth existing and we should do a rejoining. Like, Alexandria was already fucked. Alexandria was already going to be going through it. I thought a lot of this would be about how much this place is going to be going through it as a result of everything that we've seen and like happened. And then just in the last 5 minutes of the patch, they're just like, by the way, here's 2 new fiends for you. The Aspenians. This is so fucked. This is so fucked. You know, the idea of the Alexandrians turning around and just going, we can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow. Way more accurate now. Way more accurate now. That's exactly what's happening. You're even saying how Alexandria has lost its cultural memory, and we're literally in a living time capsule now. But also, like, when they say they all become endless, what does this imply? Is the idea that they'll all just pilot robots forever now? You can all just go into robots? And you'll just all live as robots, and if that robot dies, you just get uploaded into another robot? Is the idea they're all going to be endless the way that Sphene was endless before without being in living memory? Of just a robot dies, you go in another robot? Is that the plan now? Is that the plan? But only for 5,000 of you? But only for 5,000 of you? How do we sunder the 9th specifically? She just said she left this machine running to process more of the data from the field station. Is it done yet? I'm sorry, Galurja, the computer is currently compiling. It's gonna be stuck like this where you can't use it for roughly 2 or 3 weeks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Agraha. Though we have too little information on drawing useful conclusions as yet, I dare say the Queen of Reason's behavior henceforth will be illuminating. We blame Rowena for all of this. God damn it, Rowena. It's rendering the video. It's got to render this video. Can't wait. Gotta wait till we upload it. Sorry. Queen's team said it was super cool, and everyone's doing it. We only have so many robots, so you have timeshare your new body. I mean, to be fair, like time-sharing the Endless is literally what they were already doing in living memory. They were literally already time-sharing in living memory. They mentioned how, as time went on, less and less of them were able to be active at once. And so, like, that couple who, like, wanted to propose to it, like, one wanted to propose to the other, they were like, oh, I've come back this time, and she's here this time, we don't know if that'll happen again. And we had to, like, wonder, does the machine deliberately try to group people together who know each other, or is it coincidence if it does? You ever heard of the Rodina Consortium? I can't stand that lot, let me tell ya. That's why I give Nexus Arcade a wide berth. If the residential district's too close to me, like, and so I just crash here. Yup, you are definitely his shot. Last feed, Daniel, I can't stop, help! More times on Solution 9, the more I see it as a very large apocalyptic death cult. By avoiding the concept of death so much, they have somehow become a death cult. I mean, like, because let's be real. Oh, Aaron is here. Let's be real. When they talk about every one of them becoming an endless, that's kind of the implication, right? If they're going to voluntarily become endless, that means killing their current selves and becoming the endless selves, right? That's what it feels like. I have reached out to a few of my childhood acquaintances, but as always suspected, only those with particulars have any recollection of Morning Queen's feet. We can't be afraid of death if we do it to ourselves first. Not a great solution. I'm gonna be completely real with you. Not a great solution. Definitely better ways of going about it. Definitely better ways of going about it. I'm not gonna lie. I was wondering if any of the other characters were standing around. Given that Arundel's just hanging out outside. But I do not see any. So everything sucks, everything's fucked. But what an MSQ, huh? Good MSQ times. It's not death, it's just not being alive anymore. Totally different! It's different, right? So, to help ignore the horrors, how much do people want to run a dungeon and see if we can get some drops? And how much are people just like, don't do that on stream, just start doing the other stuff we're planning on doing today? I do. I'd run it, something bit. Unless I'm saying because it's bedtime for me. Understandable. I totally not really want this hat. I'm okay either way. Alright. Where is everyone? Are they in party menu? I see an Avril! I'm gonna hop back on. Well, I do see Horatio. I do not see a Horatio. I do not see a Horatio, actually. Never mind. I lied about that. I checked. Oh, Lillian! You're in living memory. You're probably catching up on MSQ as well. Hey, Varimbe! Hey, Varimbe! Bunny! Welcome. Fire's like, I seem cryptid at this point. I can't remember the last time he actually spoke in chat, so they're just showing up. Oh no, he spoke earlier today. Are you okay not beating hammers for a second? Do you wanna come murder a rabbit? This means that you don't notice the bunny follow behind the curtain. Also, looking at this, so this is level synced, right? This does item sync to 730. So if we do this, if we unrestrict, I'm just thinking if we unrestrict the party, we can edge out a little bit extra eye level, right? It's nothing like unsyncing old dungeons from like old expansions with current gear or anything. But this dungeon is actually eye level scaled. It will eye level us to 730. Oh, unrestricted party's not allowed at all. Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh. Unrestricted parties aren't allowed for current content at all. I didn't realize that. I didn't even know that was a thing. Being new to content. I'm on. Well, now we're at a crossroads because now Varumbe is finished doing this. Unless you want to go back to crafting and we can have Syriac. The main thing is I don't have Syriac on my friends list. There's no Syriac. We're at a crossroads, you could say. I can heal if we need to drag you through. Well, at this point, we have too many people. Syriac! There we go. What's up? There we go. There we go. Who wants to do what role? Who's tanking? I'm happy to tank. Tanking is my highest eye level. Current expanded content is always level synced to our unrestricted people get their mounts and shiny weapons a legit way. That's fair. Don't look away from you sulking. Well, I figured you wanted to go back to crafting. I thought you wanted to go. I figured you'd still want to continue crafting. And I was interrupting you for that. Ironically, vibe is my highest. Me castle because me want hat. Well, to be fair, I want healer stuff, but... Actually, I could try heal. I've not healed a level 100 dungeon yet. I could try. This dungeon seems super easy to heal. If you want to run tank, I could try healing. I want the healer hat. Based on how it went before, it seems like this is a super easy dungeon to heal. Now, what are my abilities that are above level 80 for Sage? Because I don't know if I've even done Endwalker things with them. I know I have Numa. I know I have Numa. God help us, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. What is Philosophy? Magic potency by 20%. Oh, new land a spell and everyone gets healed as well. Okay. Okay, so that's just a big heals are stronger for a while. Psych is another damaging one. Okay. Actually doesn't give me many healing things that are above level like above level 80. There's Crosses. I was gonna remember Crosses. I should probably use Philosophia. I feel like Philosophia is like not so immediately obviously powerful in itself to be hard to remember. So who wants to tank? Keep in mind, I have not healed level 100 content before, so. You got AoE dot? Right, I do get that at level 100, don't I? I get AoE dot at level 100. Yeah. Oh no, it's at level, no, it's introduced in Dawn Trail, but it's at level 82. Decoration Discretion. Right, yeah, if I do this, that's a dot now. And then I just do that after, yeah. My mages are so jealous. I think everyone's jealous. Even Sage only gets an AoE dot like once every 2 minutes after chain strat. Alright, how ready are we for this? How ready are we for this? Are we ready? Loves in holy. To be fair, you do get holy. To be fair, you do get holy. Alrighty. Bam! Shucks. Panhammer! Well, this hammer, sorry. Get that out. Bam! Bam. I barely need to do anything. Simple first pull. To be fair, Heimer is ridiculously good for mob pulls. Heimer does seem really good for mob pulls specifically. Summoner AoE heal is such a joke. But that's like your main thing that you got in that expansion, like in there. I should probably get this out. Can you start taking damage? I want it to be useful. I don't know if it's just these first packs. I'm feeling like I'm not having to do much at all. I feel like I'm not having to do much at all. I've got way more tools than I need. Now the bosses hit hard, so I do have to be way more aware of this. Not how I'll stop playing Submarine DT, yeah. Now, these bosses did seem to hit pretty fucking hard. Turns out mine is harder than not mine. I just didn't think the difference would be that big. I just think the difference would be that large. Jeez, we still have shields. Gore! Kaibatos! Keep it. Up. Let me Icarus. Okay, that was dumb of me. I should not have tried to do that. It's alright, I can take hits. It just means I need to heal myself. Give me a moon. How to use it like that. Attack this. Attack this. Get those. Watch for the health. Guys, I can get dots up on you while I'm doing this. You know, honestly, keeping track of my attacks is going to be hard to do at Sage eye levels just because I'm so not used to having all of them. Everyone, there we go. Everyone have a heal. I have a raid wide heal. Go! Kaibatas! Hell yeah. This one mine you're experiencing it should you not having sing. Oh no, we did when we first ran this today we did mine. Oh, lucky. Our first run of this was mine earlier today. Our goal is like every time we do a dungeon for the first time now we mine it because it's just so much more interesting. I'm just gonna spam this while that's happening so I can get some Dusk God things. Oh, 'cause I'm locked onto it. But I say, why is it not working for me to do my targeted things? I'm locked onto the tank, that's why. Oh, bending gloves. They are pretty. I don't know if I have a use for them, but they are pretty. Main thing is, again, undieable, so it's like... Hammer! I love hammer! Oh, did I not? I thought I did the AoE. Or maybe I ran out. There it is. Got her again. I'm gonna remember that's something that I've even got. Excuse me, ow. Ow. Not nice. Not nice. I'm gonna run this dungeon so many fucking times to get what I want from it. It's gonna take so many runs. It's gonna take so many runs. I do see messages in chat, it's just like reading a lot of them. That's not what I mean. I'll just heal you off in fact. No, I'm gonna be lazy, I'm just gonna heal you off in fact. Okay, so everyone gets hit. There you go. Let's have a whole loss. You are not allowed to get hit on my watch. Oh, I found the safe spot. No, I didn't. Fuck. I love casting. I love casting. It'll be fine. Heal through it. Oh, the boss driver comes on target. Fuck. I can't even target you. Remember that shit? I'm real. My burst! No! Get a moon back. Cast the heal! There we go. There we go. I got a little dicey there. But, you know, we made it. We made it. My main thing is just like I can heal and I'm comfortable healing and everything like that. My biggest thing is I'm not like it with tank where I like know what's optimal for like what types of damage we're about to take or anything like that. That's the main thing I've got to like learn with healing, and that will just come with like time or maybe specific guides of just being like, okay, if this is like this type of raid wide coming at us, or like this type of situation calls for which types of heals like are the best for it. Which situations are using a heal where it's not really effective, you could have been using something better, and which ones are, oh, that was a bit overkill, you should have saved that heal for something else because it's a lot better for, suited for something else. It's like that kind of thing. Because like, I've got more of an idea of that now when it comes to tank, but it took a lot of tank to get there. And also, that part of that is also just like knowing the duties. Part of that is also just comes down to knowing what the duties are and knowing what hits are big, what hits are like worth doing all of that for. Once you get to endgame, there's like specific plans, feels, and mitts of yeah, using specific ones. I remember this heal at Zeal. This is why I'm zoning this. it's already done. Jesus Christ. Get a Holo Shield now as well. You know what? Actually, fuck it, Panheimer. Get an extra Panheimer Shield now. Saltaria can also come up. Being a lot more prepared for this pool, knowing how bad it is, definitely helps a lot. Definitely helps a lot to like know how bad the pool's gonna be. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna run this dungeon so many times. At least at least I know I can run it healer like with randoms, and it should be fine. At least I know if I run this with healers, it should be fine unless they start dying to a lot of mechanics, in which that case, only so much I can do anyways. Now it's just a matter of actually learning this thing's mechanics and like not dying to it all the time. A separate challenge. Which one's this? Oh, this is the circle AoE. There's the lines of circle AoEs, yeah. Spiral AoEs. Spiral AoEs. No, we're doing this first apparently? We're doing this first apparently? Okay. I don't remember that. My memory bad. Shit, I thought it was the spiral things first. I don't like my any of this guys. Maintain dots, maintain dots. Maintain dots. Man, remember when I was like, remember when I never played healer in this game? Fuck. No! Oh, just. I thought I was still in that. I thought I was just still in that. Oh, Jesus. Remember progress aside! This way. I don't know if that specifically requires sprint, but fuck, I don't want to find out. That's my fun. I mean, whole loss, but it's fine. We'll work out other ways. Maintaining heals is not easy. There we go. Yeah, so like I very much ran into an issue there at the end. I very much ran into an issue at the end there of just being like, I have not utilized my things very well. I have not like, well, I didn't fall sphere once, but like I haven't crisis any of my big heals for people. I haven't like done a crisis like before doing one of the others. So everyone's starting to take a lot of damage. I've used my cooldowns and now I'm in a situation of shit, now I'm not sure what to do. I'm running out of like my good options. This thing is nice. Again, I wish UAUI stuff was done. I wish Iwata stuff was dieable. So about Avalia, because this hard content I'm referring to is a section of the game you'll likely never see on patch. But you're not really expected to know a raid wide is a raid wide, even then until you experience it, and it hits for 120% of the healthiest person in the party. I mean, raid wides in terms of like dungeon trials and like raids, all normal content, you can usually tell a raid wide by its name. Naming conventions are usually consistent enough that you can predict a raid wide just by what it's called. But also, is it, how serious of a raid wide is it? You do that. Again, like when it comes to high-end content, it's like these attacks you should use, like use this type of MIP for this attack, and have like proper MIP plans. Which is a very different experience than just like DFing it with randoms. Bit of raid wide because every boss from Emerald starts the fight with one. It's amazing, by the way, Overflow is counting on both hands a number of times. I had a healer that could finish healing the final boss there. If it went on for much longer, I would have started running into issues. Because I very much ran into issues at the end there of I'm running out of my best healing options and people are like at half health. It was very much when people are hurt, I'm using any option as opposed to using what the like a smarter option is, or combining things together to do better stuff. Like again, use Krasis before anything else. Although I do have questions about this. HP recovery via healing actions for a party member or self by 20%. Oh, this is only, Krasis isn't party wide. Oh, Krasis isn't party wide. Oh. That wouldn't, okay, well, whoops. Krasis isn't party wide, okay. You target and that person gets better healing, okay. Philosophia is your healing is better, and then grants people healing whenever you hit them with a spell. It says it's specifically landing a spell. So does that apply to damaging spells, or does that only apply to cure spells? Would everyone in the party get the effect of Eudaimonia after every spell I do, aka when I hit them with a damaging spell? So it's basically like super cardia, but party-wide. Spell would be GCs, okay. So you don't have to worry about like healing them to get to the extra healing, yeah. You can like, again, it's basically super cardia. Yeah, healing actions are anything that heal, but this specifically says landing a spell, so you have to land a spell. Even if it's not a healing spell, you just have to land a spell for it to count. Having a medic only for 30 seconds, only 2 minutes, and if you don't need it, tough luck. God, summon is such a fucking joke. It's so silly. It's so silly. I can understand the concept of like, oh, if you have a summoner on your party, it can be like useful to supplement the healers. But like, the fact that it's restricted to like every 2 minutes you get like a Medica, and on like every odd minute you get a Phoenix, and it's just like, you can't even like use the stuff when it like, what if it would be useful at a different time and you don't even get to choose when? I'm also still wearing Credendum boots. Why am I wearing Credendum boots? Why am I wearing Credendum? I mean, to be fair, my eye level's 705, so I didn't realize it was an issue. I didn't realize it was an issue that I thought that I had full DT gear. I thought I went through and checked this. I thought like once I got to a bit way through DT, I like checked this to make sure everything had at least Neo Kingdom, because I could buy it at the hunt shop. I guess I missed my healing boots. No, I don't have any better ones. Okay, I just missed that. Whoopsies. I mean, I have 705 eye level, so it's, you know, not horrible, but whoops. Keep getting all the heals and I keep wasting it before raid wide happens. Again, it's just like, what's even the point of it? Like, what's even the point of it? I've been trying heal. I'm happy being healer. I don't play healer much, for like high level stuff. Thing is, like, I play a lot of healer now, because healer just has, like, faster roulette queues usually. But whenever I queue as, like, I'll go to this menu of a night, right? I go to this menu of a night for duty roulette, and a lot of it is healer in need or something else, right? And so I'm just like, okay, whatever. I'll play healer, it'll be faster. The problem is, whenever I actually go into one of these things, whenever I go into one of these dungeons, one of these roulettes, as a healer, I'm always put into, like, Heavenswood or Stormblood stuff and basically nothing else. Go hard mode and play Astro. I don't know Astro's buttons. I don't even know what Astro's buttons do. That's scary. I don't even know what the buttons do for Astro. Do I have enough on me to buy boots? Yes, I do. Let me go buy boots. I'm gonna go buy some freaking Historia boots for my healer. Give me a sec. Yeah, anything past ARR, lucky. I honestly barely get ARR stuff as a healer, which part of me is like grateful for, because I imagine ARR healer is actually harder than others because you have so much less options. Mathematics, mage. Shoes of healing, there we go. No, yeah, healing. There. For someone who did AR healer, yes. There we go. There we go, I got an extra like 7 eye levels out of that. Let's go. Let's go. Let me just chuck that on everything so it's actually equipped. Jesus Christ, this glam looks very different when I have different boots on. This glam looks very different when you actually see that I'm wearing stockings the whole way down. It's a very different vibe to it. It's a very, very different vibe. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now I'm actually wearing, well, what about this? No, I still have a ring. Oh, no, sorry, that's Neo Kingdom. There we go. I'm actually now in full level 100 gear. There we go. There we go. There, I did it. There, I did it. Averil, are you ready for another run, or are you doing things? Also, I don't know how many runs we should actually do, because we do have other things to do today. But also, I really want this. People glammed up in very different options along here. Alright. You get a healing ring drop, you can upgrade. That would require me to use leveling gear. That would require me to ever remember that leveling gear can be better than tome gear depending on when it is. Which I never, ever, ever remember. I never remember that. I thought you were gonna be using the, I thought you were gonna be using the thing that had the hat. There you go. Oh, and I got the big heal out of it too. Let's go. I'm Again, I very much go for the option when it comes to this of just like, I'm going to press buttons. And I'm not gonna, like, I'm just gonna press whatever healing buttons exist, and I'm like, I'm a little focused on like which ones I am pressing. Like I'm trying to think of like good ones for different situations, but I'm probably not as like spot on with it as I could be. Let me immediately leave party and go make a glam. Do you need to leave party to make the glam? Push all of them all the time. I'm pretty sure how you heal is use every single cooldown the moment the fight starts, and then don't press anything else afterwards. How long does this spot last? It's 30 seconds. I'm just not hitting everything with it. Or I'm forgetting to use it. Oh, it was a tanking lamp. Oh no, that's tanking that you press it. Okay, tanking it is press every button. And then never press anything else. And then blame the other. Part of my issue that I know I have as healer, partially just because I'm too greedy and partially because of ping, is I so frequently get out like a raid-wide mitigation just after the snapshots happened. I do that all the time. Because I'm in the middle of a cast and I don't want to interrupt the cast, and I'm like, no, I've got enough time. And then I press the button to do the raid-wide mid, and it comes out just after. Comes out just after the actual snapshot has occurred, and I'm just like, I do that so fucking much. And it's partially because I've not had as many like opportunities of like experiencing it a lot. Recovering from when people really fuck up. Like actively seeing, oh, someone's about to fail this mechanic, give them an extra shield, or someone's about to fail this mechanic, get ready to heal them after the fact, you know. Getting ready for stuff like that is also just, I'm usually like so focused on just like the basic, how much raid wides are people taking, how much like, what mechanics are coming up that like, oh, someone's making a mistake. I need to like, help, negate that for them. Like, I can catch if someone's made a mistake and they're not dead from it, and be like, oh, okay, hit him with it, like, they're down to half health, hit him with, like, a Duratron or something like that. But actively being aware, oh, this person's about to make a mistake, they're not going to be able to, like, resolve this mechanic properly. Quick, give them a Heimer so it helps them. But I would consider that, in general, relatively high play. Because I can do that with, like, I'm starting to do that with, like, tanking. So confident in what I need to do for tanking that I have time to like focus on that for tanking. So, oh, someone's about to fuck up, throw them like the other shield that I have or anything like that. But also you only have to worry about like throwing them the 25-second shield that you have or whatever. Or like give them a shake them off if they don't need it. Those nails were dying so fast I was actually unable to summon shit. Hell yeah. That just means we're awesome. Not the button I meant to press, but... See, this shield's about to run out. No, Heimer! And it's like the Heimer or... I mean, it's like the Heimer still there. Let's see what's two of them. We're doing fine. There we go. The fact that... the fact that, like... Heimer and, like, the raid-wide mitt is enough to like handle an entire pool feels a little silly. It feels a little silly that Heimer is that strong for like mob pools. Have a hollows, you don't need more. Nah, I'm just kidding, I'm better. I'm about to help you more because I have Soteria! Sage and its Make Tank Immortal buttons. It kind of is ridiculous how good Sage is for dungeons. Like Sage, specifically Sage and White Mage. The shit that they can do in dungeons is so funny. Crafting that I planned for today? Nice. Doesn't need more than that, no, does it? Nah, you're fine. You're fine. Your fucking temporary, like, your fucking, like, holy short-term was enough. Call us in case anyone gets hit. Great job. Go. I love that the tank just has to accept they're getting hit by this as well. This might be one of my favorite bosses in the game, honestly. That might be one of my favorite. This might be one of my favorite dungeon bosses in the entire game. Between free spirits and everything else that it does, like, goddamn. It is awesome. Like, say I did. It's exactly that where I get up, where I get the heal out just like a couple seconds too late, or I get the mid out just like a little too late. Okay. Have a doses. Have another doses. And have a dose of this. 7 hours and 10k purple scripts to end up with 20 Masons abrasives and 863 for a full tool set at least. Jesus Christ. End game crafting and gathering. End the game crafting and gathering. Oh, hell yeah, differential diagnosis, let's go! Differential diagnosis, let's go! I love you, differential diagnosis. I don't think I'm just gonna save Hyman for the next one. Yeah, I'm gonna save Hyman for the next one. Fuck it. Big fat fucking heels. That did billion. I don't think I know how Zoe and Crisis actually work. Do I have to tell you with Crisis? Pressing my funny buttons. Spend more time than need head showing some materials. Just get achievement progress for more high quality crafts. We've already seen the price of healing. We've already seen the price of healing. It's not like a leveling dungeon either, where I'm gonna get one of everything that I need after each one. I'm gonna be in this dungeon for a while, I feel. I get this sneaking suspicion I'm gonna be in this dungeon for a while. The prize is right. Do number while it's distracted from that. part of the thing also for healer, unlike tank, is on tank, I'm very familiar with what the cooldowns are and everything that I use. So I know which one's like, oh, I can use this now, because by the time I need it again, I'll probably get it back. Whereas I'm way less familiar with that when it comes to healer. So I'll use something for healer thinking, oh yeah, I'll have it back in time, and I just don't. Definitely also an aspect of healer that I've just like, more time spent with the jobs. Of just being, I know I can use like, oh Jesus, have a real. Also, constantly forget the dots. Constantly forget the dots. That's how you know I'm a mentor. Remember that I do have a mentor on my name now. I am indeed wearing the mentor crown. Do you remember this? Something that I've definitely have earned. See those multiple Sonic Howls stacked next to each other? Oof. Oof. Scary. It's my leg! Oh, is these the ones you wanted? Is that the one you wanted? Was it the scouting pants? I'll pass it this. Oh, skirt. That one. Oh, shirt. Sorry, shirt. My leg! I'm never gonna get my glam from this, am I? It's never gonna happen. I'm never gonna get it. Never ever. Never ever ever make it. No, you'll never make it. You'll never ever make it. Never make it. Never ever make it. Never ever make it. Never. Never gonna get it. Okay. For the sake of brevity. What else do we do this stream? Custom delivery? No, not custom delivery. We're doing, all of sightseeing and all of Triple Triad. Which, to be fair, won't be that long. That'll be like 3 hours tops. That won't be that long. But it's more so, I know people start shooting out once I do that. So it's more that than anything. Because this could literally take hundreds of runs because I'm unlucky. One more run on stream just in case. And then I'll move on. I'll value use sightseeing so I can grab like a quarter of a samurai level. One more run and then I'll take a break and go to the bathroom and do stuff like that, and then we can start the other things that we're gonna do today. Are we okay? Are we down for that much of a plan? Where's my radio? Because I really want the glam from this dungeon, but I have no idea the odds of me but like, it could take forever. It could take absolutely forever to get. And there are other things to do today. I'm starting to already fall into autopilot mode. Oh yeah, I don't want to make the stream that uninteresting by just being absolutely nothing but Yuata, but a couple runs. Shit happens. There were a lot of bangs outside and a puppy was frightened that last run. Oh no. There we go. There's the differential. And now I don't have to worry about the pool. I have used timer. Now I do not need to worry about the rest of the pool. I have used timer, so therefore the pool is now free. It's kind of wild the difference in dungeons between min-eye level and not min-eye level. Go look, Solaris! The sheer difference between min and not min eye level is so not dude, nothing. Yes, nothing. Yes, Queen, give us nothing. Well, we go through this min eye level for the stream, and it's just like, holy shit, the raid wides are killing us if we don't like min heal them properly. Oh my god! And then like we do it with this, and it's just like, do you even need to do anything? Nah, not really. Internet hiccups. I'm just gonna rely on nothing but stacks this time. Nothing but like my Adderskill stacks. I'll use nothing but Adderskill stacks, and I bet I can still do the entire pull. I probably shouldn't be getting cocky as a healer. I probably shouldn't start already getting to the point where I'm like cocky as a healer of just being like, oh, let me see how much I can get away with not doing shit. I probably shouldn't be at that level yet, but again, the difference between min-eye level and not min-eye level is kind of funny. I don't even need to like heal afterwards. Getting cocky as heals half the fun, that is true. That is true. I'm gonna back up because I know this is easy the further away I am. But I still need to be in range of the melee range stuff. It is kind of wild to me that Sage has as much melee range stuff as it does. I guess that's one way of giving it like a unique identity compared to other healers. Sage does have to actually worry about whether it's in melee range for different attacks. That'll be fine. Guess who was not fine though? There we go. Attack the biddies. I'm the fucking horror for myself, Jesus. Yeah, see, we're fine. We're fine. We're so fine. We're fine. Do you want a second one? It's this hat, it's just a different color. The one that I want, it's literally that hat, just a different color. Almost killed Syriac there, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Give me something to do. Darn. I am not good enough as a healer to recover. Oh, you Ifrit dashed into AoE. Hell yeah. I love using gap closers at the absolute worst possible moment of just, as you're flying towards whatever you're gap closing to, you just have that realization of just, oh! Well, someone's gonna die as a result of this, and I'm not sure who yet. We'll find out. Did I dot them? I don't think I did. Now it's simply way too late for a dot, but I gotta remember to use it at the beginning. The fuck sound was that? Good luck, Solaris! We all know that's the only reason that I'm actually healing well right now. We all know that the only reason that I'm healing well right now. Oh dear God, just I thought, why didn't I sprint? Why I should have sprinted. I very much should have sprinted there. Why didn't I do that? Oh, I used hammer on the last pull. Go Holos. Surely I won't need it for the boss. Until the boss, right? Yeah, we all know that the only reason I'm actually able to do these pulls properly is because Luxalaris is here. Yeah, I really fucked that pull up. I really fucked that pull up. Whoopsies. Whoops. I mean, did you die though? One, did you die though? But two, is making anime girl noises? I don't know. I heard that sound and I'm just like, what character is that? Carousel. Carousel. Look, we'll be fine. So look, Solaris is coming. There we go. Phantom Blood's my favorite JoJo pod. I mean, we totally can't have the tank knock you hit by that. Nice. There we go. There we go. Try to do that where you can move it, like, where I'm moving as far as I can each turn. Oh. I forget, does Holos have a dot heal after it, or does Holos make heals stronger after it? Because I'm now thinking, because I thought Holos had a dot after its shield, like a dot heal after its shield. But now I'm wondering if what it actually is that it increases healing actions after the shield. Because I thought the dot, I'm just like, oh yeah, it'll hurt you down, and then the dot heal afterwards will like go after that. And then you weren't healing, and I'm just like, is it increase healing how much you heal by? I don't know the name of any skill besides Luxalaris. Holos is the spinny shield that you do as Sage, where you spin into the air with some wings. That's Holos. I know it gives a shield. I know it gives a shield, and it's like party wide. But I thought it also had a dot heal afterwards. But it may be like increases healing actions afterwards. I thought Holos was a flat heal. It might be that. Holos might be a flat heal and a shield. It could be that. I thought it applied a shield and then gave a dot heal afterwards. But again, I could be entirely wrong. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm wrong on that part because I saw Holos happen. I saw everyone else still had the Holos buff, and then their shield was gone, and I'm just like, okay, so I'm not actually confident in what it is then, I guess. Have several shields. Also make the damage. Oh hell yeah, Hallowed Grounds. Hallowed Grounds let you get up to full health. Let's go. How much shield you got there? We're doing fine. I can totally do this on my own after stream with randoms. I'm never gonna get what I want from this dungeon. Never gonna get what I want from this dungeon. But it's so cunty! I wanna... But will your Q pop? Probably not. Probably not. So I'm gonna be so worried about how long it's gonna take to get everything from this. Another one of the many reasons that like I'm gonna be so excited to be caught up with a new on a new expansion and like doing everything as it's released. Everything that I want from a dungeon is gonna be so easy to get when, you know, everyone's doing it as the most recent thing. Okay, so you can change the order that you start with. You can start the order you change with. I should not just expect that I even know how to do that off the top of my head, but I keep doing it. I keep being like, yeah, no, I can do that. And just assuming that I'll get it right. Jesus Christ, the doll on that is so fucked. Oh no. That's not me failing at a healer. That's me failing mechanics. That's a very different situation there. Hey, Averil, I don't mean to impose. Averil, I don't mean to impose, but do you happen to have a Swift cast? Motherfucker! God damn it! Oh, I should have waited. Oh, I should have waited. God damn it. Oh, I should have waited. God, fuck me. Oh, thank God I'm on the right side of this. Alright, do these so I can instantly get all that back. Fucking do this. We're fine now. We're fine now. Fucking god. Oh, I completely shit the bed on this one. Oh, I should have waited. I should have fucking waited. I should have just fucking waited. I got a Panheimer for this. There we go. It slowed down the DPS for a bit there, but we got it. But I got everyone back up to like mostly full. With my heals being absolutely butchered the way that they are because I've got fucking double death debuff. Fucking Christ. Worry not, we had Lux Solaris. The Lux Solaris got us through. That's the power of Lux Solaris, baby. Oh, I completely shut the bed on that. Oh my god. This is why I shouldn't get Cookie as a healer. That wasn't it. Like, again, it wasn't even because I, like, fucked up the... Thank you for Harlan. It wasn't even because I fucked up, like, doing healing. I just fucked up the mechanics. I fucked up the mechanics, and then I just rezzed at the worst possible time. And just completely shat the bed. Oh, what a miserable performance. Holy shit. I'm gonna... Bunny, I fucked that up real bad. I should not have rezzed you there. I could have waited. I should have known what mechanic was coming and waited. I should have known what mechanic was coming and waited. I should have done that. But did we wipe though? But did we wipe though? But did we wipe though? Jesus Christ. Best part of all this will be getting the UA you want to have from your retainers in a few days after you finally spend all this time grinding for it. I know that's good. Do you want to check my retainers? Let's have a look at my retainers now, just in case. Because I can also show this off, because I don't know if I've shown this off on stream. Retainer bells have a unique sound for Solution 9, because, like, obviously they're very different bells. Because you call them up on a smartphone, I guess, and, like, voice talk to them. So they have a unique sound for summoning them. And then you just... Oh no, they do teleport here. Okay, they do still stand here. That's an imitation shuttered window. They do still teleport here. Kataisos. Kataisios. This music is too intense for finishing her. They really need to change the music for finishing a adventure. The music for finishing a venture is way too dramatic for what it is. I'll take the boots of aiming. At least I'll be ready for... At least I'll be ready to put this into the armoire. At least I'll be ready to, like, max out my armoire. And a grassy road. But look how much money I'm gonna get, though, from my retainers. Look at all the cash that I'm getting from my retainers, though. Look at how much I sold, though. I'm pulling out, like, over $1 million from them right now. Look at all this money. Look at all this dosh. Look at all of this jingle jangle. Look at it all. I'm getting paid. I'm getting paid for selling shit. 193 gil? Fuck yeah, baby. Let's go. So anyways. Yeah, but you're out of rubber healing. That's where I spent all of my gil on Abyssal Blue dye. If you're wondering why I want this so bad, I'm positive I've shown it on stream before. But I have the casting version on my summoner right now. I have the casting version on my summoner. I want the healing version because it's red. Well, it's red and white, unlike this one, which is like... Part of also what's better about it is... See this one? Like... So, like, you've got the gold detailing. There's gold there. It has belts, which are, like, a very dark brown for the belts. And then it has, like, the inside of the hood, which is also a brown. Like, all of that changes here. All of that changes here. The detailing is silver. The brown of the belts is just full-on black. And the inside of the hood is no longer brown, it is white. It is a much better color scheme for Manifest. It's all her colors already. So as you can see, will look a hell of a lot better on her. This hat was made for me. It's my hole was made for me. So, yeah. I want this for Summoner, and it's gonna look a hell of a lot better than what I currently have. It's the same shape coat, but it's just gonna look a lot better. And also, the flower on this is purple, which also just matches Manifest eye color, my color. And also the purple there, which is also Manifest eye color. It's just like every single detail of the coloring of this just matches what the rest of the glam already is. The hat already, like, is red and black, but also has like silver detailing on it. The gloves already have silver detailing on it. The book is already a black and silver book. The pants are already black and silver. It's just like, even if it was dyeable, right? Like, I've complained about Yue Iwata stuff for a while, just being like, if it was dyeable, I can at least dye the summoner version, like the caster version, the correct color. But now that we have full glam unlock, it's even better. Because yeah, I could dye the other one, red, but the detailing is still gonna be like dark and light browns and golds. Whereas this version, all of the extra detailing parts just line up with the glam already that I want for it. These are not the boots that I want though. These are temporary boots. The final bit of glam that I want for the game is from the Mist dungeon. The Mist casting boots. I can't remember what it's called. I remember it's Mist something, but I can't remember what the gear is called. It's Mist something. But yeah, it's Mist boots of casting, I believe, which are also very similar in terms that they are black boots with like silver geometric lines on them. I think they're like diamonds look very similar to these actually for the boots. And just overall look a hell of a lot better. These ones, see? God, what a glam. So as you can see, yeah, again, black, and it's got silver, and like it's silver diamonds, which also like lines up with that. But like, look how good this is gonna look. As a glam set to get, like, goddamn, Yue Iwata Robe of Healing is so fucking sexy. Goddamn, this top is so fucking sexy. Look at this damn thing. Holy shit, it's so good. And it uses 2 undyeable dungeon pieces. Actually, like, this is also a glam where overall it's barely fucking dyed. Overall, there's 1 dye on this entire glam, and it's the secondary slot for the hat to make the part that folds up red. It's gotta be, like, overall the least dyed glam that I have out of everything. But, like, once this all comes together, it's like, this looks so good! It looks so good and I love it. It looks so good and I love it. But it won't look like that for a while. I have the Mystic Memory. I've seen that gear in Retainers, and I don't know what it is though. It's why I'm pretty sure like the Mist Wake is the most recent dungeon, because I haven't gotten it from Retainers yet. Whereas Mystic Memory I have seen recently, so I should have 7.3. I have the Mystic Memory aiming hat, but the bright blue and red color combination by chocolate brown rim is the rare too much for me. Actually, I probably should have taken. Actually, no, I have free teleports until you're allowed. I'm gonna go break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go grab a drink. I will probably, like, eat a chocolate nut bar while I'm gone, if I'm being perfectly honest. We will come back. We're finishing up today with all of the sightseeing, which if anyone has a good sightseeing link, because I always forget the really good one. There's a really good link. There's a really good website for the for doing that, and I always forget which one it is. So if anyone has a link, feel free to share that here. We'll be finishing all of the sightseeing, and then we're going to be doing the triple triad of everything for the end of that. So that'll be the plan when we get back. We would normally do that at the end of the first raid tier stream, but we still have to do Aether Quest and catch up on that. This is one of those if it was dyeable. This is one of those if dungeon gear was dyeable. If dungeon gear was dyeable moments. Because yeah, the shape of the hat and the feather are really good on that. But that is a color scheme that doesn't work together when you try to combine it with an entire glam. Those are the exact same color as my hair. Anyways, I will be back, and we'll do the other things that I said we were going to do when I get back. Hell yeah. And we are back. Where am I going? I'm going to Laynode Pyro. Where's Lane Node Pyro? I assume that's somewhere in Heritage Found. Is this Heritage? Where is that? Where's Avaril? Living Memory. Oh, right, but the Pyro. Right, Pyro. I remember. Living Memory. I'm being bullied into actually working on my getting my Ronak. We're doing a regathering node. Oh, there it is. It's way over there. Fly. Fly over there. We must do gathering. So I've not done collectible on content gathering before. Or even like gear equivalent. So I have no idea like how hard this is. Gamers yearn for the mines. I was about to worry about these enemies and then I realized, wait a minute, we have sneak. Bye. Not that different. Yeah, but I've never done this properly before. I don't know how the buttons, what are the buttons? Splendorous mining is harder. I haven't done that either. Verified Ash. Okay, so what do I do? Oh, it needs to go to max. Fucking kill me, actually. How about I just die? So what are these? I don't even know. Well, what are these buttons? Well, what are these ones? Increase the chance to trigger Collector's Intuition by 75% on your next action. Okay, what's Collector's Intuition? I don't know what Collector's Intuition is. I don't bother with the bottom ones, to be honest. Priming Touch doubles the chance your next use of Meticulous Prospector. That one. Okay. Will not infect integrity. Does not affect increased chance from gathering bonuses or collector's high standard. And then you press your regular increase, do it twice. You press purple. You press your regular increase twice. Profit. Oh no, I'm familiar with Scrutiny. I'm familiar with Scrutiny. I just Scrutiny and Brazen and Harp. Okay. Bam. Okay. I'll Scrutiny regular twice, then and then do Deceiver if it's not max. Which one's Deceiver? What's Deceiver? Is that one of these buttons? Top right of what? Oh, you mean the meticulous? Meticulous. Okay. Collectability up to max the script for durability runs, ideally saving 300 for the extra attempt. Yeah. What's Collector's Intuition? I also don't know what that is. What is this one? You don't know names? Fear? I can tell because you can't name some more name wrong. The Deceiver hated me. Collector's Intuition is a scam that doesn't work. That doesn't tell me what it is. Ooh! I got a hashtag Eureka moment. I got a hashtag Eureka moment. Intuition is a prod that gives slightly higher bonuses. Bonus... what? Collectability? More collectability. Okay. It never happens, it's the Deceiver. Well, I got 5 at max. So that should be enough for at least, like, 3 tickets towards the Ronic, right? That should be enough for about 3 tickets towards the Ronic, right? Right. These totally aren't only worth like 20 each. Next up is my walk. I'm following you. Okay. Chances based on your perception, and I ignore it. Okay. Alright, I'll follow you. Botanist, okay. Bot. There we go. Bot. There we go. Okay, I sense it. They alternate. That makes sense. I see everyone showing up. Mahogany log? There's 2 things there. 36 to 38. Okay, it's actually more than I thought it would be. Which one? Level 100? Oh, there you go. I can see. Yeah. If I pay attention, I would notice, I wouldn't know. What was that 100? So I want 400 at the end. Like at least, roughly. Bam, that gave me a bonus. Oh, and that guarantees it's gonna pop out. Let's go. Oh, but I don't have enough for my. Oh, I don't have enough for my thing. Oh, whoops. I forgot that cost 200. I thought that was only gonna cost 100. I forgot scrutiny cost 200. Well, I still got 4 at max. Which Thunder stuff wasn't super expensive, it's so cute. I'm also not best in slot for this. If we had more glam plates, I could use my Fisher stuff. I could use my Fisher stuff if I had more glam plates, but I don't. So instead of having full star tech, like all of this stuff over here, I only have innovators. So sightseeing. Well, let me go to Solution 9 and turn this stuff in. To buy more star tech. No, the issue is that my Fisher has star tech. The issue is currently that my Fisher has star tech on it, and star tech's unique. So if I want a different glam between my Fishers and my Gatherers, they have 2 different sets. Though seeing how we do this stuff, I might swap that around. Seeing like how close it can be for this, I might swap those around then. Why would you ever play Fisher? Well, I guess at the moment, like for fishing, I'm still catching up on old expansions, so I don't need the good stuff on them. So I should probably swap those around. Again, if we had more glam plates, then it wouldn't need to even be an issue. It wouldn't even be an issue. Okay, so level 100 star stuff is 38 each. So how much is 38 times 4? Someone do that math for me, I'm too lazy. I think that was 190. Yeah, 190. I did the math myself. Although this is only 36. Because that's low, because that's not the star stuff, so it's only 36. And I know it's only got 4 of them. Guess I need to make 2 gather sets of elite one with star tech. I try not to go think about it unless I go insane with the enormity of the grind. It's gonna be a lot, isn't it? To be fair, I don't think there's anything else I need these for. I do it twice because Barrel Tender. I also want Barrel Tender. It's just I want Ronick first. I also definitely want the Barrel Tender. It's just I want Ronick first. Because, like, I don't need more gear. And also, like, I could get better gear for Gatherer. Okay, let's be honest. Outside of the first outside of your on-current content. Outside of your current, and you need to, like, work your way up through the sets. Once we're at a point where this comes out, how beneficial is it even to like worry about crafted best in slot for gatherers? Like again, you'll like if you're on content, then the script's gear won't exist. And to get enough, like, to get the materials you need to make the good crafting shit, you may need better gatherer gear. But, like, once we're this far in an expansion, where, like, the best script gear already does exist, if by that point you don't have best in slot, like, because best in slot for crafter, it's always going to be a boost because of how, like, many steps you need to do in a craft. But for this, how much, like, does gathering get much tighter than what I just did? Script's fine enough for most things, yeah. And then, like, if I go to all of this stuff, like, folklore doesn't even call. I already have all the folklores, so yay, I don't need to worry about that. And then we have material bait / tokens. Like, there's nothing else I need to worry about other than mount tokens. And we just need, you know, literally hundreds of these. I mean, you can sell them. How much do these go for on the market board? Dare I ask, knowing I don't want to know the answer. Might need extra high quality mats or something, but you'll probably be fine outside of endgame expos for Relic. Which I want to do Relic on content, so it's going to be a bit of a concern. As long as it doesn't care about crafting, you know, the catching phantom melting or buying gear, sorry. Say some pretty high node stat bonuses that were quite out of my reach, even at fully melted StarTech. Oh, so node bonuses. Okay. I forgot those were a thing. I also keep forgetting about food. I also constantly forget about crafting and gathering food. I constantly forget that exists. Like, I literally have chronic steaks for crafting. But I constantly forget they exist. Where are you hanging out? Oh, someone with a triple triad. Well, I'm doing triple triad in terms of the order of release, because some of them might be attached to, like, side quests that I can't do yet. Or might have, like, only exist because of other stuff. Oh my god. What are you doing here? U-Trip, what are you doing here? You're just hanging out now? In this top that's, like, incredibly tight fitting around your boobs? Jesus Christ. 50k on Diabolos. That is cheaper than I expected, I'll be honest. I was thinking it was always there. I swear it popped up with Arcadion. Very possible. I'll be honest, 50k each is way cheaper than I was expecting. You could, yeah, if they're 50k for mount tokens, that means you could, like, sell your daily map, and that would cover, like, half the cost of a mount token. I'm not selling my maps right now. Because I'm working on getting all the map achievements, but still. 6 nodes that give orange script that each lasts 2 hours twice a day. So it's theoretically always one up and you can cycle through them. But you gotta remember to turn them in and empty out your inventory. Well, it's also just about, like, having the time to do that, because if I'm in the game, I'm so usually and so frequently doing other shit that I constantly forget. They're 50k, but they're selling in stacks of 20. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Do we want to start with triple triad or sightseeing? Worse money than gem vouchers. Oh, the gem vouchers are fucked, but they require a lot more effort. Gathering, you fly to a spot, hit a couple buttons, you get it. Gem vouchers, you have to actually put in, like, effort to do fates. Do we care about sightseeing or triple triad first? Sightseeing? Alright, we'll do some sightseeing. Back to Toliala. Back to Tuliola. Oh, hey, Zarek. 5-year solution, I'm more convinced Sudoku. Trying to remember where she is. I think she's the one that's around up there. Don't tell me I'll find her. I'll find her. I will explore. I will explore and I will find her. This is definitely not the fastest way to go up here. Remember her being at the top of a bridge. There she is! I was right. No, at the top of a staircase. Remember her being at the top of a staircase. LCB Ironheart. Hey, girl. Oh, by the way, yours yet, am I right? Do you fancy yourself much of a sightseer? I only have every sightseeing look so far. Dear old Millith gave you a journal. Why, what a small world. It just so happens that I'm a cousin. LCB Ironheart at your service. Well, if you met Cousin Millith, I'm sure you can guess why I crossed the salt, as they say. This continent is supposedly brimming with sights unseen by others than us, and I'm here to discover them all. My twin sister and I, that is. You see, I had more interest in York, while she was drawn to the vistas of Shock. So it was that we parted ways at the bridge, each of us touring half of Tyrell. Are we gonna get to the... Are we gonna run into a 30-year-old twin sister? Are we doing this again? Are we doing this again? So give me a sightseeing look, then. The EP is hitting like a truck? Oh, no. Let's see. Oh, beautiful! I should see these places myself someday. Let me just kind of scribble down. My notes on Yuck Tyrell. I included what my sister shared with me at Chuck Tyrell, but I'm afraid it isn't much. It's Shaloni. My twin's name is Emmeline, and she's still wandering about over there. Given your natural affinity for iron hearts, you'll doubtless run into her someday, and she's going to be 30 years old. They're going to pull this trick as many times as they can like this. Well, I'm sure you're pleased to be in vistas to behold. May your journey through Tyrell will be bright and unforgettable. Sightseeing logo expanded! Alrighty. I forget if this has been added by the time we had done the Endwalker sightseeing, but they actually added a way to show Vista locations from the sightseeing log. So I can just go and link them directly in chat. We don't have to worry about actual websites and stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, they did it. Are we heading where I'm already heading? No. No. Alright, I'll go there first. Don't we have to do the jump puzzle again? Not the big one, but like the one at like the Landscott. I'll race ya. Oh no. Let's go in order of the log. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, it's literally just next to that. Wow, okay. Do I have it on my emote bar? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. There we go. I've arrived at a Vista. Bayside Bevy. Playing host to a never-ending stream of customers, the largest marketplace in Tuliolal is replete with goods from every corner of Tyrell. Its proximity to the harbour ensures that cargo unloaded from the boats and barges can be transported directly to the shelves of local merchants. Yo. Who's this? Solaris Lux! Well done. Well done. Well done giving yourself a mustache. And now we're going over to... Okay. The Resplendent Quarter. Are you coming with us to the Resplendent Quarter? Nope, you're going off somewhere else. I'm going near the dirigibles. I can't remember the last time we were at the dirigibles. Oh, the kids are just playing in the dirt there. Oh, I see it. I sees it. Hey, we're looking over at the dirigibles. What about the Resplendent Third? The Resplendent Quarter. Almost seemingly uniform in appearance. Let's look at these domiciles. No, we're looking at the houses. Reveals the eclectic adornments added by the residents. The decorations emblematic of each inhabitant's land of origin. Until you allow a giant bird, then these richly colourful homes would form its resplendent plumage. Aww. Aww. Resplendent Quintet. Fifth. Never mind, I'm dumb. Alright, down to the docks. I guess I could just keep the map up. I guess the map could just stay up. Doesn't need to, like, go away each time. Bayside Begging Marketplace, probably places. Apologies if you can hear a dog. Dog's home. Dog's master is not home currently, so dog is having a howl. Awoo! High Tide Harbor. Due to the abundance of reefs in Tuliolal's coastal waters, Marine visitors are forced to anchor their ships out at sea and board smaller vessels to make safe landfall. The harbor's name is no idle promise, as even boats with shallow drafts can be caught on rocks when the tide is low. Yeah, so it just goes out for quite a while where it's just, there's not a lot of water. Whoops, wrong buttons. What you wearing? Oh, you got Palika gear. It's the Palika top. I recognize this. I don't recognize much of anything else. Hailstorm or something for the pants? Oh, Radiant. Radiant, obviously. Chat, what you doing? Oh, the very end of the massive one. Okay. The end of the massive one. Run! Run as fast as we can. Forward cabins. What about and behind back cabins? And if you go between them? You know, I do have to wonder with a city this big, maybe they should allow mounts. I understand that if they put mounts in cities, then, like, you know, you'll have everyone in a city on a mount and it won't feel like a place where people actually, like, you know, live and stuff, so it might feel a little weird. People in Solution 9 mounts. People want to be able to fly between the different areas of Solution 9 and look and pretend they're a flying car. Beep beep. I think the compromise is just allow infinite sprint in cities. But if you do that, then it erases the point of the Strider boots from ever existing. I guess I could put those on. I do literally have them in my inventory. The forward cabins. Spanning the length of a pier, these pleasant cottages replace the previous fleet of boats that once served visitors as rudimentary accommodations. It is said that a foreign explorer was responsible for naming the guest houses when he likened their roofs to ship prows and their cozy interiors to captain's cabin. So it was because of... Are you petting me? So is it because... You also changed Glam again. You're no dancer. So is it because of Cat and Rum? There it is. Is it Cat and Rum? Was it Cat and Rum who did that? That sounds like a hashtag Cat and Rum moment. Oh, you're petting the corn stuff. I can only dash to you, I can't dash past you, so... So now I'm out of... Fuck. No! I'm out of dashes. Rival post? There we go. I should get a snack while you two jumping puzzle. Try to remember where the start of it was. No, not the paint a smidge. Is that the very front of the building? Can you start it? The back. There it is. A word. A word. No! Can I do this? There we go. There we go. Get rid of the jog. I'm not familiar with jump. Fuck. I'm not familiar with jumping muscle with jog. Fuck. Even though I think literally last time I did this, I did it with jog on. I need to go back to the gold saucer. I need to get my practice up again. I need to get my experience back. I've clearly lost it. Funny thing is that it's currently Mog Tomes, so currently the Gold Saucer is filled with people doing stuff for Mog Tomes, and I've not been taking part in any of it because the weekly challenges are going to be enough for me to get everything I want from mock times. Because I'm only going for what I'm specifically after and not just absolutely everything. I'm being lazy this time. Well, no, what I want is everything that's registerable that I don't currently have. I'm just not, like, doing shit. I'm getting shitloads extra for, like, maps and stuff. Or else another preview them. Leave of Faith never shows up because of the fucking Air Force One. It's the pool. Polluting the pool. I mean, that sucks extra, especially right now, just because Air Force One is worth less mock times. There's less, you get less, you know, you get a maximum of 4, and it's like you have to get a perfect to get a 4 from Air Force One, which is a lot harder than getting a perfect in Leap of Faith, which also gives you 4. Like, you shoot 1 bomb, and then, oops, you're getting 3 from Air Force One. Whereas it doesn't matter how many times you fall off a Leap of Faith. As long as you get every, like, thing and finish within 10 minutes, you're fine. Oh, I fucked up what I said. I mean, 3 things already have the mouse, so now it's whatever. I mean, just like, the longer we play the game, that's just going to be the case. The longer we play the game, the more of the rewards that are in it we already have. Especially as they basically never, from my understanding, put current expansion rewards in the mock tomes. So once we're in current expansion, we'll have a lot more stuff from all the ones that they're actually putting stuff into. It's something I know I've mentioned on stream before, but I need things to talk about to fill the air of jumping puzzle. Jesus Christ. Oh, the idea of, like, getting caught up on an expansion and being truly caught up, as in, like, everything I want to do from previous expansions I've done, and just, like, the sheer joy of that one day being a thing, of just like, oh, I've caught up on, like, the crafting logs, the fishing logs, and everything like that. Because once you're only trying to catch up on a current expansion, there's a lot less to do, and it's a lot easier to do. Catching up on stuff from old expansions is not easy. Like, for example, getting triple triad cards from old expansions. It can be easier to, like, run extremes to unsync them, but also if you're doing, like, extremes on content, then they'll actually be up in the party finder and people will be actually actively clearing them. And then, like, if you're caught up on triple triad cards, a new patch comes out, there's the dungeon, which you'll be running in expert roulette, so you'll get plenty of opportunities to get more of it. And then you have, like, a minion or music that it may drop, which is also the same thing. Same thing from the trial. And then, like, the raid will drop. And then you just get that from there. And then you wait a couple of weeks and the next bit of content will come out. It'd be a lot easier to just finish stuff and then just be like, okay, I've got all the stuff that I need to do. Rather than the situation where I'm in, which is like, I'm constantly catching up on old, like, spending time catching up on old expansions that I'm not there to do all the stuff of the current expansion, and yeah. It took them until Dawn tried to add whips, yeah. Hunuili! Meaning Heartfire in the Hanahanutan. This lighthouse has also once served as a watchtower for threats approaching from Jacques Terrell. These days, it only rolls to 1 coastal vessels away from the thundering waterfalls. There we go. So what do we try to land on? I think I tried to land on top of the bridge last time. Really, to which part? Oh, don't try to add quips. Damn. I mean, for extreme mounts, I understand that they want to wait more than 1 expansion. I can understand them wanting to wait more than 1 expansion to add extreme mounts. That I can understand. I don't know why I was running to the... I was going to teleport to, like, a Kapacha. I'm just like, wait, why am I doing that? Why would I do that? Why would I do it that way? Right there. There it is. Burr. There we go. Huachunpelo. Nestled in between the mountains, the dwellings of this village are noticeably scaled down to accommodate for the smaller size of its inhabitants. It's here that the peddler clan of the Pelu Pelu manufacture their trading goods, such as coffee and mezcal, as well as maintain a ranch for breeding and training of alpacas. You have flight. Oh, I have now got flighting everywhere. Yay! This is why we had to do all the Aether quests before doing sightseeing. And why I now have access to a flying capybara. Oh, good. Oh. There's a lot of effort to crack my neck there. I better fucking crack sometime soon. And it did. And I went, yay. Yeah, the idea of getting caught up on everything that I want to get caught up on before 8.0's release, that's not happening. There's no way in hell that's happening. If I had to choose stuff to be caught up on, the things I would want to be caught up on the most out of everything before 8.0 comes out would be Triple Triad and Leave quests. Just because there'll be a thing that's a lot easier to, like, getting Triple Triad cards just as they come out would, like, on a new expansion would be a hell of a lot easier. I mean, when a new expansion comes out, that's what I'm going to be doing anyways. When did you get the Cappy? Last stream. Last stream. Miplu's Mate Garden. Overseen by the eponymous Miplu, the cultivation of this Mate tea has introduced lush greenery and fertile soil to Okapacha's usual vistas of sparse vegetation. The operation is almost become a small village in its own right, with a number of field hands growing ever growing to match the garden's steady expansion. Gonna put 3 down so I can finish making a snack. Oh, okay. Yeah, last stream we did snake fate twice. Or a stream before it. Remember how we started one of the episodes and we immediately did Snake Fate? Because you mentioned it? Later that same day we did Snake Fate again. Fuck my TV off for a guess. I was reading and then I forgot that it was there afterwards. Short-term memory. That Queen Bee fucking thing over there is one of the most standout hunt marks I've ever seen. I see it from so far, so fucking frequently when I'm in Okapacha. Shades of Grief. These ruins brood silently at the cliff's edge. Once a Yokoi village, it was abandoned as the giant's population dwindled. The crumbling stone house is inhabited now only by the shadows of past sadness. Locals speak of a road which long ago stretched the settlement down into Chabuyukek? When it's QEQ. I would assume Kek. But little trace of such a path remains. Anyway, we've... Good enough, good night. Good night, Spark! Good night. Chabuyukek. I do almost have to wonder if, like, they over-exaggerate how dangerous Valley Armanda is when it comes to, like, this. Like, just because we fight Valley Armanda, comparing what we fought compared to this, I do have to wonder if it's exaggerated a little bit. It feels a little overdone, but... Na Yorgona. As Valley Armanda's fiery breath which carved these yawning craters, the blackened rocks yet flickering with an intense incendiary aether known to attract gas-based abominations. If roaming bombs were not enough to discourage would-be sightseers, the gruesome Yokoi name roughly translates to the land of scorched and gouged out eye sockets. Jesus Christ. We did fight him as he wakes up from a coma. I know that's meant to be the explanation, but... I don't know, I think of it and compare it to other elements of Dawn Trail. I think Dawn Trail may be the expansion that I think gets sense of scale bizarre the most. Just in terms of like comparing how big you see things here as compared to seeing it from other sides, or just comparing it to like prior expansions. There are some things that just feel a little too exaggerated visually. One of my biggest things that I keep talking about is Solution 9 itself. When you're inside of Solution 9 looks too big. Again, it's one of those things where, like, video games are impressionist by their nature. If every area was going to be as big as what it would realistically be in real life, it'd be a boring thing to play because the areas would be way too fucking big. And I understand that. I understand that's that is a concept. But also, at the same time, while impressionist, I feel like there has to be some level of comparison between them. And it's just looking at what Everkeep is from the outside. You can look at Everkeep from the outside and see what it is. And trying to like mentally pass that with what Solution 9 looks like while you're inside of it. Also being aware that Solution 9 is meant to be like 1/12 of the building. There's too much of a disconnect that like Solution 9 looks way too big. And again, that's part of my thing with Valley Armanda here. Look at that in front of us. Like the ones that we can fly up to there, at least we're next to it and we can see that. Look at that. Look at how far away those scars are. And how big they still look. If we were to go up to those scars would be like fucking 30, 50 meters wide. And like a kilometer long. And just comparing that to the boss we fought, even if it like just woke up, I don't think Valley Armanda shrunk while in the ice. It was frozen there. I don't think it shrunk. So the idea that, oh yeah, these are the claws sweeping the landscape, just... Again, video games play with a sense of scale, and that's like their gimp. That's like what they do, because realistic sizes wouldn't be fun. But it's just, I feel like Dawn Trail specifically is the main expansion for me where it's pushed a little too far in terms of the same things being compared to each other in the same expansion. It was coldly shrunk. I love those areas they just a village with enemy Yokois just vibing, some of the Bend area and Shalini. Oh no, this is awesome. In terms of like doing more interesting stuff with their overworld, and it's like these are enemies and they'll fight you, but they also hang out like it's any other village, is really cool. Chihuahua Sultan. This village is inhabited by a faction of Yokoi who deny the Dawn Servant sovereignty. Though thought to have held a sea in ancient times, the valley here seeps with salt-laden spring water. The residents call this natural gift a divine blessing, and have built steep salt fields into the slopes of the valley. Our... That's one we just did. Our... Never have to go over this side of the map, at least in Echo Pacha. At least you never have to go over here. Well, there's definitely other areas of 14 where the comparison between areas feels a little off. There's definitely other areas where, like I would almost say Limbs is not exaggerated enough. The idea that Limbs is a full city and everything like that, like a full port city, and they show you like 5 buildings. I feel like Limbs are almost feels under exaggerated in terms of what it should be. It feels like there should be more to Limsa for it to be as big of a thing as it is. Yeah, Limbs is too tiny, and so is Grania. Like, Uldar works. Uldar works for its size. Because you're going around like a big ring, and you don't get... I think a big part of it is when you're in Uldar, yeah, you run around a lot of Uldar, but there's clearly a lot of Uldar that you don't go to. It's clear that where you're running around in Uldar is just like the markets and the guild areas. But there's other stuff there that's like very obvious that like, oh yeah, that's also Uldar, you just can't go to it. But like that section of Limsa is like really far into the water and just doesn't feel real. Limsa, Gridani, and Uldar have extra areas just off there you can't see, which might be better if it wasn't PS3. Yeah. Wokolado. In the Yokoi tongue, its name means mountains most high blooming with all the world's colors. The sights of rainbow strata arising from a carpet of vivid flowers is almost illusory in its brilliance. Its slopes steeped in ambient aether have been revered by the giants as a sacred site for centuries uncounted. Actually, like, talks about all the colors that you can see in the mountains over there. Just, we can't right now because it's nighttime. There you go, something in the game, passages and errors from the 1.0 cities to make them more efficient for ARR. And I think it's time to bring some of them back. And by that I mean, they should make the starter cities one zone now. We can do it, we have the technology. I would really appreciate if we actually got the starter cities turned into a single zone. Leave the Aethernets the way that they are so people can like teleport between two zones if they want to. But just make it so it's possible to run around. Like, would it be that interesting to run between them and everything like that? It'd be nice. But for me, the biggest benefit to that would be Limsa specifically. Because then you could be on the top area, you could be on the top floor of Limsa and see down to the bottom area of Limsa and see it be full of people. And that would help Limsa feel full of life a hell of a lot more. It would feel a hell of a lot more full of life if you could actually, like, see all the people hanging out the Aetherite Plaza from up top. Add in the big ass not a loading zone hallways 1.0, add in mountains to cities. Fully circular Uldar. There we go. House of High Winds. One of the treetop dwellings in Cosmo Uka. The House of House of Winds High. Takes its name from an estate said to exist in the Hanu-Hanu's traditional homeland. Practitioners of wind magics here live here as part of the unique training, where they learn to glide down from the house's dizzying heights. Reopen Milivand's Sacrarium. One thing I really like that they do in game, because all of the entries into the sightseeing log are written by like different Ironhearts, they all have unique styles for their pictures. So I really like that for Dawntra we've gone for like a very painterly style for them. Like she's been going around painting all of these in like a particular different vibe compared to some of the previous ones. There's one of those little detail things that they do to like make it clear that in universe these are written by different people. It's a similar concept, though probably more effort for this, but it's a similar concept to custom deliveries and how all the custom deliveries have the person's signature on the custom delivery and how there's like unique little details about each person that you can glean from their custom delivery signature. It's really cute. Oh, inside the cave. They did a trick. Cave Kikitola. This enchanting hollow was carved out by unrelenting deluge of three waterfalls, Zodion, Zanonu, and Zopik. In the hour of darkness, the profusion of luminous moss within resembles a dazzling night sky. Hence the Hanu-Hanu name meaning overflowing with pink stars. Because of the Six are a cute touch. I noticed they're super adorable. They are super adorable. Capybara. So I feel like Cosmo Uka is a good example of a stage, like a locale map, zone, whatever you want to call it, where I think the impressionist exaggeration or under-exaggerating is like perfectly balanced here. Villages with plenty of houses, so look big while you're going over them. They're not so big that they have like way too much shit going on there. The size of the different villages compared to each other here like makes sense for what they are. And you've got these massive giant tree, or like rocks that you can see in the distance, but they don't feel unnaturally big compared to like all the rocks you can run around here. breath between. Hanu fishermen constructed this this landing in the plunge base of Kushaga, driving piles deep into the stand against the fast-flowing current. The mighty falls bear witness to many a furious battle. The fixed fishing poles bending in place as anglers work to land their thrashing catches. Oh, look at amazing zones. It's a shame you never really go there. It is very, very pretty. But yeah, if you go to custom deliveries, I can show you here. If you have a look beneath where it says custom deliveries, there's unique little things here. So Margaret has a shitload of maths next to hers. She even has math down the bottom left here as well. There's a bunch of math problems that she's working out and showing there. And her signature is like a really fancy thing there. You got Andon, who Andon writes in Norvrant script because he's a custom delivery person in Norvrant, and also draws a little leaf pen on the side there. Then you have Emilians, who has the fanciest handwriting ever. Holy fucking shit. And then some little leaf petals on here. You have Charlemagne, who writes his in very fancy font. And then Miley, who doesn't know how to write properly because she's an orphan and is only just learning things now. So some of her letters are backwards. And she writes Miley. And L2. L2's is actually fantastic because L2, I can't show you now, but L2's actually changes as L2 evolves. Which is fucking wild. But L2's actually changes as L2 evolves. He gets more and more legible as he evolves to write his signature. But I can't show you that in game. Again, Kai Shir, once again, writing in the Norvrantian script, which is always a nice detail. Ardkirog goes to write down his signature, decides to get rid of it because he's trying to hide, and instead just draws a pig head. Kurenai puts, she has the Doman script and puts the official seal on there of the flower. I presume that's like the seal of Tracy. You got Monago, who writes hers, and it's a little scuffed and a little dirty, I assume because of where she is. And then you have Zoe, who also has a nice fancy writing, but she has spilled some cake on hers. Or possibly... No, there's Loey stickers, sorry. She has Loey stickers on there, and you can see that like she's taking a chocobo off. So you can see that. Alexandria maps being a slightly different script too. I don't know if I've actually noticed that one, but I would not be surprised. Again, the game does a lot of little details, and I absolutely love it. It's adorable. Enjoy the first page while it lasts. Ow. Whee. But yeah, they've also gotten more and more intricate as time goes on for how they differentiate the signatures there. Again, it's just one of those details that the game likes to sprinkle throughout it. So just, you know, little extra bits, make the characters feel a little more personal, make how the characters are different to each other stand out a little bit more. Make places feel a little more lived in, make people feel a little more distinct. All the good shit. Once you unlock the next tier one, it will start on page 2. That's how they handle custom deliveries. They just start adding multiple pages. Kuzanowaki. A reed-woven statue of the Hanuhana deity Kishahi is ensconced here in the place of worship. The shrine is believed to stand on sacred ground, a holy dry land, blessed by the sun's rays in an otherwise swampy terrain. Earthenshire. You're right, this is a hell of a lot faster. You're right, this is a hell of a lot faster. Oh my god. This is wild. And all it requires is Deku putting in a bunch of work before the stream starts, as opposed to me doing it. Yeah. Earthenshire. Possessed of a unique architectural style, the Moblin's home village resembles nothing more than a circle of enormous glazed pots. Among them dwelled the Potsworn, contracted artisans who have agreed to practice their trade in exchange for working conditions, personally tailored to meet their every need. Alright, over this way. I guess I could put on Mount Roulette. There we go. I now have Mount Roulette on. Go, my Gabriel. Oh, Bossia. Again, motherfucking Final Fantasy XIV fans being unhappy with everything. Oh no, the best gameplay in the game was added. We better get rid of it because people don't like it. More like Gabriel homosexual Jesus. I was at the Gold Gabriel, but Gold Gabriel's ugly. I'd love the Gold Gabriel if like it didn't have like blue light, like the weird blue lights on it. Marsh Lagaka. The sluggish currents of this march are fed by the waters of Maya Quebec Zoma. Sorry, I thought there was going to be apostrophe there. Of Maya Quebec Zoma. Its depths are crowded with aquatic grasses, the vibrant clusters of color, said to be the result of fluctuations in temperature and ambient ether. Tiaktel! Ikbrash! Yeah, I forgot we're in an era where every zone only has like 4 or 5 things, doesn't it? L2! Speaking of L2, let's go. Oh, there you are. Ikbrash. Standing on the edge of a cenote in the midst of a dense forest, the Jabral's home has a clear opening open to the sky for stargazing. The name of the settlement means Red Brash, a fierce beast related to the Curl, and this bold shape is painted into literally upon the walls of the wooden dwellings. Bold shade. Oh, the middle of the fucking lake, let's go. I didn't mean the name of those. Cubby! Cubby Mount, let's go! Chad, do I buy the Hardy Daytona? I know I don't, but should I? Should I get yet another obnoxious bike? It also has increased mount speed. I can change over for 8.0 from the bike I've currently been using for that to the obnoxious one. But it would be so fun though. I gotta use mount roulette more frequently. I collect so many mounts and I want to put like so much effort into getting like Ronic mounts and stuff like that. And I so frequently I'm just like, I'll just leave it on my freaking Chocobo. Bitch. Can't bitch me. Oh, there's an actual bit of land down here. Well, there you go. Did not realize this was here. Across Sully. This vast lake, the Red Blood Sully, fills the northeastern reaches of Yaktel. When the Shabral and Mamuja once waged war near the lakeside, so they consigned fallen warriors to its waters, staining its blue surface crimson. Long enough ago that it is now no longer doing that. Hey! Fire puppy. What has been several weeks getting the Ronic Mountain to never use it instead of Choco and FF7 bike? That's the worry. Is that I wouldn't use the Ronic then. I gotta use more mounts more frequently. I gotta get into the habit of using more mounts. Pardon me. Mounts are good. Mounts are fun. So, like, one set of mounts that I've been collecting and I don't really care about are the extreme mounts. I do those so I can have, like, the reward of, like, collecting all of them for an expansion, but, like, most of them individually are not things that I would actually want to use. The exception might be the fucking wing mounts for DT Extremes, because those are ridiculously awesome. The Shobrit Cinderfield. For many years, the savage war between the Shabral and the Mamuljar raged back and forth across this scarred stretch of land. Siege armaments and defensive works yet to litter the field decades after the conflict's end. And even the forest greenery seems to hesitant to reclaim its ashen expanse. Hey, the top of the big tree thing. Oh, hell yeah! Best mount in the game, hell yeah. AX mounts I like for the music. I have mount music turned off. I just have mount music turned off because I basically never like it over either the ambience of the zone or I'm watching something. Shut up with your fancy mount music. It's distracting me from watching something on my second monitor. Chole Savaz. This enormous pillar of rock in the Jatika heartland is thought to be a remnant of the upper forest from when the meteorite fall split the region into two elevations. While the Mamuljar revere the formation itself, the Shabral is said to hold the sacred trees which grow upon it. Let me fly mount out there. Whee! Fly my scarab. What am I? What is this? What mount is this? I don't remember what mount this is. Stormblood Special Edition. I don't know if I've ever worked it out. Luxeld. Oh, that might be it. Yeah, it's meant to be a monster from Luxeld. The Jatika Heartland. An arboreal sea of blue glowing trees and deep cemeteries, the Forest of the Brethren is a spiritual homeland in Mamuljar. Although a little sunlight penetrates the dense canopy, its pulsing ambient aether provides a constant source of soft cerulean illumination. I thought that was an enemy and it kind of scared me. Like, what is that doing here? Finally got a Batelidos for free from, no, not November. Is that what I mean? Novice Network. Ah. Tiredness is also starting to hit me. The tiredness is also starting to come for me. Again, dick. Meh, meh. Tree of Living Light. This blue leaf tree has put down roots throughout the waters of Sonote Neozote. Its twisted trunk wrapping around the crystal core of a fallen meteorite. So similar in the growth of the tree itself. The core and the strange aether it emits appears to be affecting the surrounding plant life. Shaloni! Yo, but what do I call this mount next to Alpha? I'll take. Yeah, I got a free teleport. Aw. Stuck. I'm stuck. Mount stuck. There you are. Wow. Mount is obnoxiously large. Tiredness is also still hit me. But also, Mount stuck! Mount stuck! Hulsatawi. Situated near the Tulial trailhead, the settlement was originally built as a supply depot to facilitate the exploration and development of the Shaloni wilderness. As time passed, however, a new saloon and other entertainments drew in the local cerulean miners. Then in a few years, the depot has become a thriving trading post. But stuck! I beg of you! Tiredness. Tiredness hitting me. Trying to stay awake. Yeah, make it fly, do the thing. Do the thing where it transforms and goes, spins and goes, meow. Do barrel roll. Melwa Hetzone. This village is home to the family of Hetzara who have taken the Ronic as their guiding animal. As it implies, the land where the Hetzo graze is a nomadic settlement, but then struck and pitched over and over as they follow the seasonal immigration of the Ronic. Alright, dive into the water as well. Only worth the PvP mount. What about the wheel that's currently available? I'm not gonna get. What is resting on this log? Oh no, over here. This is one of the zones we can actually, like, this is one of the underwater areas we can actually see how far down it goes, because it's not one of those cenotes that has the different water layers. Yeah, what about the wheel currently from there? Nah, the wheel looks like it. Lake Tori. Just like the water, the moments in which make up life rush past the blink of an eye. Recognition of this truth. That Sorrow have given the name which runs through Shaloni the name Nikwarepi, the swift current of time. The two lakes into which it flows are turned into named after the morning and evening, which like Teoria alluding to the former. Get them out. Oh yeah, the Kongamatas or whatever they're called. Oh, so far away. Trying to stay awake. Trying to stay awake. I think you might have started to teleport to me at the same time. I think I might also just be tired. And this is the issue that I was worrying about in terms of the energy drink. I started the stream with the energy drink. So it was going to wear off and I was going to crash relatively early. And not have a second one to pulse me back up. That's right, Papa. Piaya. Named in the Shana language, the Hill of Many Wings has been the nesting grounds of the Yehesias since time immemorial. The many fossils discovered in their region are evidence of their ancient existence, while the shrill cries of their newly hatched offspring herald their ongoing presence. Oh, very fine mods. Away, Springs. I'm back in this zone. It makes me want to play Fallout again. Chat, I really want to play... Oh, it's one of the tank mounts, I believe. Chat, I really want to play Fallout New Vegas again. But I also don't know if I can justify playing Fallout New Vegas again unless I do it on stream. Because it's really hard for me to justify playing video games outside of streaming. Because I'm just like, but if I play it on stream, I'll enjoy it more. And the record of it will be there and people will like it. I was gonna see how difficult the climb up the mountain was, and then I realized it's literally just a spiral. Not that complicated. Mallas in Sasayo. The ancestors of the Tonawata said to have stood atop this rocky plateau, puffing on rolled tobacco as they commune with the wind and the land. From this natural vantage point, one can clear across Shaloni to Zorgor the Boundless. My magic pollute in the air. So that was that one. Not what I meant. But it's just here. Alright, so now we got a solution line. So that's everything in Shaloni. Salulu 9. You know, speaking of Shaloni, and like just Shaloni just reminding me of it. It is this way. Shaloni reminding me of it, and also just like thinking about Fallout New Vegas. Has anyone here like played Fallout New Vegas, specifically including the DLCs? Because there's one DLC. I think I may have highballed amount of XP I was gonna get, but you said half a level. You said half a level, and that was still highballing it? Because like, Fallout New Vegas, rules awesome, a lot of good things about it, a lot of positives to say about it. But there's one DLC called Honest Hearts. I said a quarter of a level. There's one DLC called Honest Hearts. And it takes place in Zion National Park in Utah, in America. Aww. And I have to wonder about it because part of the concept of Honest Hearts is, like, effectively Native American tribes. And you go around, like, interacting with Native American tribes as a part of it. But also, one, I don't know if their depiction of Native American tribes in the post-apocalyptic world of Fallout, how good that depiction is. It, like, as a white person who doesn't live in America, it feels very stereotypical. But also, I believe the lore is they're not even actually Native Americans. I think they're descendant from, like, Mexico. But, like, they took on the culture of Native Americans where they live. If I'm remembering the lore right. Well, I do have to wonder where it's just like the names that the characters have and just like the way that they talk. I have to wonder, and I'm just like, is this secretly, or not even secretly, is this just like actively like very offensive? Because like it doesn't feel great, but I also don't know enough about actual like Native American culture or the history of like the development behind Honest Hearts to judge. And I just worry, is it gonna be that one, is it gonna be like when you go back to watch a movie that you love from the 90s or early 2000s, and you're just hit with sudden racism or transphobia? Is it gonna be like that moment of playing Fallout New Vegas, of just like going through all of this, and just like enjoying so much of it, and then getting to the racist expansion, and just being like, oh god. And hey, they did. There's the bit. There's the bit. The sister's older because they're twins, and she was in Alexandria at the time. Well, in Yassilani. That wouldn't happen to be a sightseeing look, would it? Miller. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a good long time. And dearest still Elsabe. She's my twin sister, you see. And I haven't seen her for 30 long years. Not since I was trapped during my exploration of Yassilani. Brings me great joy to know she as well. Pardon me for asking, but might I see the note she added to your log? Me when I played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, that game is generally stellar, but the Chinatown bit, yeah, now that you say that, I can imagine exactly what it would be like, and yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, it's not Chinatown because it's literally in China, but like, I think of like the China bit in like Deus Ex Human Revolution, and I'm just like, even that's questionable, and that came out in like fucking 2010. So games from like a good amount earlier than that. There were chicken sound effects in the streets, Jesus Christ. I mean, to be fair, Fallout New Vegas is like 2011, so it's like roughly the same time period. Yeah, game takes place in LA. She always did make such bold strokes of her lettering. Yeah. I've had my own notes. Some information may seem improbable at best, but I believe there is truth in every entry. How have you entered stuff about living memory? Were I younger, I would set out in search of these fantastic sights myself, but alas, my body can no longer endure such travels. Though thanks to you, I feel lighter than I have in an age. There's one thing I should wish, it's to see my sister again before I die. There is so much I would share with her. We have better things to attend to than old woman's musings. Take care, adventurer. May your journey lead you to vistas both bright and unforgettable. I gotta say, I do have to say, Final Fantasy XIV, I get what you're doing. I get the idea that you're having characters who are twins, and that like, or people who knew each other and were separated and everything like that. Elsabe came across as being like early 20s. A 30-year gap would put Emmeline at 50. You don't need to talk about every character who was trapped here and spent 30 years here as being on death's door. If they came, like if they were here when they were 15, it would put them at 45. You don't have to write them as being like seconds from death. She'll do it before the dome, they're fraternal. I think there's one, at that point, I just figured one of them was a smoker. Like, if Elsabe's meant to be, like, 35, and she's 65, I could understand it a bit closer, but, again, I think 30 years is overall a very good amount of time that they chose. Long enough that people have to be alive for, like, you know, people who haven't died in the time because of age still had to be like 30 or older for them to have been out of the dome longer than they were in the dome, which puts them at 60s, which puts them at probably old enough that they don't want to like upend their life to then move back. And that's like for a half-half situation. While also being enough to have like a new generation of kids coming through who only know life inside the dome, but likely not too many who are second generation within the dome. But sometimes the way that they treat... I mean, this whole game just has a weirdness with age. The entire game has some form of bizarreness when it comes to actually handling characters' ages. Again, the twins are just perpetually like 15, even when they start acting way more older than that. You get like the fucking... What's her name? Kryle's meant to be like barely 20. The Arcadian fighters are like under 20. Like, just the age of everyone is way lower than it should be, and like they take 30 years as being like, regardless of what age you were before the 30 years pass, you're nearly fucking dead by the end of it. Like, characters exist in 3 age brackets in this game. 12? Well, I guess every character exists in 4 age periods in this game. 12, 17, 23 and a half, 80. They're like the 3 age, like they're like the 4 ages the characters are allowed to be in the game. Every PhD in Charlie can't be 17 game. Resolution. Locating the government center, Solution 9. This facility is staffed to resolve matters pertaining to welfare and employment. It's also equipped with infusion stations, machines which spend souls in exchange for credits. Don't forget 38. Well, to be fair, there's only one character that's 38, and it's the Thankard. Come look at this funky stool. Show me the funky stool. I sworn this was the hand relocations. Okay, with the steps up to it, yeah. Looks like a squatty potty. Anyways. To residential district. Army chief. Residential sector, yeah. Where the evil residents reside. I'm allowed on this grass. Wasn't allowed on the other grass, but I'm allowed on this one. Residential sector. The citizens of Solution 9 live in structures known as a residential radar. These numbered buildings have a common area on the first floor, with each household living above in separate, highly standardized apartments. So I feel like this is fine, right? These skyscrapers, these are fine for Solution 9. Having like a bunch of those around, I feel like that would be okay, right? Solution 9 is a big city. It's you know, it's got a lot of basic needs met. So you can have it like have a higher population than somewhere else. It's when you get to those skyscrapers there. It's when you have skyscrapers that are literally so high we can't see the top of them. And stuff like, it's when I look at this. It's when I look at this that I'm just like, no, it's not. When I look at this, this is when I go, no, it's not. Solution 9 is not this big. Again, this is what something like this shot. This feels like it's trying to replicate real life sizes. This feels like it's trying to replicate how big cities can be in the real world. In terms of how big like the skyscrapers are, how huge they go and everything like that. And just like, again, they like show that there's ones far in the distance that you can't quite see and everything like that. This feels like it's trying to replicate the sizes of cities in the real world. But that just doesn't gel when everything else is clearly meant to be like more interpretive. Again, you look at the size of stuff inside of Solution 9 and then have a look at what Everkeep is from the outside, and it just does not feel like it makes any sense that this is inside of that building. It just doesn't feel like, it doesn't check out. It doesn't check out as like the same place. It feels like when I teleport to Solution 9, I'm teleporting to somewhere else entirely, because it doesn't feel like I should be going just inside of that building right there. Because it's just like, the size comparison is just completely and utterly off. Anyway, to more Solution 9. Oh. Oh, I probably know what this is then. Wait, no I don't. I was gonna say this is gonna be upstairs like the material melter. No, this is over to the side a little more. Mosaic. This popular cafe is found in Solution 9's commerce sector. The races of Alexandria are named after stones, and calling the shop Mosaic was an acknowledgement of the colorful work of art that is created when people gather together. Again, there's elements of Alexandria that feel like they're meant to be a nod to the, dare I use the phrase, melting pot concept of Alexandria. There's parts here that feel like they're meant to be a nod to that of, oh, Alexandria is only as good as it is because of all of its diversity. You know, Tulialal says the same thing. It's just, you know, when you look at Tulialal, you can see it. Because you can see the differences between how different things are done across different sections of Tulialal. And outside of the recreation district, all of Solution 9 looks the same. So it does come across as a little hollow when they talk about Solution 9 in that regard. In an intentional way. I'm not saying like the devs are just being, I'm not saying that the devs are just like writing it and that's not what actually is happening. It feels hollow intentionally. It feels like the people of Solution 9 are saying that so they don't feel as bad about what they've done, or saying because they know that they should, even though they're aware of just like, you know. True View. Lined with bars and fighting stadiums, True View is considered the finest entertainment district in Everkeep. The district's current name is based on the popular idea that only those who gather in its back alley streets see the truth of the world. Staid and uninspired, its official name is similarly long since fallen out of use. I mean, even that concept. I mentioned this. I haven't mentioned it on stream yet because it was literally the last episode that we did, so I haven't had the chance to. But I was listening to the Arcadion songs more since we did the first tier. I've been listening to some of the songs that were in that first tier. Both Honeybee Lovely and Wicked Thunder's songs talk about life in Alexandria as being like stale and boring and monotonous, and how like the Arcadion is how they escape that. There. So again, the idea that like so much culture has been stripped from Alexandria that the only thing that has culture left is their combat rings, something where they treat life as a game because people just die and can come back and everything like that. It's the one aspect that has any self-expression because of the self-expression between the different fighters, their personalities and everything like that. So it's the one area, it's like one of the few things in Alexandria that has any self-expression left, so it's one of the few things that has culture left. And some of the fighters who compete in the Arcadion feel the same way. Like, the Honeybee Lovely song straight up has a line talking about life in Alexandria saying, "In all its monotony, I'm buried alive." And basically, like, Wicked Thunder's entire song is about, like, how she idolized other Arcadion fighters growing up, and then now that she's one of those, she sees other people idolizing her, and how they've all been, like, used by the system and cast aside when they're no longer useful. To give people some form of purpose in their lives by having, like, the one thing that they can enjoy in life, which is the combat room. Nexus Arcade. This complex is filled with a variety of shops selling everything from food and daily necessities to personal vehicles. With so many floors and stores to lose oneself in, it's often jokingly remarked that the Lost Children desk is the busiest place in the entire arcade. Fucking hell. See, again, when I talk about comparison, in terms of like games being expressionist, this is meant to be the equivalent of a mall. Nexus Arcade is effectively meant to be a mall equivalent. This is the local shopping mall. I don't know about where you live, but for Australia, this is a fucking tiny shopping mall. And so again, it's just like something like this feels like it's like, oh, it's meant to be like, you see it's tall, it's big, it's got all these floors. Wow, that gets across the concept of a big shopping mall quite well, even if it's like definitely smaller than what it probably should be, given what it's meant to be. But then I look at how big some shit is from the outside, and I'm just like, why does that feel like it's bigger than the biggest thing in the world? This is like 0.25 mall. Exactly. Exactly. The comparison to other parts within the same thing just doesn't feel right. Looks normal to me, although most malls here are more horizontal than vertical. Well, I mean, just in terms of size. Like, if they're going to be horizontal, they're going to be, like, way bigger. But again, it's just like, look at that. That looks big, right? Like, yeah, Everkeep looks big. It looks like a big thing. Does that look big enough to hold what Solution 9 looks like when you're inside of it? Because for me, the answer is absolutely the fuck not. For me, the answer of how big does Everkeep look like from the outside, my answer is it looks nowhere near fucking big enough to hold what Solution 9 looks like inside. Again, it's not like the end of the world. It's not like, oh, like I can't take Solution 9 seriously because of it. It's not like, oh, I can't take the design of it seriously or anything like that. Like, it's not that big of a deal. It's just, it's something that I feel like the game has typically been a lot better at. The Thunder Hills. Gigantic peals of thunder echo endlessly above this desolate plain where the very air crackles with power. Due to frequent lightning strikes, mechanical sentries are unable to patrol here. Thus, despite the presence of energy stations and other important facilities, the area is infested with ferocious monsters. God, this place is horrible. Did I select the most recent one? It's the first one. I was about to say, did I actually select it or did I just reopen the map? This is literally the first thing I've done in... This is the first thing I've done in Heritage. Found that one has to be anyone over there. Again, everyone says Dawn Trail's bad and Dawn Trail's horrible and Dawn Trail's gonna kill Final Fantasy XIV. You know, all of these things that people say about Dawn Trail. So the only way I can like get viewers and maintain them is to agree with them that Dawn Trail bad, but also I have opinions, so I gotta stick by them. So I've gotta like make up an opinion I don't particularly care about that much and be like, that's why Dawn Trail's secretly bad. Even here, the music is disquieting. The outskirts. Situated outside the walls of Everkeep, Libra's town has taken over the buildings of a previously existing Yasselani settlement. The majority of its residents are Sorali born, yet even as they excel the virtues of a traditional lifestyle, they nonetheless appear to have embraced a certain level of electro-technology. I'm running into walls. Where am I going? I'm on the wrong side of the river. There we go. Everkeep. This immense citadel was built by Alexandrian survivors of a world-spanning cataclysm. 12 levels house factories for producing food and other essential resources, as well as residential areas to accommodate its citizens in relative comfort. Rah. Rah, rah, rah. Crackling Chasm. According to Alexandrian histories, this chasm was rent open by a weapon of war during the Storm Surge conflict. It has since become a reservoir of concentrated lightning energies, and a reservoir excavated in constant operation of mining laterite from its depths. These vistas are strange. Trying real hard. Not succeeding, but I'm trying real hard. So. The entirety of the living room was originally on top of it. That's meant to be the idea. Again, I think Solution 9 is the 9th floor, but like on top of the entirety of Everkeep is also living memory. There. By that I mean we'll try it after this, but oh my god. Oh Jesus. Wake me up. Wake me up inside. Wake me up and save me from the tiredness I have become. The damn graveyard being the only bit of heritage found that has anything nice is crazy. The name slates, tucked away in a remote corner of Yassilani. Small territories are a relic of earlier times. Now that wearing a regulator has become commonplace, the culture of digging graves has largely been forgotten. Tombstones carved with the names of the deceased is considered an odd and antiquated custom. These vista ranges are strict. I mean, you can at least see them. You can at least see them, so they want you to actually be on them when you do it. Don't harm me. Why? Why does it hit me so hard? I think I gotta get up and stand up and get the blood flowing. I think I gotta stand up and get the blood flowing. That's usually, when I'm getting this tired, it's usually a sign that the blood's not flowing enough in my body. And standing up and moving helps it a little bit. Archeo Alexandria. These heavily damaged buildings are all that remains to tell the tale of Alexandria's castle town. Once boasted a thriving populace, but after the storm surge, the ravages of war combined with flooding caused by sinking foundations left behind an unlivable ruin. Again, that part there is going to be amazing considering what it looks like out there. Hell yeah. I'm going to stand up and do a stretch. I'm going to like pause the thing, but I just do a stretch. Because one thing that's like interesting to me is consider like what we're looking at here on screen now. Does that not look like the thunder explosion came from beneath the grounds? Does that not look like whatever is like still electrical in the middle of it there was underneath the ground and blew up and caused all the other bits of land to go out? What happened during the storm surge? Like, is this the impact crater for Lindblom's weapon? Is this the impact crater of like, because, well, I think Lindblom said, I think they, I'm trying to remember the lore. I think they said Lindblom destroyed itself with its weapon. But like, is this like something that they shot and like it went underground and then blew up from there? Or was there like so much electricity going around that like an earthquake happened underground and that earthquake channeled all of the electrical energy up from the bottom? Because this specifically here makes it look like that the lightning that like struck them started from beneath. Because like if it was something that struck down and then destroyed that part there, it would crater in. It would be like if it shattered down and cratered all of the areas here, you'd think like the force of that coming down or just everything beneath it being destroyed would collapse everything inwards. But everything is going away from it. And it's like, well, so what happened? I gotta wonder. I gotta think these things with my brain that I don't have. I'm getting a bath. Averill, no! I'm shutting down. I gotta turn the game off. Understandable. Oh, you got so close to getting all of the things. You almost leveled up Samurai. Again, it's what a whole bar. Again, when I start getting real sleepy, like when I start like really like collapsing asleep like that, I think that's what I gotta do. I gotta like stand up and just like get the blood flowing. We never activated this here. We never activated this here. Well, there you go. So this is also something I mentioned on Discord. Some levels of gold energy still exist here? Yeah, that's what it looks like now. That's totally what it looks like right now. Meso Terminal. Colossal golden structure arises from the center of living memory. A glittering monument to Alexandria's eternal queen. It also serves as the central terminal for Everkeep's core system. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So what is this? Is this parts of it that are still fading away? There's still some little pockets of aether, the gold aether, that exist. Pockets of it are still found around. Condensed nostalgia. Living memories. Oh, also, do you want to see Galatea reused? Do you want to see Galatea reused? Look, it's Galatea. Galatea's back, baby. As Sally the Sleeper. She's a fun one. I hate that A-Rank. down by the water docks here. Again, you can still see like big chunks of it around everywhere. And I'm really curious, like, lore implication wise, what this is. Is the Reaper with both dash in and out. Canal Town, a resort of romance and relaxation. This charming town and living memory was designed around the elements of water. In addition to traversing its enchanting canals, one can find fortune at the font of devotion, or explore the Daguerrero medical collection. Two things that came up in the Blue Quest video. It's piss. Go piss, girl. Oh hey, I got the Twitch. This is the Twitch chat one. It's the Twitch snowman. It's the Twitch snowman. You can tell because Orpal. I still don't get how people play through this and just write off living memory. And just be like, no, living memory had no effect on me. Living memory had no, like... Living memory didn't, like have anything on me. Didn't, like, emotionally affect me. I don't get it. Yeah, Sean also bring and post shut down lamp, post fire item, TT cards for the Boston, Gufkewer, the usual writing map. Yeah, the big thing is, like, I do all the shared fates so I can get all the TT cards. And also the achievements. If we get a fart that scares you, not that I can think of. Also, again, talking about how, like, different art styles. I feel like the art style of the Shakhtara ones that we've had, of, like, the Alexandria ones here, they look like the younger sisters, but a bit more refined. Like, her art style became a bit more... I don't know if realism is the word I want to use, but... Her art, like, the way she did stuff changed as she got older. Like, in comparison to her sister. Yesterland. Designed around the elements of Earth, this section of living memory features a number of attractions. The Esperance wheels and the air cab ride both afford an incredible view of the entire park. While those who prefer to keep to their feet on the ground can enjoy a stroll around the historical recreation of Proto-Alexandria. So many Alexandrias in this game. We have Alexandria, the country, we have Alexandria the dungeon, we have Archeo-Alexandria collapse, we have Proto-Alexandria. Smack's Dawn Trail. This bad boy can fit so many Alexandrias. Her elderly 50-year-old infirm sister, exactly. Again, maybe Elsabe is meant to be a bit older than 20. Maybe she's meant to be 35. But even then... I doubt she's meant to be that old, and also that still would, like... Traveling around to places like this, yeah, be a bit harder at that age, but also, like, not, oh, I'm about to die. With Penis Alexandria. Ephemeral node spawn soon. It's been so long since I've done any of it that I've forgotten. What's the difference between ephemeral and time nodes? I forget. At least this area still has a lot of color to it. At least this area still has a lot of color to it because the entire place is just like Crossroads. Longer window and there's multiple notes that pop up. Oh, yeah. Wind's Path Gardens. This part of living memory takes wind as its theme. The expansive gardens providing the stage for a living exhibit of flora and fauna, collected from Old Kingdom of Alexandria and its surrounds. For the studios, the area also includes a comprehensive museum of nature. For everyone, keep going for a bit, even after you collect them, and it's mainly for ethereal reduction. Okay. Collectibles are reduced to Aether Sand. That's another way of getting it. Sand. Is it the same Aether Sand? Is it the same kind of Aether Sand that you would normally buy with script? It's 10 AM, I'm tired. Because I know you can buy Aether Sand with script. Oh, it is the same? Okay. Same ones buy with scripts. Okay. So you can either go for ephemeral nodes to do that, or spend scripts to get it. So much about the game that I'm just... Considering I'm now considering I'm a hashtag mentor. So many elements of the game that I should probably be more familiar with. There we go. That's better than having Yoko, man. Yoko, watch me. What's Aether Sand? It's a crafting ingredient. When you go to the script vendor, you can buy Aether Sand alongside mount tokens for Gatherer Orange at the moment. Every expansion has had like slightly different ones of like different elements or like different ways that it skews. How inherently dangerous some of them are, because they're like unstable, like Aether Sand things. I think some of them they say. Is it for relics? So I think it's for just like really high. I think it's for like some of the highest tier crafts that are available, like when they get dropped. A Sile Volcano. Dominated by a lava-spewing volcano, this corner of living memory is devoted to the elements of fire. Visitors in this to this molten realm can soak in the rainbow bath of Opal Springs, or observe the deadly occupants of Matchlock Menagerie. What the hell, even a high-level craft? A craft is a craft. Yeah, but like, endgame difficulty ones. Ow. Yeah, so stuff like courtly lovers right now, you need it. You need Aether Sand for that. Yeah, I guess that's the way of describing it. Yeah, if you need a milestone for it, you might need sand for it. There we go. There we go. Yay! Happy trails! Let's go! The Steps of the Speaker. This set of spiral walkways holds records of Milala history and culture, though their ancestral origin is seemingly unknown. The mask-like decorations in the main hall are said to represent the reverence, adoration, and joy inspired by the presence of the Speaker, the title given to Milala's spiritual leader. That is completely caught up on all sightseeing logs in the game so far. Pretty sure every flag, good night. Good night. You don't even get a title for these, is crazy. You got a fucking minion in ARR. But that's also because in ARR, they didn't tell you where they were. They were only available certain times of the day. And they had the fucking goal to require different emotes. So now, it's some tippy tired. I drive the list of NPCs on my computer. There are currently 15 in the entire game that I've not done. We're about to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. We're about to do 8 of them. Ow. Ow. I'm way tougher to bite into than I thought it would be. Oh my god. Second loadables crafting spree start now that I'm done with the mats. And down there, person possibly doing MSQ. Alright, we're going to Tuliolal. Let's start with the Ember solution node. There we go. There's a right down the stairs. We've gotten far enough into the stream that I don't care about professionality anymore. I'm just fucking eating in the middle of the stream. Not pausing, I'm barely covering my mouth. Actively playing the game while I'm doing that. I'm hungry. I always get to the end of a 14 stream and just being like ridiculously hungry. I'll usually have some form of like frozen meal to have after one of these streams. Like I'll buy it specifically for it because it's like a bit higher calorie than what I would normally eat. To one, have a good amount of food after a stream, but also because I'll like have lunch. So I'll have like frozen pizza or frozen quesadillas or anything like that. But I've been noticing lately with how long they're getting, because more and more 14 streams are getting longer and longer and longer. I'm getting to a point where it's just like the half an hour or so it takes to cook it is like too long, and I'm just like waiting the entire time it's cooking, just being like, I'm so fucking hungry. Alright, welcome to clearing out the Triple Triad NPCs. Oh, do you play Triple Triad? I hear it's popular overseas, so I taught myself how to play just in case I might help my AOs and clientele feel more at home. I can go for a quick match right now if you're up for it. Swap all open. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. It could definitely be worse. Game won't allow me to make a deck with all my waifus because I can't put Vanar and Heidelin in the same deck. Bullshit. It's absolute horse piss. Now remember, we're not doing this until we get the cards. We're just doing this to beat them. I will grind the cards off camera. I will grind cards off camera. Because there is achievements specifically for just beating the characters. Done. There we go. McQueenie's done. Nick Quaney. Oof. Seeing my strategy could use some polishing. I'm gonna get so absorbed in the cards I completely forget I'm supposed to be on the clock. That's what I like about it. Alright, now we're going to 15-9. That's the wrong direction. Oh, I need Lance God, okay. Hello there, Railroad Employee. I recognize seeing you, and also you're red. I wonder what that and I can't do that as a combat job. I wonder what that implies. I wonder what that implies. Yeah, it's a big reason why, like, being caught up, I want to try and focus on trying to get caught up on Triple Triad before 8.0 comes out. Because then, you know, base expansion comes out, I don't have to worry about getting these cards, bam, it's done. Like, it's only a small amount of effort. Like, if you are at the point where you have every Triple Triad card, it's one of those things where it doesn't require much effort to maintain on top of it consistently. Outside of just how many times you might have to beat the one person to get it. But even if it's just like, oh, but you gotta worry about trial drops, you gotta worry about dungeon drops. Yeah, if you're on content, the queues for that will pop really quickly. And you're probably doing them repeatedly anyways for either gear or, other reasons. Or times or whatever. Hey, do you play with Triple Triad? It's supposed to teach you strategy. So I've been giving it a try. Am I playing around it too? The thing that scares me is that I know that there's a card that you can only get from, like, Sax and Eureka Orthos. And that fucking scares me. Trying to think of that as a cool card. Swap Chaos Fallen Ace. Sounds fun. Sounds lovely. I will put that here. God damn it, your fucking emerald weapon. Chat, I think this one might take me a couple of attempts if you're gonna keep having chaos! And keep deliberately giving me shit that can't win anything. Oh my fucking god. Everything I'm playing, I literally can't overtake anything. Bastard dicks. And this is where the issue of rule sets will come into play. Oh, thank God. Because Chaos is just a rule set where it's just like, fuck me. What am I meant to do? Eventually just luck into winning. You win, and no idea strategy just revealed talent even existed. You give me a lot to think about. And then they also just say that, and it's just like, I beat you once, you beat me once, but you know what? I'll take it. Anyway, to Watch and Pello. Ow. Wobbly. Fancy game of Triple Triad. It's become popular among my colleagues lately as a way to engage with folks from across the Salt. Swap in 3 open. People just love the swap today. I really need to do. I need to make a proper waifu deck. Just as many waifus as I can possibly shove in the deck. I don't know if it would win, but like I should do it anyways. I mean, you think about how every embassy has win-loss tie dialogue. I think we bring this up every TT stream. Every single and because we're now at a point where we're always like in other countries. We're always in other countries now, so there always also needs to be the explanation of why does this person play Triple Triad as well. So it's like, how has Triple Triad spread so far that every character that, like, it's played literally everywhere we go? Well, actually, that's not true. That's not true. There is actually one element of the game that they actually held enough restraint for to just be like, you know what? We're not going to put Triple Triad here because there's no possible way to justify it, and that's Elpis. Elpis is one zone where they actually turned around and said, you know what? Trying to justify Elpis having Triple Triad is not worth it. There we go. Bye, Wobbly. Ah, I got lost! Thinking my goals modest for today. I think it's Luxon on my side. Or the fact that, like, in every expansion up to Shadowbringers, there had to be that one, like, deserter Galleon soldier so they can actually drop the cards. There always needed to be one person who was able to drop the cards for the Galleon stuff in the game, so there had to be like one soldier who was either cowering or just like hanging off the job or anything like that who was willing to fight you. What's the walk? I can work out where I need to teleport by looking at the names and just being like, what kind of character is that? Which city are they going to be in? Wafka! Wasserwalk's Potswall's not only a Craftmaster, but also a Card Master. Always playing Triple Triad. And always beating Wasserwalk. Need to play train more to be a good fight friend for Potsworn. Will Lowland to play train with Waswalk? Swap and same. Ugh, but you've got same rules. Oh, you have same rules? Here's how you win. 1, be the NPC. 2, take advantage of same. There, I've now told you everything that I know of how they win. Oh, it's Star Wars. I was like, what's that? Star Wars. Star Wars. I don't have anything that can catch Star Wars without, like, it also just being caught immediately afterwards. So I'm just going to do this instead. Well, this is also irritating. There we go. Most exciting match ever. The most exciting match ever. Let's go. Bofka, Ludlander is Card Master too. Happy thanks for play training. Also, I learned a lot. What did you learn from what I just did there? Anyway, this person in Yaktel is called Brooknock. I wonder where I go for that. I wonder where I go for that. Oh my god. I was right. Oh, hell yeah. Emerald Rough and Bird. I need to finish getting my fucking Heavenswood birds. I have all of the extreme mounts for Aram Reborn, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers, but I've not done that for Heavenswood. And so frequently when I'm going into this, people are now starting to work on this for Endwalker. And I gotta join more of those as well. Because also clearing all the extremes for Endwalker is also just gonna be required for eventual, you know, mental roulettes, shenanigans. So will Dawn Trail, but I'd like to see if I can do Dawn Trail stuff like on content in some capacity. Do some high level stuff in this game. Triple Triad, I'm always willing to play. Ever since Traveling Merchant introduced me to the game, we were able to think of little else. I'm always cooking up new strategies. Swap and Ascension. Ascension. So much swap going on. I mean, it's the regional rules, so that's why, but still. Oh, no, the immediate, no. Oh. I don't have anything that takes advantage of Ascension. Not well. I can at least try that, and then hopefully that'll be enough for you to not get caught back. And then I can capture the branch bearer with that. I still won. Hey, and I got branch bearer card. Let's go. I don't even need to come back to this character. I suppose I wasn't as cunning as I thought. For playing against a strong opponent has its own reward. I got my blood pumping as much as a hunt. And now I don't need to come back and fight this guy ever again. Because I already have my branch bearer card. Let go. Let go. And now, let go to Shaloni. Luyawa. That doesn't answer anything. Because characters in Shaloni kind of share a lot more names. Shit. I don't think this through. There we go. I got it anyways. What was the head sorry name? You got time for a game of Triple Triad? It's all the rage around these parts. Only trouble is I keep losing. Swap 3 open and plus. Oh, not plus. Go plus yourself. I want a plus. Plus my butt with your face. Okay, you have a blue mage card. What does this imply? What are we implying with this? What are we implying with this guy having a card from blue mage content? Okay, well I guess you've also got somehow a white warden from the fucking thing. So maybe I'm reading too much into it. First, that's what I was looking for. So maybe I'm reading too much into it. Ronak card. This guy gives a Ronak card. We might need to fight him over and over again until we get it. At some point, they gave up on theme decks. I'll find this guy. I need a Ronak card. I'll find this guy until I get a Ronak card. I want a Ronak card. This guy must be defeated several times until we get a Ronak card. What if I just ran away holding this? What if I just did that, huh? So I can put this here because it's been caught twice very easily. So even if you do catch it, I can catch it back relatively simply. And then I'm awesome. That was scary for a second, but it was fine. Don't worry about it. That was scary for a second, but don't worry about it. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, I like the Ronak card. Don't give me a Ronak card instead of your shoulder. What the fuck? I could have plussed there. Do you think I ever pay attention to plus? Do you think there is ever a point when I'm playing this game where I'm actively paying attention to the plus rule and trying to utilize it for myself? Because if you think this, I appreciate how much confidence you have in me. I hate to break it to you, it is sorely misplaced. It is woefully not in the right spot. Kerner swap for Wook, well, Kerner swapped Wook for Ronick. Mind if I swap your Stoller for Ronick? I'm sorry, but unfortunately, the best character in the game is indeed Ronick. Don't take Oddbert for Ronick, what the fuck? Can I plus it? There, I did it! I mean, that's gonna be immediately taken because it's a... Why didn't you... Okay. I'm not gonna question it. Bro, are you throwing? Like, what are you doing? You could have... Okay. My man's is throwing. He really wants to give me that Ronick card, except for the fact that he doesn't want to give me the Ronick card. I know I've asked this before. Do the head Saro paint the Ronick? Or does the coloring naturally appear on the Ronick's, like, bone? For, like, their face? Because it's even on all the wild ones. So I have to wonder. Things that make you go, what? Well, that makes me indeed go, what? Give me the Ronick card. Give me the Ronick card. Give me the Ronick card. There's only 2 triple I triad NPCs to fight after this, so you know, we won't be here for too long. That's why it's okay to add triple triad onto the end of this, because it won't take too long. Natural pigmentation of water, predators, intimidation, mating. It's more so because it looks like it's bone, and so that's where I wonder. Because it looks like the part that's on the front of the Ronick it's either bone or ivory, right? Like that's what it looks like. It's bone or ivory or something like that. So if it's something along the lines of ivory, is that something that can develop like a natural pigmentation to be patterns like that? I don't know enough about animals to know that. Because it's just like how fur gets a pigment pattern or skin or anything like that. I can understand like the things that happen underneath like the body that colors those things, but in terms of like, from my understanding of how like ivory grows, I don't know how that like develops color to it. And so I have the question. I should have put you over there so you have the 8 facing up. I also usually play triple triad when I'm like when it's really late. Like so frequently if I'm doing triple triad, it's the last thing I do before I go to bed. Or I'm like way too tired to be working it properly. And then I do it, and then I do a sat and lose. Oh yeah, unnecessary plus. Fuck yeah. Just give me the Ronick card. Give me the Ronick card! If you ever want to know what trying to get every card from every triple triad NPC is, keep in mind that the Ronick card is has a star rating of 2. It is understood by the community that the higher the star rating is of triple triad cards, the lower their drop rate is when you beat NPCs. Keep in mind that the Ronick card is, I think, a rarity 2 card, aka I think it may go down to 1, but I'm not certain. And we don't have it yet. Yay! I've lost. This is what the life is like of a triple triad hunter. Which I'm hunting very well. I've got quite a lot of cards. The drop chain is based on how much you give a shit about a card. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why I'm not getting it, because I really want the Ronick. The Ronick's a really cute card and I really want it because I love Ronick's. So the game says, no, you will not get the Ronick card. I didn't realize that the drop rate of cards in game was the same as drop rates of cards in actual like TC, like actual real life TCG trading card things. I gotta go through and reorganize my Pokemon cards, but I know that's going to be such a gargantuan effort. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it many times. I have a specific thing that I'm trying to do with my Pokemon cards. I'm trying to create a Pokedex of them. I'm trying to go through all of my, I'm trying to get, like, all of my albums. I've got, like, multiple albums for them. And I'm trying to just have it so I have a Pokedex of Pokemon. They're all in order of, like, Pokedex number. And it's just, like, one of every Pokemon going up. Bam, 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 bam. No! 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 I'm trying my best to do that. I think I'm just lost here. I probably also want if I did. I played that smarter, but I wasn't going to. So yeah, I'm trying to get like a Pokedex of Pokemon cards. But it's been a really long time since I've like put new cards into the album. It's literally been since I lived in the last place that I did that wasn't like with my parents. Because that's what happened. I moved out of my parents' house. The albums that I had across, along with like all of my surplus, like storage of cards, they all went into storage. But I kept buying new Pokemon cards because I lived with my parents for like nearly a year. No! Plus. Get some in the back. I still win. Let's go. Give me the Ronick card! So yeah, all of the Pokemon cards that I bought while living with my parents, I didn't put those into my albums because my albums are in storage. And once I got my albums out of storage, the albums were fine, but the box that I had all the Pokemon cards in clearly got moved enough in the move that like all the cards came out and they're now loose and now completely out of order. So I know I have to reorganize those. But then also, since living here, I've bought more Pokemon cards because new sets keep coming out. I don't like buy a shitload of Pokemon cards. My general rule of thumb is just like, when a new set comes out, buy like 5 or 6 packets or so. Again, I'm trying to treat buying Pokemon cards like I'm going hunting for Pokemon. Yo, let's go. Like I'm hunting for Pokemon. I'm just like, a new set of, like a new deck of, like a new set of cards comes out, buy a couple like I'm entering a new route in a Pokemon game, and that's part of my new collection. There we go! Damn it, I lost! It's like I still need practice. Just play a few hands around the saloon, see if I can help my game. Run it, God, let's go! And this is why we don't try to get every card from every NPC on camera. Off the heritage found. So yeah, that's kind of my goal for Pokemon cards. But it's been so long since like all the cards that I've bought here and all the cards I bought my parents. I have that like set aside. And then it's just like, I gotta go through and just put all those into the albums. And also I'm now at a point where I realize none of the cards that I actually have in the albums are in sleep protectors. And I should probably take them out and put them in sleep protectors. So I'm also gonna like fix that up as well. And it's just like, when I do it, I know it's gonna be a hassle. But I really want to do it because I want to like clean up my Pokemon cards. When I get to like 80 to 85% of a full Pokedex, I'll probably do a video on it and just like show off the ones that I have and which ones I'm still working on. Plus, it's easiest to spot if there's an identical pair of the same number and you have a card with a pair of the same positions. See, that I can understand. Yeah, those I can spot. I can spot when it's like reverse or mirrored of like what I've got. Like that's what happens with one of the bosses that I did there. There was an 8 and a 6 and I had a reverse 6-8. So I was able to spot that. But actual like normal combinations, no, fuck that. Although you're gonna complain that since you last did it, they added more Pokemon, so now it's harder to get them all. The main issue that I'm at is when Wind and Waves comes out, I think that will go past how many slots I have in my album. I have 3 albums that hold 360 cards each. So, in total, I can hold 1,080 Pokemon. We're at like 1,020 something at the moment from my understanding. So the issue is more so when Winds and Waves comes out, I will need another album. And then the concern is, will I be able to get another album that's like the ones that I have that matches? Because the albums that I have are very fancy. They're like a, I think the packaging says leatherette. They're like a fake leatherette Pokeball design. They're like a really good quality binder, but will I be able to buy one that matches matches what I already have? That's the concern that I'm having at this stage. Because I don't know of the exact type that I have, whether they still make it. And then the question becomes, how many years in advance do I buy albums for? Like if we get close to Winds Waves coming out, and I need so many albums, and like I need another album, but then I go look for them, and I realize these are limited. There's like only so many sellers left. Do I try to buy like another 3 albums to just cover like the next fucking 20 years? Do I buy one album and be like, oh, that'll be fine, but then in 10 years time, there's another generation that comes out, and I still care about it then, and then I have to get another one that's even more impossible to get then? These are the things that keep me up at night. So what the actual thing is going to be is that I probably will buy at least another 2, but possibly 3. Because if I have a spare album, then that spare album will be for alternate forms. I'll just get a list of like every alternate form of Pokemon that exist. In terms of like which generation probably it was released, rather than go by Pokedex number. And so it's just like, oh, like I have Kyurem in my normal album, but over in this album there's Black and White Kyurem. And do something like that. Otherwise, my trick is to look for difference in 2 numbers, see if I have a matching pair with the same difference. Yeah, but that's like called just playing plus rules. That's called just playing plus rules. And that's the part where I can't do that math that quickly to like bother. Playing Triple Triad reminds me of an old friend until you lull. How about a game? Swap and Ascension. Well, fortunately, nothing in this deck. Well, I think Y'shtola is affected by Dissension. I don't think anything else is. No, they're not. Oh, here we go, the Alexandrian gods. That's a mean thing to start with, considering what I've got here. What the fuck is that? Oh, Luna Ifrit. I was looking at it and just being like, I can't even work out what you are. I'm gonna place this here so I have a secure top row. So I don't have to worry about any of you trying to capture anything. No, don't do that. What the fuck? What's my highest number out of these? 6 on both, it's the same. I still won instantly, let's fucking go. Just being easy to figure out a small difference between 2 cards and some large sums of 2 numbers. Yeah, that's how you're meant to do it. It's just, that's still like, I can't do math that rapidly and that quickly and nicely. You beat me. Still your styles all along, my friends. I wonder who's been enjoying life while I've been stuck in here. Alright. Is that friends, the one person that you have who's like at the front? Like with the clients? One of the things that calm down in Solution 9. Game of Trouble Triad would help settle the nerves, but I can't find anyone who knows how to play. Well, that's why you gotta go to Larissa. Because Larissa knows how to play. You just gotta find Larissa over... here, having a coffee. She knows how to play. There we go. I found the one-person solution item knows how to play. And this is the last one for 7.0. There are ones there in 7.1. But we'll worry about that when we get to that. Because I'm going to assume, based on the fact that I don't recognize the pictures of the cards, that it's not, it has to do with the alliance, right? Larissa, your hair is so bright pink, holy shit. I don't know if I've seen an NPC with as bright pink hair as you before, oh my god. Have you had a triple triad? I'm an avid player, but I can't seem to find my usual partner. Get for a match. Swap plus kill myself. It's all open, so in theory, you know, you should only fuck it up if you fuck it up, but in theory, don't mean shit when you're a dumbass like me. I'm just gonna put you here. Take over the sexy bird lady. You, because why not? Well, it's the most interesting match, let's go. There we go. Yay! Ruler's fun except when I notice it. There we go! Oh, triple team 9! Let's go! Oh, fine, I lose. When you play reminds me of someone. I just can't seem to remember who. Someone who's dead. Oh, that's what's going on here. Oh, your usual partner, you can't remember who it is, and you can't find them. It's someone who's fucking died and you've lost your memories of them. Oh my god. The horrors are always persisting in Solution 9, even when it's the triple triad NPCs. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I have this sense that something is missing. Life keeps getting in the way though, and I can never get to the bottom of why I feel like that. Do you know what I'm talking about? This place is so fucked. This place is so fucked. Oh my god. Oh my god. Again, like they make such a specific point to, even amidst side content, you are going to be constantly hearing stories like this while here. Because that's what this kind of place would create. It's so fucked. Anyways, speaking of fucked, here's our chance. Speaking of fucked, here's our chances to try and do some like good shit in terms of our collection here. Hell yeah, Veronica. Shambling herbivore inhabits the grassy plains of Shaktarel. Though it usually plods along at a slow pace, and enraged Veronica's ensemble force, using its massive frame to charge through any obstacle on its path. The vivid markings upon their faces are thought to allow the beast to identify individuals among the herd. There we go! We actually got an explanation. It is a genetic thing that just happens. It is a genetic thing that just exists on them. They're not like painted on by like the head sewer or anything like that. They just develop them and grow them, and that's the mark, and that's like how they differentiate between each other. There we go. This is why you play triple triad for the lore. Anyways, if you know anything about triple triad in this game, you'll be familiar with the EX series of cards. The EX series of cards is effectively a card of the protagonist or one of the main characters or something along those lines for every other Final Fantasy game. One per game. Warrior of Light is, you know, Final Fantasy 1, then Firion for 2, Onion Knight for 3, Cecil for 4, Bartz for 5, Terra for 6, then one I know, Glad for 7, Squall for 8, Zidane for 9. Shantoto is not like the main playable character of 11, but she's an important character apparently in Final Fantasy 11, the other MMO. And then Van, and then Noctis and Clive for the others. And obviously none for Final Fantasy 14, because that's the game we're currently playing. So there are 2 cards missing here. Number 10, Tidus, and number 13, Lightning. So if you have a look at the descriptions for these These are the, for Tidus, it is the Rowena Cup Classic, placed in the top rankings, or for Lightning, the Mandeville Tournament of Champions, placed in the top rankings. Basically, there is a tournament every 2 weeks. It runs for a week, it's closed for a week. It runs for a week, it closes for a week. These exist on a rotation of 4 different tournaments. So basically, the same tournament appears once every 8 weeks. And when they say the top rankings, they mean the top for your world server. I don't think you are guaranteed one of these cards unless you get in the top, I believe, 3 for your world server. You get 20 matches of the tournament, and like how well you win determines how many points you get. No one's quite sure of how the point system works because it's a bit weird. But you need to be, I believe, in the top 3 of your server to guarantee that you get some of these cards. However, if you get into the top 20 of your world server, you, depending on how high up in the world server, like how high up in those rankings you get, you do get different packs that give different odds of whether you'll get one of these cards. And also, every tournament, depending on if you get above a certain amount of points, just an exact number, it's the same for every tournament, you will also get some of the Platinum Triad card packs. So these have 12 cards in the pack. All 4 tournament cards are possible to get in here. So all 4 tournament cards from all the 4 different tournaments that are possible, you can, in theory, get those from these Platinum Triad packs. I happen to have these. I happen to have a Bronze Tournament of Champions pack. This is for the Lightning one. And I happen to have 1 Silver Rowena pack for Tidus. We're looking for Tidus or Lightning. I'm hoping across the 29 packs, well, plus these 31 packs that I have, I get at least 1. If you want to know, like, roughly how many of these packs you get, if you fight the NPCs, that are available to you, if you win all 20 matches, it has to be all 20, even losing 1 won't get you enough. But if you win all 20 of your matches against an NPC, you will get 3 of these packs. If you get above a certain number of points, it's like 1,400 or so, I can't remember the exact number, you'll get 2 packs. Depending on the rules, winning all 20 is going to be a hard ask, even for the lowest NPC, just because of RNG. So realistically, you can average it out to 1 attempt a week. Well, really, it's 2 every 2 weeks, but still, that averages out to 1 shot a week, roughly, of getting these. So let's open some card packets. Let's also move our card packets to where we can actually see the... Actually, no, we'll be able to see the results. We'll pop up on the screen here. So let us go through our ridiculous battle packs. NPCs give less points than player duels, though. Yes. If you just do NPC duels, the chances of you getting high enough points to get rewards is basically fucking nothing. The main thing the reason that I have these 2 is because these are the hardest tournaments to win. These are the tournaments with the worst rule sets. These are the tournaments with, I believe one of these is dual roulette, and I believe the other one is like plus same rules or something like that. These are the 2 that are the hardest to win. So, because everyone sucks at Triple Triad, I did manage to get the high enough points just fighting NPCs to get these. Just fighting NPCs is basically never going to give you enough, though, to actually get, like, secure the highest place. So there is that. So we're going to open our ridiculous amount of packets here. We're looking for Tidus and we're looking for Lightning. From what I've heard of the odds of these packets, I still don't have a high chance. But out of the 4 that are available to get from a tournament win, one of them you can also get from, I believe, is it the Bart's one? One of these 2 I can't remember. Either Furion or Cecil Harvey. One of these I believe you can also get from another source. This is Dry Memorial and Spinner's Pool ones. I believe one of these also has an alternate source you can get it from. Let me check on the card list here. Because they're like listed by number. These always appear first on here. Yeah, no, I know. No, both of these just say Triple Triad Tournament, Platinum Triad Pack. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Both of these, never mind. I'm wrong. I've gotten myself confused. Both of these say, according to this, just, yeah, Triple Triad Tournament or Platinum Triad card. So there's 4 available ones. I've gotten 2 so far. Let's see what our odds are with the others. We'll open up the ones that are more likely first. This should be, hopefully, lightning. Ramu. Not quite. Alrighty. This one, hopefully Titus. Leviathan. These were all introduced, kinda like that. These were all introduced in ARR, so they're all gonna be ARR cards, aka really fucking easy to get, so it's not even used for anything else. Alright, 29 packs. Again, this is a 1 in 12 shot for all of these. And these cards, and the odds, I believe, are scaled. I don't believe it's strictly 1 in 12, I believe it is, like, way worse. What do we get? Louis Soir. Louis Soir. Flamin. Shiva. Louis Soir. La Habrea. Kreisvelga. Shiva. Firion! That's one of the ones I already have. I guess they were introduced in Heavenswood. Because Kreisvelga's there. Oh yeah, because we did Battle Hall NPCs and they're like a Heavenswood thing. This is a Heavenswood thing. So it's still very easy. Firion's one of the 4 rare ones, but it's one of the ones I already have. Grumble. Kreisvelga. Nanamo. Nanamo. Shiva. Alphino and Alice. Louis Soir. Nanamo. Give me at least 1, please. Flamin. Just 1 of them. Alphino and Alice. Ultima Weapon. Ultima Weapon. Flamin. We're running out. Kreisvelga. Louis Soir. Flamin. La Habrea. God damn it. Let's go! We got 1 of them! Titus! Let's go! We have 1! We got 1 at least! We got 1! Again, like, do you know how long it takes to get these cards? I said, like, on average, 1 a week! 1 a week! Some weeks I'll get, like, some tournaments I'll get 3. So that's 1.5 a week. So this is me been saving up cards for, like, last time we opened them on stream, which was some point in it, like, I think the last time I opened them on stream was this same episode equivalent in Endwalker, where we did the Endwalker Triple Triad NPCs for base Endwalker. I think it's the last time I've opened these on stream. We got 1 of them at least. Flamin. Nanamo. And Louis Soir. Oh, but we got 1 of them at least. Only 1 left. Only 1 left. Titus, come here. Oh. Okay. Okay. There we go. That is progress. That is progress. There's Titus. This is our story. Now let's see this thing through together. And now it's just the hot babe that's left. And now it's just the hot babe that's left. So the thing is, because of the way this works, it's not even just a case of, oh, I only need to pay attention to the one tournament now that you can get her card from. Because I still need to do every tournament, because they're the ones that drop the packs that, like, again, getting a pack that is, like, more guaranteed to be her is pretty fucking hard. So you really are just relying on the platinum packs, not the packs that are more likely for the specific character. But only one EX card remains. We're getting there. We are getting closer and closer. Yay. Anyways, that's all for today. That's all for today. We're now actually properly caught up on our post-game content. We are now actually properly caught up on post-game content. Everything that was before 7.1 has now been done. And now we can start 7.1 MSQ, which, we did that today. So next episode is 7.1 Extras. We start the Alliance Raid next time. I have no idea what it is. I don't really have any predictions either. But yeah, we have Alliance Raids. Who's ready to queue for a fucking hour? Hell yes, let's go. But it is not just raids. The idea is next time we're going to be finishing the entirety of 7.1. Because just like in Endwalker, 7.1, like 6.1 before, was basically nothing but raid content. 7.1 introduced both an ultimate and a chaotic raid, which is the first 24-man raid for Cloud of Darkness. So, most of 7.1's content is raiding. So, all that we have to do is, we have an Alliance raid, we unlock the first society, we unlock the first custom delivery, we do the first Hildebrands, and then we have the finale for Crafter and Gatherer roles, and the finale for the combat roles. So that, like, I feel like unless the queue was like 3 hours, but that won't be in the YouTube video, we should be able to get all of that done in one day. It might be a long-ish day, but like we're also only starting a society and like starting a custom delivery. Which reminds me, remind me to not spend all of my custom delivery allowances next week. Reminds me to leave some of them here. Remind me to make sure I still have custom delivery allowances by next week. So I don't accidentally can't do anything with it. So yeah, that should be the next episode. It should be finishing 7.1 entirely because there's not a lot of like super in-depth content to it that isn't raid content. So, you know. I mean, they're like stuff like custom delivery and societies. That's in depth, but you know, we'll do those updates week by week as they come out. It's gonna be something that's gonna be very different when we're actually on content, because like I still have several weeks of like stuff to do in 14. So every week we do the check-in with the societies. Every week we do the check-in with the custom deliveries. When I'm on content, there won't be a reason to stream this every week. So that'll just have to be record small episodes as it goes on, mass dump them into the next episode. For societies, honestly, they may end up getting their own episodes. It is very possible with just how long society quests take that I won't have like, say in one episode I start a society quest and I unlock it then. By the time the next episode happens, what if the next episode is like a deep dungeon or like a variant dungeon or something? I don't know if the episodes would have enough space to then chuck in what I did for the society quest, because by the time that update comes out, I would probably have finished the society quest. So it would be every single step along the way. So it's very possible that society quests may become their own episodes that just get like uploaded whenever I finish it in between patches. Custom deliveries, maybe not. Custom deliveries are a lot shorter in terms of like what you turn in, so that would probably be fine. But societies have like, you know, a big ass quest you do every time you turn them in. Anyways, with all of that stuff we've got to worry about in the future. For now, we've got to worry about going to bed. So thank you all so much for tuning in, for watching, and doing all that stuff. Until next time, this is version 2, signing out.